Hello. Hi. Hey. It's a little different. A little different. Nice to see you. I've seen chat in a while. Sorry, I'm gonna go plug in some headphones. Um. Also trying my first stream with a green screen. It's kind of nice. It makes setup much easier. I don't have to like move my whole setup. Thank you. Sorry. I'm trying to see how I'm gonna put on these headphones to make sure my veil. 1 second. I'm gonna put on my headphones first. Split my hair. Place my headphones on. Okay. Hola. You're always so adorable. Thank you. Thank you. So yeah, we're getting to some topics. I feel like this has been like, I feel like it's most productive for me to have this conversation with a chat opposed to me doing it alone. I feel like it would like be much more stressful to go through this on my own. Isn't Shoe0nHead? I personally wouldn't know. I do know that she has a lot of bad takes and whatnot, but I wouldn't be able to speak to that specific topic about you. Okay, let's just get this. Okay, fully dressed. Yes, bless the goofy folks with the fits. Fair enough. Thank you. Thank you. So, yeah, you know, it's Halloween season, so I can't fully show it off because I'm using a green screen, but like, you get the premise. So, yeah. I do have a massive bias towards you. I do not apologize. Hopefully a good bias, but like, not like a negative bias. But anyways, speaking, here, I'm gonna give, One second. I'm trying to add someone as a moderator. Okay, now you're a mod. Cool, just want to make sure we have mods in because this, just in case, you know, I got people subscribing just to watch what I do because a particular creator streamed my video, and I get it, but it's about them. But when I'm so small and scale compared to some books, it doesn't make sense to me. Why? And it's just like, I'm noticing a pattern. It's like, why is it always me? And then I think about it. I'm a black woman. I'm a black trans woman. And that makes a lot of sense. That like, they can't help themselves. And I think out of everyone that's gone out of me, these people are the biggest people ever. And it's just like, no, it's not jealousy. I wouldn't even go that far. It's just the premise of just like, these people can't help themselves but to go after like black women, and they just like, it's like they get enjoyment out of it. Like it's like I'm out of all the white people that spoke out against them, but little old me, like, let a black woman speak confidently. Ooh, that like gets underneath, that irks them. But we'll read some comments before we start diving into things. But I'm gonna show y'all a couple things. Let's see. Hola, mija. Oh, thank you. Hi. Like I told you on Twitter, I love it when you call me mija. I've only situationally been called that, and it's on my dad's side, and it's the only time I really heard mija. So I love being acknowledged as an Afro-Latina. It must be something else for those two characters to show up. Yeah, because Shoe0nHead left a comment in my video, and I will show y'all that. I'll pull that up. It was sweet. We just started. Yeah, we just started. We're just, you know, easing in, just, you know, reading comments, easing in, you know, letting folks pour in. ChrisRayGun and Shoe0nHead are both scummy people. I mean, I'll drink to that. Yeah, I'm having a seltzer, so I'm a lightweight. I'm having a seltzer. Gift from a friend. Yeah, I meant positive bias. Oh, thank you. Good. Nice to know. Sorry. Wow, y'all really pouring in for this. I mean, I'm glad. I'm actually glad. Like, let's. Hi, Phoenix. I was recommended the video where he watched yours for some reason. Hope you're okay. Those hate waves tend to be really nasty. Yeah, it's been a lot of nasty comments. Like, at first it's like, you know, like you expect your, you know, little like fragile people, but all of a sudden it's like, why am I getting a wave of folks? And I knew it aligned exactly when he streamed and uploaded, when he streamed, and then when he also uploaded the YouTube video, which I don't know what was like the gap between him streaming my video, specifically ChrisRayGun, and like him uploading it to YouTube, but like, I've just noticed a wave of just more like dense comments, a lot of just like me being demonized and just like being gaslit, and it just kind of got old, and I responded to a lot of them where I'm like arguing with your mama, me sending emojis. It's like not really engaging fully, but like a lot of people are saying like I'm misguided. We are misguided. And it's just like, I'm tired of being gaslit. Like, no. And then I didn't know until like I recently, maybe like several days ago, I found out that he streamed it on me. I'm like, oh my god, that makes sense. Like, I was getting a lot of intense hate video comments, and I'm just like, where are y'all coming from? And now that I know, it's like where the source is. And I will be rebuttaling it in this next video that comes out Monday. But before I do want to, because I tried to send a friend to go watch this, and but they don't know ChrisRayGun, and they don't know the anti-SJW era really like that. So there was a lot of things that they missed and things they couldn't like dismiss. So I felt like instead of me going through this video on my own by myself and just like it being more difficult alone and more stressful, it's kind of nice to have y'all hold my hand through this, be present, y'all chime in, just kind of show that like I'm not like losing my mind, or I'm not like, so like it makes it harder for them to gaslight me, and like I have like some kind of like, you know, folks that understand, like, you know, where we're coming from. So that helps, but I'm not gonna jump to that right this second. Just kind of read comments, you know, kind of ease and talk about it. I'm gonna show like the comment that Shoe0nHead left and a couple other things. So yeah, 1 second. Let's see. Yeah, I don't get why some creators go after you. Yeah, I think it has to do with me being black. I don't know what it is. It's when they see a black woman. And maybe because it's also my aesthetic as a black woman or whatnot. But, like, they're so much more inclined to, like, I don't know. Why out of every creator, I stick out. I'm always the one that sticks out. They're just mean, nasty creatures. Yeah, I can agree with that. Hugs, thank you. Let's see. Sorry, I keep losing my spot in the comments. I'm trying to catch up. You're cute, you're so smart, and they're losing relevance. To a degree, yeah, and I appreciate that. You know, little nun costume. There was those weirdos trying to vilify you and Jesse and push you out of the YouTube trans community and whatnot. That was, yeah, and you know, I'm glad I moved on from them. Like, those people, they have no power over me. I don't know why grown-ass people really think the time is passing is just as good as an apology. Yes, and that was one of the arguments that ChrisRayGun kept putting. He's like, these 7-year-old videos, these almost decade videos, like, and I'm gonna hold that point. Thank you. I'm gonna hold that point because there's something I'm gonna build upon and I will talk about in my next video, but I will talk about it here. So everyone that's here, are you getting like a general like sneak peek into one section of the video for Monday? True, some do be trying to like snuff out black joy for kicks. For sure. Oh my god, you're Afro-Latina, that's so cool. Yeah, thank you. My dad's Mexican and my mom's black, so I'm a mixed race Afro-Latina, to be specific. Shoe0nHead, sorry, I'm a mono-ethnic Puerto Rican. Oh, cool. Shoe0nHead, clinging to relevance, ChrisRayGun even more so. I barely know who is he. Oh, you'll learn about him real soon in this chat. Also, hey, Endless Cemetery, and oh, hey, Tur, you know, folks hopping in. Let's see, I'm trying to figure out ChrisRayGun is bothering. ChrisRayGun, Walmart bargain bin iDubbbz from what I understand. Shouldn't Lacey Green's supposed to be keeping busy? They long broke up years ago. But one thing I will never do is I will never speak on that. Only for the simple fact is like I feel like that's an easy way to get into like to give him ammo to kind of like disengage or just be disingenuous. So like I just don't even touch that. I gotta stick to my issue at hand. Even though like there's a problem within that, I won't even touch that. Like that's the kind of like with me with my critiques, I really try to stick to like sometimes the most obvious things, like him shitting on Black Lives Matter, supporting All Lives Matter, supporting Blue Lives Matter, like those things, those hit stronger. And again, I'm saying Lacey Green thing didn't hit hard, but it's just like for me, I know what I want to like. I'd rather get straight to the ammunition. Right, that chat. And iDubbbz is already discount 50 francs, so yeah. Use Shoe as a surfboard. She flat enough. Y'all, okay, I shouldn't be laughing at that. The non-costing is hard. Thank you, Tur. Thank you. I've had to deal with trolls recently too. I'm sorry. Is that why all those annoying ass bad faith comments were everywhere? Yes, exactly. It's because he streamed my video. First it was a tweet, and I thought it was just a tweet. So I'm like, whatever. You made a tweet on me. And then it became a stream. I'm like, oh, you real press. And that's one thing I noticed. Why do I be getting people press? Out of all folks, why is me? Like, my video only has like 14K views compared to like what like kind of views like they get as a creator. But it's just like, damn, like, I know I'm black and that makes me an easier target, but like, damn, like, come on, like. But first, I don't know, I will be going to the video on stream. We're gonna like get to this because like it's a lot of psychic damage on my own, but like I try to send someone else to do it. But let me do it my damn self, and we can do it together. And let's make it a fun thing. You know, I got my little White Claw. I got one more White Claw. I ain't going to this sober. Hell no. I'm not about to hear that sober. Please. I'm gonna have a good time with y'all. Honestly, I think your criticism was super fair for the people who really don't deserve the benefit of the doubt. Yeah, and honestly, like, I was softer than I was, and I held back a lot, but I ain't holding back this time. With this next video, that's just a section, I'm not holding back nothing. Okay, now, you playing. You want to play, you want to downplay, you want to rewrite history? Let's go. Right. Hi, Terb. You're black, and you didn't fit the stereotype for them. I see what you mean. Yeah, that's what I mean about, like, I feel like my aesthetic as a black person, especially as a black woman, it's harder for them because, like, I don't fit, like you said, like, stereotypes. I don't fit the stereotype of what non-black people assume. I'm a bigoted non-black people assume a black woman should look like or carry herself or even sound like or speak, etc. And I think that bothers them because they can't attack me on those qualities that they're used to going for. So now that's what they go for other things, which is kind of nice for me, but at the same time, it is annoying. Also, skinny privilege plays into it because, and even to a degree, pretty privilege because I'm a mixed race person. I'm light skinned, I have hazel eyes, I'm half Latina, etc. Like, I think those all group in into why it's easier for them. Because if I was like, especially because like a cis passing trans woman, I think it's easier for them. It makes them like they want to go after me more because it's like, I almost feel like they want to put me in my place or whatnot, but like, I don't know what it is. I wouldn't ever truly know what it is. There could be many reasons for it, but I do think me being a trans woman that is cis passing, and it's cute. I mean, like, I feel like I'm cute. You know, I feel that like kind of like invigorates folks, and I feel like in the past when people go after me, I feel that was a big aspect of it. Why, especially why a lot of white trans folks that had anime profiles would go after me. But yeah, let's see. It's obvious the people they choose to do that with is mad corny. Yeah, it definitely is in the cemetery. It's just proof that neither of them changed one bit. They're still abusive and nasty to everyone who doesn't kiss their ass. And yeah, and that's the problem. I ain't kissing nobody's ass. I'm keeping it real. Yeah, so we're gonna go through that soon. Let me finish this. It's be like less than halfway. Cause honey, you think I'm about to go in there sober? Hell no. Have a good time with y'all. Thank you, and also thank y'all so much. Y'all really came through. This is like, I usually expect people coming in like later on, but now y'all really came through. So like, this makes me feel more safer knowing like it's gonna be less stressful going through this having y'all support. So genuinely, like, it means so much to me. Like, thank you. Like, y'all here means a lot. Let's see. Cute Bridget cosplay. I wish it was Bridget. Look, I wish it was Bridget. Bridget's from Guilty Gear, a fighting game with the anime art style. Everyone's hot in there, so I wish it was Bridget. You know, but yeah. I stopped because I couldn't grift from it anymore, so it doesn't matter. Ooh. Ooh. When I don't stand by a video no more, I don't keep it up. Exactly. Especially if you say, like, you refuted a lot of the information that was in a video that was harmful. Why would you keep that video up? But of course, like, if you really don't make no money off of none of that, then, like, what's the point? And if you don't believe in it, why keep it up? But that's the problem. You can, like, I'm not saying delete it. You can private it. Like, you'll still have the video, but it's private. They refuse. Because probably a lot of their content, a lot of their views is going to drop immensely because of them privating those type of videos. Or unlisting them. Let's see. I'm so sorry to hear about the hate comments. Sorry. Oh, I'm lost my spot. Let's see. Shoe0nHead makes me irrationally angry. I'm laughing my ass off. I hate her. I mean, valid anger. Oh my god, dope. Thank you. When you profited off a video for 7 years, that should be enough more reason to address it Yeah. Uh, let's see. I need to try out my costume. You definitely should. This is the season. I was trying to call Chris a discount version of iDubbbz as a joke. And you ain't wrong there. You're not wrong there. I hate the fact that ChrisRayGun looks so much like Milo. I don't know that person from Atlantis. I don't know that person. Support lurking. I appreciate that. Because I love the movie in Milo, but I cannot stand ChrisRayGun. I feel you. I can't stand it. I used to look. I was a minor when I watched his content. I was a high schooler, so that's the only reason why like I personally chose ChrisRayGun out of all folks, because he represents the gateway into it. Because like he didn't identify as right wing, and he didn't go as far as other creators. But he was what people started off with, and I was one of the people that started off with people like him, and then it led me to more intense folks. I mean, the whole alt-right problem, as we all know about. So there's like that discussion to be had, because people focus on the most overt people, like Blair White, Milo Yiannopoulos, Armic Skeptic, Thunderfoot, Sargon Akkad, etc. But people don't give ChrisRayGun the smoke he deserves. And it's not even that he's getting the smoke that he deserves, but it's just like, I had a very analytical breakdown on what he did and what he put out into the world and the damage that's being done. And I'm going to hold that thought again, because there's some more I'm going to say into that. But let me get through these comments. Streaming someone's video like that, because you're cute and they cannot take it. Thank you. That is so purposeful. Sorry. They hate being held accountable, for real. Yeah, they definitely do. They do it because it's rage/drama bait react content. But yeah, their audience will be annoying in your comments. Yeah, and I've noticed when I look through his, because he did it on his second channel that he streams, because he doesn't really upload on his main channel, because he leaves that for like bigger projects, which I get. Because he just mostly streams because he built up enough audience and to make enough money off of streaming, or he just can comfortably stream and do other things on the side. And his views were not doing good at all on his streaming channel, but it was the most views on the video him streaming me, and it makes so much sense. So yeah, it is definitely exactly drama rage bait. Bitter Shadow imps do be throwing rocks at bright lights. We gotta remember that. Thank you. J Drink. What does FTW mean? Fuck with that. I think I'll fuck with that. Look, girl. I don't normally do this, but for this stream, might as well be a mimosa. Let's say that. It might as well be a mimosa. I'm jelly. I need a drink as well to celebrate that my dad's on vacation temporarily. I feel you, girl. I feel you. I think the world is like, leave it to where they aren't any consequences, and you just reward it for your honesty. Which is funny because neither of them can be honest either. You're very pretty. Oh, thank you. You're very cute. Thank you. You're very beautiful. Ah, thanks. It's absolutely a desire to take people down a peg. Check the uppity. Exactly. I think so. I do be given, like, I think that's, I can see how they perceive me that way. The insecure, how the habit of attempting to tear down beauty they see has nothing to do with them. Things. 100% really. Also, mixed race, but cis white passing. That's something ChrisRayGun could never admit. He can never admit he's a white passing Puerto Rican. Because I get getting comments about, he's a Puerto Rican, he's a Puerto Rican. Honey, you know how many white passing Puerto Ricans or just white Puerto Ricans that like ran with being able to say the N-word because they try to hide underneath the flag of being Puerto Rican, because they know how a lot of people associate Puerto Ricans with being black. Even though that's just a segment of folks, people that don't know South America that well, or Afro-Latina folks. And the thing is, like, ChrisRayGun has brown hair. What is your average? Let's speak on this. What is your average, just like, Latin American person, Hispanic person, Latino person who has brown hair that isn't white passing, that doesn't have white qualities? Like, that is literally like Christopher Columbus descendants DNA with that brown hair, with the white passing face. I mean, there's a lot of things, like, he wouldn't get the audience that he had if his audience didn't assume he's Puerto Rican. Not Puerto, I'm assume he's white. And even when he, like, he has to announce that he's Puerto Rican, because no one's gonna know that. Like, if he looked like your average, what people would assume, your average Jose's, and Luis's, etc., he wouldn't have grown as big or got as big of a platform, because those people aren't white passing or perceived to be white. But ChrisRayGun is, so he's gone and able. There's a lot of white privilege he's afforded because of being a white passing Puerto Rican, and that's something his audience that's coming to their comedy, that he's Puerto Rican, to an Afro Latina, who when I try to say I'm Afro Latina, people assume Puerto Rican. I'm like, no, I'm not Puerto Rican. I'm Afro Mexican. Okay, like, yeah. I told ChrisRayGun to eat shit on Twitter, and his stands were not having it. Oh yeah, I mean, they can't have it. They can't have no discourse unless you're kissing their ass. Let's see. Wow, y'all coming in droves. I love that. I'm trying to keep up. I'm gonna start the stream. I'm gonna start his video real soon. But before I do, I will pull up the Shoe0nHead comment and the tweet that ChrisRayGun made on me. So yeah, there's definitely put you in your place. They just have too much clout to outright say you're a man, or some basic Twitter reply shit. The irony called me immature. Of course. I mean, like, well, they mean that. Get the likes up. Help her page. 6 likes, but 60 viewers. We can do it. Yeah, like the stream. I still remember when June made a video calling a black actress a gorilla. Oh, Leslie Jones. I remember all that. Look. I talk about that in the next video, like, drop on Monday, because she lied about that situation. She said she didn't know that was racist. But in the same breath, in the same video, she talked about how people were calling her racist things like gorilla, etc. So, yeah. That's a lie she ran with for so long, and the bitch got caught up in a lie in her own video, so can't wait for that. Thank you for bringing that. That reminds me. So it's immature for someone to pushing 40 to tell some asshole to eat shit, but it's totally fine for a man in his 30s to have no self-reflection. Exactly. I think it's a show of reflection for everyone. I've seen YouTubers with integrity take down old videos that are as trivial as an action figure reviews, because they don't feel like it reflects the current self. They don't have integrity. Exactly, they don't have integrity as much as they pretend to have. I think taking a video down is the bare minimum, to be honest, but the AdSense bag is hefty after seven years. I mean, at this point, like, because I looked at their Social Blade, and they don't make as much. They don't really make that much off their videos per year, because you haven't uploaded in a while. But it's like, if you don't really make money like that on your videos, why even, like, keep the hate videos up if you're only making, like, a few $100s off of them? Like, it's not even that. Like, what's the point? It's crazy how so many people have somehow made a career out of becoming essentially the Bill Maher of online left. The Disney movie Atlantis, The Lost Empire. Oh, I know who you're talking about. I used to watch Shoe way back in middle school. Definitely took a while for me to unpack some of these internalized racism, transphobia, etc. I'm so bitter about it, to be honest. And exactly, that's what I went through. Like, I was in high school. I was, like, so young. And, you know, like, I came across Blair White, I came across all these folks, like, I had to undo that work. So for folks that have to undo their work because of the content they were exposed to as minors, and I think for what my friend said that watched this, is, like, he writes us off as dummies. Like, he basically called us dummies for falling for the alt-right pipeline. As minors. A lot of us were minors. And it's just like, are you serious? Like, I was in the age to watch ChrisRayGun, and I watched edgelords, but not outright right-wing memes, but shit, I never watched him specifically. It's kind of an underrated classic. I gotta watch that. I never saw it, but I've seen some adult versions of that Disney movie on Twitter. You know how Twitter be. Oh my god, I used to be in a Discord server where one or two people wouldn't shut up about Blair White. Like, don't get me wrong, she's a bad person, but guys, and Atlantis is lost Goda. It's let's see. Considering Foot in the Mouth, June went to Turning Point not even 3 years ago. She's not right. Sure, she's not right wing. I mean, she also got COVID from that event too. For the win, dear. Oh, for the win. Oh, I thought it was fuck with that. But okay, close enough. Nah, let's see. If my anger gets the best of me, I'm not being rational enough to be accountable. I usually at least remove myself, blocking, leaving servers, etc. And I don't realize anything about them. So let's see. See how we are. Okay. I'll say, oh. Turb. Oh, you're back, Turb. I see you, Turb. Hey. We about to start real soon. So hold your horses. We about to start real soon. I'm just trying to, like, catch up with some of these comments. Almost done. Like, some of them I'll have to come back to y'all in a bit. But, like, wow, y'all. We got this conversation going. Let's see. Let me do this real fast. Just noticed that Nana background. Love it. Oh, I'm glad someone caught that. I'm glad someone caught the Nana background. Girl. Yeah, busting it open like I got nails. Using a card. Chris Ray is Puerto Rican? Yes, he's Puerto Rican. Just stop by to show some love. Oh, thank you. And if you want to also show some more love, like the stream. That helps a lot. Like the stream. And also, if you saw it on Twitter, like it and retweet it. Blue Sky, like it, reblog it. I appreciate it. Let's see. Shu keeps claiming to not be alt-right, and yet keeps dating alt-right guys. I mean, she's married to one now, so. Oh yeah, I'm glad. So this person said, I fully assumed Chris was just a white man. And exactly, that's the point. Like, unless you watched the very few videos that he did mention that he's a Puerto Rican, you would have never known. You just would have assumed he's a white person, and I assumed he was too. And I'm being honest. Let me not admit that. Let me not admit that. I don't know. I got ops here for all I know, just watching. They might not be commenting, but they might be watching. Weird. It's almost like Puerto Rico was a country colonized by Europeans. Exactly. Happy to finally catch your live. Oh, thank you. You know, I'd be making myself very scarce. So if you catch it, you catch it. If you don't, you don't. Because I private these immediately as it's down. You might catch a few minutes and it's gone. Doesn't he have like a light brown hair though? I have dark brown hair and I actually look Mexican. Yeah, he has light brown hair, and that's what I talked about earlier about like that being like a very European gene. I mean, like I'd look vastly different if I had naturally light brown hair and being half Hispanic. Yeah, people are like, well, I'm ethnic, so I can't be racist, or so up. Yeah, he would hide behind that, and that's like, or like, oh, I have a black friend, like tokenizing his black best friend, like, or, oh, I voted for Obama twice. I can't be racist. I voted for Obama twice. Oh my god. Because that's just kind of basically his talking point, like, I liked Bernie. Sorry, I'm being silly, goofy with my voice on that. I was also immediately that ChrisRayGun was irresponsible for Lacey Green turning, but worse back then when they were dating. And I mean, I can acknowledge that, and I did see that. I just try to like, stay out of that, only for the simple fact that like I don't even want to give him an admission if he like just gets back to him. So like, I'm gonna stick to like his content, even though like there was a big culture shift. Like he definitely waved her around like a token. Let's be real, he did, and whatnot. But you know, he's done enough bigoted stuff that I can talk about other things. I mean, I met a white Mexican once in my business class, and dude had blonde hair and blue eyes and mocked the mixed Latina American people all the time. I'm not surprised. I've been around them too. I've seen a whole tell me to my face he doesn't care about his blackness just because descendants of Puerto Rican people means nothing to me. I don't know what that is, but I mean, because I was so long ago, I missed the context of that because I'm catching up on comments. The whole time I thought he was fully white. He's definitely white passing. Yeah, he's definitely white passing. I'm black, light skinned. Both of my parents are light skinned though. Afro-Latinos and media tend to be black Puerto Ricans. Miles Morales, and I love them, but we need more variety of Afro-Latinos being shown to the world. And exactly, that's one thing I want to say. Like, Afro-Mexicans exist. We're not like, people assume it's just Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, and Brazilians that have black folks in it. Afro-Latinos. No, we're in every country. Let's see. I remember the Ghostbuster 2016 hit. Yeah, Leslie Jones, Violet Fuck. Mr. Jones, holy crap, Shoe0nHead, it's just nasty. Okay, wow, y'all really keeps me so. Okay, sorry. So let's get this video booted. Okay, let's get it going. It's gonna be so hard. I'm gonna keep going. There's so much to say. But let me just say it. Vosh allowing Shoe to do damage control on the live should have been the bigger sign that he's anti-black, to be honest. I mean, that's the other point, but Vosh brought it on ChrisRayGun on his stream, so he was really bringing folks in and try to, like, that probably made them, like, probably in their eyes, gave them the stamp of approval. Because at the time, he was, like, one of the biggest people. I think that was, like, 2021 when he brought ChrisRayGun on stream, but yeah. But I edited out the Vosh stream. I just kind of stuck to, like, things. Okay, alrighty, so... Alrighty, we're gonna go pull up this video. We're ready. Y'all ready? Hold your horses. If you need a snack, grab it now. I mean, you got a mimosa. This might also be my mimosa. Get it? You got a stizzy. Get going, y'all. We about to start this shit now. Alrighty. I'm gonna pause this music. Oh yeah. Actually, let me show y'all that's what's it called? So what I'm gonna do to make it easier on me is I'm gonna show the tweets by posting the evidence on Twitter. So I'm gonna post that right now, and then I'm gonna pull it up on stream because this is so much easier than, like, me trying to, like, it's gonna take much longer if I were to try to, like, pull it up by sending it from my phone. Okay, where is okay. Alrighty. Posted, so I'm gonna go to my Twitter. I'm gonna pull that up right now. Okay, so let me share display. And make myself smaller. And meow, Turb, thanks. You're here. Okay, you're here for it already. Alrighty, so we got. This is the initial tweet I saw. Before, what I first saw was Shoe0nHead's. So can we zoom in? Can we zoom in? We can't zoom in. Sorry. So it says, you know, Shoe0nHead commented on your video. That's her thumbnail. Not her profile, and it says, "It's been a few days since I first saw this video, and I really must say that it's got me thinking about how years ago I used to be very toxic, ignorant, and obnoxious, sexist, and homophobic. I still am, but I used to be as well. Thank you. I still am, but I used to be as well. Thank you. Okay, I read that correctly. Apparently, I learned that like more than half of this is like a tweet that she's took from someone else. So she's basically just like trolling and using someone else's like words. Some other like bigot. This is ChrisRayGun on his alt Twitter account. He wrote, "Another day, another video calling you the devil over clips from nearly a decade ago. It's a simple life. Hope you're out there enjoying life like me. Best wishes." Okay. I'm gonna close that. Okay, so yes, so there's that. Make myself smaller. Somebody confirmed access to prime particles. Okay, but anyways, yeah, so there's that. If it was just that, I would have never been talking about it and whatnot. But because he brought it to stream, that's when he took it to the next level. If it was just a tweet and a comment, it is what it is. I don't give a fuck. It would just like, I mean, like, it caught me off guard. I was like, damn, like, I got y'all attention. So they were having like a group chat about me. They were both talking shit about me because that all was within the same day. So it's just like, they were both literally probably having like a group chat or something about me. And also even like the comment about like the devil, I didn't call him a devil in the sense like a little devil, but I called it, you know, like speak of the devil. I was like in the way that I used it, but he took it as if I was calling him a devil. So, but you know, it's all for the views. It's all for rage baiting, clearly. Okay. Just like skimming over some comments. Okay, but okay, what we're gonna do is let me pull up this video. I'm gonna watch this bullshit. I'm gonna pause that music. Okay, y'all. Here we go. Brace me for the BS.
Hello, everybody. How are you do? How are you do, everybody? You doing good? Hold on. Just making sure everything is... making sure everything is set up the way it needs to be. Who's hyped for Zero Kamikaze Squirrel Remaster? What is that? Nondescript Eastern European accent? Maybe. Chris, you just interrupted me from listening to Snark Tank there. Present. You shouldn't
We're gonna find where he starts.
Explain? Snark Tank. It's like the whole procrastinating on university work. It's out. I was watching the most recent one, but paused to eat, stream to I was actually thinking of a different... So for anybody curious, there's there's an exposed video on me and iDubbbz that just kind of came out, what was it, a week ago now. I didn't hear about it until like today. You know, so it's very clearly an effective one. But initially I woke up today, I was like, all right, you know what, I think I'm gonna make a video about this. Like, I'll make a video about this video. And then I thought,
oh my god, what? Okay, one second. Just imagine, wait. Let me pull that up real quick. Just imagine if he went through with that, like, oh my god, like, that actually is really great. I can't say that word. Thank you, Airnock, for working on my language. That is wild. That is wild. He, like, I had him so pressed, he was gonna make a whole video. Like, if I'm tripping on the stream, in a different universe, he could have made a video about it. You know how much hate I would have got? What if because I would have been on his main channel that he has uploaded 11 months ago. Almost a year ago now. It's probably officially a year ago now. Oh my god, that is so... oh my god, then they would have just like... And again, he's clearly pressed. He's clearly pressed. He liked to throw like, oh, like, oh, it did so well. At the end of the day, you know, like trying to like, I'm a small creator. I don't have the views. I don't have the subscribers and whatnot to get the reach. And also, that was a last minute video. Uploaded on the day that I even attended to. There was a lot of factors into why. I mean, it's doing well for me for me being gone for so long, but like, there's multiple factors. But yeah, he a little snarky, but I would get snarky right back. I promise you. But the fact that he was so pressed. He was like, let me go press record. Let's edit. Let's whatnot. Because of a small black trans creator had to say. Like, wow. That's interesting. Let's see what y'all gotta say. Can we turn up the volume up? Yeah, we can turn up the volume. I will do that. I'll for sure do that. Let's see. I personally don't want to hear him clear, but I get it. Let's see. I don't know, but he's giving aggressive. Let me not even finish reading that. I hate that he thinks he's funny. I mean, sometimes somebody have like too big of an ego, and that's the worst one. Yeah, the actor is from. Let me see. I don't know why they got snatched. Hopefully they weren't bigoted. Dude is worried about becoming a 5K Andy when he is a 10K Andy. He's always acts like temperamental child every time someone slightly criticizes him. That's out of him. Great work, Bunny. Chris is weird, man. Okay, alrighty. Well, let me go shrink my screen again. Let's get back to what he got to say, because we're going to get to this. Also, I'm not watching the iDubbbz part. I'm just going to watch the intro. And then I'm going to raise the volume right now, too. I'm just watching the intro, then I'm watching his part.
I don't know, because I don't know if I want to do videos. I don't know if I want to dedicate, like, time, effort, and talent to, like, constructing a whole video about somebody else's video about me. I feel like I've done too many videos that are, like, explaining my position. You know what I mean? Like, it's not entertaining. But I think it's a pretty decent bit of content for a stream. You know what I mean? I feel like that's a pretty. I don't mind doing it on stream. Bro, you've stayed in your lane talking about games for like 4 years. Why expose you now? Well, that's what's so funny about it. is I don't know. We'll get into it. We'll get into it. But how's everybody doing? Want to make sure everybody in chat's having a good old time. It is, what is it? Tuesday, October 8th. Yeah, I don't want. Yeah, it's just not necessary. But like, it's got respectable. It's like 11,000 views on 10,000 subscribers. You know, so not too shabby, but it feels like a bit much. You know, this Ape Escape music is not the vibe. Let's go ahead and move on from this. I saw your tweet. I had trouble with Great Ape Vegeta 2. Dude, he's difficult, to say the least. But how exposed do you feel? I feel pretty exposed, guys. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sick, but recorded a music podcast with it. Was great in 2020, and then the pandemic happened, and then we just never followed up. And I know that he's had some stuff go on in his life, and he's been keeping busy, but. Big fan of Kid Icarus over here. Analyzing. Can you imagine if I made an exposed video on my for that? I'm not smart enough to to plan that far ahead in advance to them. So I guess the answer is no. I guess the answer is wonderful, dude. Yeah. Kid Icarus is great. Or Sparking Zero, but even I've heard the Great Ape Vegeta's a mock. Vegeta's I can't do Goku's.
Sorry, I'm skipping through it.
You know what? We'll actually probably do a separate stream for that. I don't think the engine is the problem. All right, you guys ready to watch? Here we go. Are you guys ready to watch this this video? This little video we have here, taking me to task. Chris, finally, the truth about Chris being a Yoo-hoo drinker will be revealed. That would be fucking. Also, if that was true, Chris, do you remember the other Snark Tank podcast that? No, I don't. But whatever. It's water under the bridge at this point. That was like what, like 5 years ago or something. I can't hold on to grudges that long, Brent. But Are you guys? Are we ready to watch this thing? Are we good? How we feeling? I'm kind of excited.
Of course, he's
like
excited.
I saw the notification. I saw like somebody made a video about you, and I felt it. So here's the thing, guys. Just to preface this. I get unreasonably excited when I find out that I have made people so angry that they put hours and hours into producing something to dedicate it to their disdain of me. Like that gets, I don't know what it, I understand like that's not a good instinct to have. I don't like that about myself personally, but I do like being, I don't know how to describe it, but like the fact that me simply existing is that me existing drives people to a genuine point of anger is like, it's kind of intoxicating to me. And I've tried over the years to kind of like not feed into that and not like not feed into that aspect of myself, because I do think it's like mentally unhealthy to get that much of a kick out of that. But I felt it this morning. I was like, ooh. I literally woke up like it was Christmas.
No! Oh my god! Okay. I'm sorry. I'm gonna, 1 second. He woke up like it's Christmas when a black woman had something to say? That's wild! That is so wild! Oh my god, y'all. Like, oh my god. Because look, I ain't done yet. Like, he made that statement, all these hates coming my way. And one thing, there's a lot of things in that video that I didn't say, that I wanted to say. That video was rushed to, like, on the ChrisRayGun's part, it started to get a little rushed. Because I had a deadline, and I didn't get to do everything I wanted to say. And it also, there's a couple editing errors in the video. And I also didn't get to rewatch it, honestly. I really should have. But, I was trying so hard to get it on Tuesday that it uploaded Tuesday evening. That's how much, like, I was so late to my deadline. But now, on this other video that y'all will see, he's only in a section. I'm gonna say what I missed and what I didn't get to say, but I'm not playing. Like, you think you get a joy off this? Like, I just, also, like, for those that saw the video, also, like, I didn't add him. I didn't know, like, if you write their name in the description and the title, or set the title, I didn't know they get a notification. Or maybe he did or didn't. Maybe because he said he only found it today. So that means he was tagged. That means someone texted him it. Someone on Twitter, whatnot. But, like, the fact that he said it's like Christmas. It's like, ooh, another black woman that made a response. Ooh, it's Christmas morning. Woo. Just the joy to go put this black bitch in her place. That scares me. That's wild. Let me go read these comments real quick before I hop back, because he's about to start it right now. He gives me big Sargon Akkad vibes. Still thinks he has viewership from 2016. I'm not smart. You can stop right there. Oh, I see racism in the unmoderated chat is starting. I see, and I hate that they still use the word exposed. It's like it's 2016. It wasn't even an exposed video. It just was talking about, like, it was talking about a bigger issue at hand anyways. Don't blame you, dude. It's silly. I haven't played, oh no, I'm so sorry. He's going to scream at some point, isn't he? Dude, I mean, I bet you he will. That's why I'm so glad I'm with y'all. Ooh, I'm so glad I'm with y'all, because if I did this alone, I'd be aggravated. Dude, can her start already? Like, no, you're not exposed. This is just you. This is just a reminder of everyone who forgot you managed to skate by. I mean, yeah, he has been able to skate by with no apology at that. But he turns into, let's see. I'm getting excited when I find out that I've made people angry. That right there, that's what it is. Ooh, yeah, that's wild. That's wild. He seems like the angry one here. Let's see. We know you're in your villain arc, Chris. We get it now. We get on with it. I think it's like, I will say like his past was his villain arc, but I think he's trying to downplay his villain arc, and that's the problem. While still holding some traits from that era, um, at least acknowledge what you've been called out for. I'm still tripping out. He was going to make a whole video, but he's like, "Nah, let's make a stream." Which, like, I do prefer it being. I would not have won a video. Oh, hell no, because then everyone else would chime in on my ass. Everyone else would chime in, and I don't need that. I don't need that. I don't need to be a punch bag. But Chris, on his own, he 5'4". I could box him. That don't scare me. I promise you. Listening, playing the victim card as expected. Listening to his passively as if I scroll social media, and my god, he's less interesting to listen. Let's see. Alrighty, alright. We're pretty caught up. We're pretty caught up on comments. We're gonna go right back into it. Let me shrink myself. Because that means I gotta watch my own damn video. I hate watching my own video. I don't like hearing my voice back. But okay.
Like, I had a smile on my face and everything. It was kind of like shocking to even me, because it's been so long. Because I don't really make controversial content anymore. Not really. Or at least not content that would, like, upset somebody so much that they would make a video about it. But I really, like, I was elated. And so I'm going to try to contain my enjoyment of this whole thing today. But it might slip through. And just understand that I also don't like that. I don't like that this is the way I am. But it is. So we will continue regardless. So this is a video. It's called iDubbbz and ChrisRayGun. No spaces for ChrisRayGun, by the way. A little offensive. At least get the name. At least get the name right. But iDubbbz and ChrisRayGun, raging bigots to self-serving rebrand. Are we ready?
I mean, his like little thing, twitch.tv, ChrisRayGun, it's spelt the same way. There's no spaces in his name, so I don't see why should I have put a space. But anyways, let's continue. He could say on semantics.
Are you ready? This is exciting. That's how I spell it? How dare you? Where should I put the chat? I guess, like, maybe put it tiny, kind of here, I guess. It's a very specific format. The most controversial thing Chris has done recently is enjoy Starfield. Look, I liked Starfield, okay? I don't think it's their best game or anything, but it's, I don't know. I like NASA. I dug the vibe of it. I will say the vibe of Starfield, I think, is, like, really, really good. And that's kind of what I play Bethesda games for. I actually think, like, open world exploration is kind of like in general. But anyway, let's move on. Hi, I'm in the description of this silly video. What? That comment really that really threw me off. Have you tried the DLC Woke Raygun Exposed? All right, let's enough beating around the bush. Let's get started. All right. Caucasity.
As you see in the title of the video, I'm coming in strong on this topic. As someone who was in high school during the 2015 to 2017 era of YouTube, that was filled with anti-SJW, Gamergate, and anti-intellectual content, I can surely say that this content impacted Gen Z and younger millennials, let alone their targeted harassment victims, making the internet even more unsafe. I was greatly impacted by this content, especially being the only Black and trans person in Orange County, the Orange County suburbs being the reddest part of SoCal, which constantly alienated me as I spent my entire life being the only Black student in all my classrooms. The normalization of racist and bigoted content.
What is going on with the mixing? Am I crazy?
Constantly alienated me, as I spent my entire life being the only black student in all my classrooms. The normalization of racist and bigoted content
This is
has
strange.
Yeah.
The only thing with that, so like, the mixing isn't strange. What it is that, I switch my position. So like when I record my intros and when I record in person, like when you see me on camera, I'll have a whole setup that's different, where you're because you see more of me. So I have my camera a little further away, so the audio is different compared to when I'm not. When it's just like voiceovers, I still record on my camera, but you only hear the audio of that footage. So that's like I'll set it up on my laptop, where my laptop is on my desk and record. So that's why there's a difference. So for those that don't understand that, that's what that is. I mean, there's something where I can maybe. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what it is. So just to give y'all the editing behind the scenes, they're not all recorded at the same spot. I jump around depending on if I'm on camera, I'm trying to intentionally show y'all something, or if I'm just doing a voiceover.
Hold on, we're gonna speed it up a little bit.
I should do the same. You're right. Oh my god. Yeah. Thank you, Chris. That's the only thing I'll say thank you for. Let's do 1.5.
I mean, we'll hear out. I don't know. Orange County does suck, so we'll see.
Further normalization of N-word thanks to iDubbbz.
Oh shit. Okay, that's a little fast. Because then when you combine him, because he sped it up. Now I can't.
Is that too fast? Maybe 1.25.
His peers, I and other black people, being forced to bear people saying it's just a word as they purposely say it around us. The casual, disingenuous, anti-intellectual, and racist takes on Black Lives Matter made it harder to get progress made in the fight against police brutality. While black and brown lives were being lost and queer people were fighting for visibility to expand our rights, these so-called edgelords made millions of dollars punching down our marginalized people.
Yo, millions?
It's not even like me saying.
Let's be clear.
Specifically him.
But no millions. Sorry. I mean, unfortunately,
Like he didn't make millions, but other people did.
Maybe not iDubbbz.
But anyways,
not
but definitely iDubbbz.
Millions.
People. This ultimately created what we know as the
I in fact turned down millions, but I'm sure that won't be mentioned.
Pipeline. You start off watching bigoted and racist comedy videos that would lead to even more outwardly right-wing content being recommended in the algorithm. Before a minor and a young college student knows it, they'd end up on a Ben Shapiro, Alex Jones, Richard Spencer, or Stefan Molyneux's videos. This radicalized and indoctrinated so many people, which led to Trump getting elected. I was one of the victims of such a pipeline. When I
Future tip, whatever you need to get a point across, have a white woman be the figurehead. Damn, that's crazy. I want to make it clear that if anybody is like trying to watch this stream for like evidence that like Chris is evil and racist, that was Tom Sweetie. He is a black man who just said that. That's not me. I don't endorse that.
First found Blair White in 2015.
That's crazy.
Built within me that I was forced onto on my own without any help of the now rebranded bigoted creators. BIPOC and queer people had no choice but to live with the traumas of surviving this hateful content. We were just collateral damage to their means to their ends of making a buck on regressive content. In the second quarter of 2017 was when YouTube finally stepped in and did something about the monetized content since advertisers were pulling away from the platform, forcing these creators to slowly rebrand unless they risk losing their platform or income they made online, making it like
whoa. That actually, hold on, wait a second. Is the implication here that the adpocalypse made right-wing content less profitable? Because that's absolutely not true. It made it less safe on YouTube, but like that actually was like a huge.
That's my point, though. We're talking about YouTube. We ain't talking about other things. We talking about YouTube. But continue. I want to make that now. That's my point. I was talking about YouTube. I'm talking about people that were making YouTube videos, making living off YouTube. So, oof. Okay. Anyways, let's continue. Let him stick on semantics. But sure.
Boon for profitability because a lot of content creators were able to say, look, they're censoring me. Come support me. Come to my Substack. Come to my Patreon. Because they're trying to keep me down. And when the man is trying to keep you down, when the man is trying to silence you, you must be right. And if you want to piss them off, donate to my Patreon and send me the money instead of watching my ads. It was actually like a lot more profitable to make that kind of content after the adpocalypse. Granted, not through AdSense specifically, but like, dude, it's not even. It is astronomical the money that you could make pandering, and the money that you had to make pandering after the adpocalypse specifically. Because if you just made even-keeled normal content that was even like slightly politically tinged in one way or the other, you would get people supporting you for sure. But it wouldn't be this feverish fandom that was like, that believed that the big man was out to get you. You understand? Like, there was like a victim complex kind of at play with a lot of right-wing content creators at the time, where because they were being silenced, it actually allowed them to make the case that there is something bigger keeping them down, and it got more people to flood them with donations, and a lot,
By the way,
and,
I'm
and a lot
looking
more
at the
people to
chat.
see them as like important people. Like, oh my God, they're taking down Sargon of Akkad. He must be mega important. If I support Sargon, I'm not only am I supporting Sargon, I'm supporting, you know, free speech. You know what I mean? Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Like, this is a really massive mischaracterization of what the adpocalypse actually was and what it actually did to political discourse. I actually argue that it made it infinitely...
Okay, so that's the one thing I want to say, like, already, like, that's not really something that we talk about or know, because that's probably an insider secret. Or people, like, people know about, probably talk about it or know about it, but it's not really it's not really the bigger picture, so it's just, like, we're not even focused, like, because that's, again, like, that's something I just learned now, but that's not common knowledge, and it's also not really something discussed to the length to where, and also it is not the point, because at the point was YouTube, you could not make money on AdSense, and your content wasn't getting boosts. You might not get the same amount of views. Your views also dropped. That's another aspect. Put aside the money, your views dropped. So even if they had Patreon and whatnot, the still fact is they weren't getting pushed through the algorithm as strongly as they used to. On top of either not being monetized, etc. So that's what we talk about in our analysis, especially the more research, because it was just me casually. This video, I wasn't even touching the surface. I was being more generalized. I was just kind of giving it was more like a breakdown for an intro folks into that era, or people that don't know about it. And I worded it in that way for that folks, because this is the first video. Because the next video, which I do talk further on, I have this is like a 3-part video. I just kind of build it up. So I do like small little things. The next one, I talk about a little bit of Gamergate, but it's within the lens of a video about DEI and the anti-DEI movement. So there's a section so half of the video is the political aspects of the anti-DEI movement. And the other half is for games, because we've heard a lot of like anti-DEI rhetoric when it comes to video games. You let a black person you can't even let a black person exist in a game. For example, like the one of the examples in the video is the Assassin's Creed Shadows, when they had Yasuke, a black samurai who's recorded in history, in a video game, and they're mad. And they're just saying how historically inaccurate that is, and they're trying to like downplay his, like they became Japanese professionals all of a sudden. And it's cute. It's cute when they want to be bigoted. They have so much to say. But yeah, so that's one of my examples in the video. But other than that, before I even get into those examples of like basically this anti-DEI movement, I talk about the Gamergate connection in the beginning of the video, because connecting to the Gamergate aspect is the people that are attempting a Gamergate 2.0. That's the point with the anti-DEI movement in the gaming scene, is that they're attempting to do what they used to do, and they're just not effective. They're not as effective as they used to be. They have in some ways, and it's still harmful, but at the same breath, like, they're attempting to do and have the relevance that Gamergate had. And with Elon Musk being the owner of Twitter now and whatnot, there's more support on it than it would before Elon Musk bought Twitter, and it just hasn't been the same space. So that is something that I'm speaking upon. But because of that Gamergate connection, I do talk about at the end of that, when I get into like the Gamergate chapter, Gamergate 2.0, I do have a section where I'm rebuttaling, like, not just rebuttals, but like I'm going deeper on it. And folks like Turb and I like talked about it. I've shared it with them, but kind of like my process. So I'm gonna go about like that section. But it's just like, it's that and Shoe0nHead. It's like a really quick, like, let me shut that shit down. Oh, like, that one. See, let me hear. Y'all can hear this audio. I'm gonna have to turn off.
Worse because it
Sorry.
made.
I'm gonna turn off just the share Discord view real quick, and I'm gonna play the sound in my editor, so y'all can hear, and tell me if y'all hear it, cause this is like just like, cause it's what's it called? This is stream. Y'all have more privileges than anyone else, cause y'all get to learn a little like the behind the scenes stuff if you come on stream, cause I don't make myself available like that. Streaming wise, as much as I would want to. I'm gonna start like doing that more, but have you heard this sound? Tell me if you can hear this.
Another one, thank you. Another one, thank you. Another one, thank you. Another one, thank you.
And I'm gonna use this as well.
Well, yes.
There's an argument. There's a talking point for that. You know, y'all know who that is. That is Tokyo Tony. And I'll play it one more time.
Well, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So y'all can hear it. Great. Y'all can hear it. That's the point. So with the look. You want to play, like, that video is not my best quality. I was going through so much. Like, that was before. That video was also made when I was in a headspace where, like, I didn't know how I was going to, like, live financially. And it was so much in my anxieties. Like, I was going through it. So the video was rushed. The quality was down. There was so much about it. But the thing is like, I put it out there. It might not have been my best work. But I put it out there. And I have a next video where I have been able to give it more time. Like, this video was supposed to be up Tuesday, but I looked at it, I was like, this is not the quality I want. I want to add more. There's a lot more. I also want to add more. I want to expand the script, and I want this video to probably be my first hour-long video. But yeah, so that's the point so that's why I extended it. But also when I found out about him, like, oh, you inspired me, because now if you want to put out hate, I'm inspired because of the hate comments. That's what inspires me. And it's not that, like, he's talking shit. I don't care about that. It's more like you're bringing hate my way. So, like, since I'm already talking about Gamergate, and he's part of Gamergate, and I just, like, lost over that shit in the video. I glossed over. I didn't go into how deep I should have. How I wanted to. You know, if I had more time, I would. But this time, because in this video, I do talk about the Gamer connection. So I give a breakdown of Gamergate. So it gives it space to go inside. I mean, I already had intended to, but it's kind of nice because, like I said, that video was the intro video to, like, this whole topic. But this next video, because I talk about the anti-DI movement, I have to also talk about the Gamergate connection, because it all starts from there. Because it's, like, repeating the same rhetoric. And that's when I really get in that ass, especially because, like I said, I do the connection, and then I have one section just for Shoe0nHead. It's pretty much just kind of like, we word something like, kind of like, before I get it to, like, the next chapter, let me address this real quick. And then I go into pretty much, like, because the one thing I heard from a friend that I told to watch this, but because, like, personally, I'll say this, like, this friend, they're a new leftist, and they don't know the anti-SJW era. Like, they've probably been leftists to say 2 years at max. They grew out later on, out of stuff, also because they're from Orange County. So there's just a lot of stuff they miss. So and they have a lot of, like, white fragility. So it went from me asking them to, like, you know, I told them I can't entertain BS. So, like, but you tend to. So can you watch this for me and just tell me, was I misrepresented? And yeah, they came back, and yeah, they said some stuff, but they didn't really even focus on how he described me at all. Like, he just kind of just, like, had more sympathy for him and started, like, attacking me and, like, taking, like, well, he's one critic, like, he's like, he was one thing I agreed with him on, and oh my god, it was like him basically saying that, like, I wasn't giving examples of what he should do. Us as a victim is what I because this is, like, basically the basis of the video, because I was texted this morning, or last night, was that, like, pretty much that, that, like, because in the video, I didn't give examples of how I could have helped him. I would, like, not helped him, but I would give him, like, examples of what he should have done in that situation, and what's enough, etc. And it's like, there's a whole section in iDubbbz where I talk about what iDubbbz should do. And I don't feel like, when I'm talking to adults, that I have to repeat myself for every single person I talk about if I give one example what they should do. And they're literally the videos some grouped. And it was kind of like a context clue, like media literacy, that, like, he should be able to take that if he wanted that. But at the end of the day, it's like, my point is, because he, like, basically weaponized that, uses as a loophole to kind of be a little bit disingenuous. But, like, I came off the whole impression, even the reason why I didn't even go unto him on, like, what examples, things he can do, other than, like, me rushing the content, me needing to get it out, and me not even being in the best headspace, is that basically, he gave us no reason to believe that he would be even receptive to things he could do, because he gave no sorries. I mean, if y'all saw the video, he was so against having any apologetic thing. He even mocked, he made this whole like sound like that for like, you know, I won't say what it is, but like to like as like a way of how like we feel about like people apologizing, and he saw it as like worded as kind of like groveling. So, you know, when that's your rhetoric, and then only a few years after that, because I think that video was made in 2021. A few years after that, 2023, the summer 2023, he has a whole fallout on Twitter for Francesca Ramsey. So you mock your victims as well. You downplay that. You try to gaslight the whole internet. And you fixate basically a lot on, because like my friend basically said that like a lot of the video, like a lot of points in the video, he's basically is like, what should I have done differently, or not differently, but you know, what I should have in that situation, I guess basically differently, but in that situation, it's like, that's like borderline victim blaming. It's like you blaming the victim for like not like listing out like exactly how you can be a better person and all this other things, or what, like, nah, like my point, my bigger picture there, if you mean going to that, and what I'm going to talk about basically in the next video, is that the damage is done. The damage is done. I mean, I'm gonna get one. I'll say this once in the video, the stream. Nigga, the damage is done. It's over with. I won't say the N word usually as a black person, even though you can see I am. But just to avoid that, I usually don't. But that's basically how I feel. Like the damage is done. Like we don't got affirmative action no more. Roe v. Wade is a thing, and this is all based off people making jokes. That's the point. They were making jokes. They were making memes off of people's oppression, people's plight. And when they thought it was funny, and now them making a joke on the expense of other marginalized people led to MAGA. It started off with Gamergate, then the anti-SJW era, quickly connected from that. I think Gamergate, I mean, the original video, I think that even got Arnita Sarkeesian harassed, which I think was a 2011 video. But she had videos going back to even 2013. But if I'm incorrect, it would be 2013 instead of 2011. But I believe her first one was 2011. And, you know, it built into a much bigger thing. So I go into that. I give a breakdown about Gamergate in a way that's at an entry level for folks. Because the final video is when it's like, okay, you've done your homework, you watched the first two. It's about the Gamergate to the Alt-Right pipeline, and basically like the bigger picture of all the harms we have, and using the previous video as like basically like media like context. So that's when I kind of like really laid out, because I fell into this I fell into that situation, that pipeline, because of that content I watched, and I had to undo that. And the amount of self-hate that I had for myself already living in Orange County, which is like, I was the only black person in my classroom, so I was most susceptible to that kind of content. And I'm trying not to cry, because this is like an era that like I'm not only so embarrassed, but like how sad I was. I was such a miserable person. When you have internalized misogyny, internalized transphobia, internalized racism, like that is, you're not a happy person. You're saying what you have to say to get it by, and like I just wish like I didn't come across that content, because I had imagined how much happier my life would have been if I didn't have to go through that and had to go through the process on doing that. And it's amazing that like I found Angela Davis, that I found Toni Morrison, that I found Bell Hooks, Nikki Giovanni. A lot of y'all probably don't know their names. All black women. I'm gonna say that now. They're all black women. I hope y'all at least know Angela Davis. I hope y'all at least know Bell Hooks. I don't expect everyone to know Toni Morrison. I used a Toni Morrison quote inside the video, actually, too. And it was a perfect quote. And next time, I would have put the actual text up. And that's the thing. I'm gonna start doing that. There's a lot of things I wish I did that I didn't do because the video was rushed. But getting back to it, like, I had to do that work. And I want to say this now before I say it any later. I want to like lay this out, the foundation for this stream. But I had to do that work. And I had to learn to love myself. And I'm still trying not to get even more emotional, but you hear it in my voice. But I saw Candace Owens when she first came to YouTube. Like, she probably was like, her first video when I saw her channel was like 2 months old. When I saw Blair White, her first video, I think it was at most 5 months old. When I first came across Blair White, like, I fell into this hella early. I found ChrisRayGun. Blair White did a collaboration with Shoe0nHead. And I think that's how I got introduced to Shoe0nHead, because a lot of what I was connected to was from first Blair White. And we all know how big Blair White is, so, like, Blair White's connect. She's on the little, like, map, on the little, which I show in my video, the whole, like, alt-right pipeline study that shows all, like, the graph where all, like, the points where they all connect. All the lines that connect each other. So I fell through from Blair White, and then Shoe0nHead got me introduced to ChrisRayGun, and so on and so forth, and just much more folks. So I'm a pioneer. I'm in high school. I already have, my dad is a religious Hispanic guy. Hispanic, and we go to white churches, okay? You know, my dad's Mexican, so, my dad being Mexican and him having so much machismo and whatnot, like, growing up in that environment, and then being also half black in a mostly white space, and just in general a non-black space where I'm the black person, the only black person in my classroom. I literally only had one class my entire high school, not even just high school, my whole experience throughout high school. I think it was no, it was 2 years. It was 6th grade, and it was freshman year of high school. Those are the only times, and there were like 1 classes, 6th grade, I even got to experience having a black person, another black person in my classroom. So that's the kind of environment, and that's another thing I want to talk about. It's like, it's a difference when, like, there's different meanings behind a person of color that it has internalized racism and whatnot than a white person that's had a past of being racist. Like, there's different things and there's different causes and why, and it's to show cases differently. And the fact that, I mean, I was mostly like, I just dealt, like, especially most of my life before high school, like, I didn't showcase that internalized racism but I was insecure. It was more like, I didn't showcase it outwardly, but I had it internally, because there was times where, like, as a light-skinned black person, I mean, and this is probably the first time I'll ever admit this publicly, but, like, I remember when I fell on, like, a YouTube, the algorithm gave me, like, bleaching content on YouTube where people were, like, showcasing, like products that weren't FDA approved. Like, they had to say that in the video of, like, and them using that and them showing their before and afters of them bleaching their skin. And you see my complexion, like, I'm not a dark-skinned black person. If I had the urge as a light-skinned mixed person to bleach my skin, and that was, like, my point, like, that's the kind of, like, I just had those type of insecurities. I got my first Brazilian blowout. I got my relaxer in middle school. I relaxed my natural hair. That gave me scabs on my head for getting my hair relaxed. Then I got a Brazilian blowout. And I just only straightened my hair. And I kept that up until, like, the end of sophomore year of high school. But that's, like, my upbringing. I was the same kids in high school. I was the goofy, like, the black alt kids with the straight hair, you know, swooping in and all that. Like, I went through so many stages of not loving myself because of my environment, and became susceptible to the content that YouTube was pushing. So that's my breakdown. Like, that's me laying out, like, chronologically how things built up. It's first off, started off me wanting, you know, my dad, who's, especially because, like, my dad was so bigoted. Like, he would call my sister and I, because we're half black, he would call us Piggy because of our nose. A nickname for my sister, he'd call her Darky. My dad, who's not black, would call, like, my sister a little N-word as a joke, as a nickname, and my sister was like, don't call me that. There's so many times I remember my sister outwardly, like, would call that out. So we were dealing with anti-blackness from our own father. So, like, that's what people need to understand. Like, this stuff is like, you don't know where people come from that made them susceptible to this content. Because another thing that my friend, that I also don't fully trust this analysis that went onto this, he called people that fell into the pipeline dummies. And I might have confirmed that by watching this with y'all, but that's what my friend said. That's like, there's a point where like he basically is incoherent about like basically denying his play into the alt-right pipeline or whatnot, something along the lines of that, or that he acknowledged that it can maybe get people to the pipeline, but like denies his any responsibility or even a culpability or even contrition for it, and that basically called people dummies. So a bunch of minors at that, for us falling into that, and especially when you're so young, when you hear people talking with so much authority and they sound like they know what they're talking about, when you're like someone that knows nothing about politics, that makes that person even more susceptible. So like, this is pretty much like, for me, but honestly, these videos are videos from that I'm healing from. Like, I putting together that last video, like, I, as someone that was a ChrisRayGun viewer, and thank God I never left a comment, because just imagine being able to like look back at comments of like, I was just a viewer. Like, I was sitting back. I think I didn't make my first YouTube comment till like 2020. So like, that's kind of like, and wild that like, that's my experience, and that's like my story. And like, when I have to like, I mean, even when I had my first interview with FD Signifier, I mentioned that, and we talked about that, and we talked a little bit about the experience of being a black person in a mostly white space when you live in a PWI in the suburbs. And that's what Orange County is, the suburbs of SoCal. It's, you know, where Trump went in 2016 when he was running for president, because that's his people. I remember in high school people going there as a counter protest, and I wish I had a ride or I would have went. But like, they were counter protesting him, but like, he went to Orange County. Like, that's what I mean. Like, the rhetoric that was spewed online was also being showcased in the environment I was living in. So it's just a lot. But before I go a little deeper, let me read some of the comments. I was saying a lot, and y'all see me being a little emotional. Y'all learned a little bit about me that I usually don't like talk about, and I was like, probably gonna save for a time when I can open up a bit more. Let's see. Wow, y'all are going off. There's so much to read. Okay. I don't know where to start. Oh my god. Also, I appreciate y'all like listening and listening to what like I have to say, but because I'm gonna unpause this real soon. Like, I just want to like check in. I want to make sure y'all seen and read, but I also want to give context, because that was something I need to give. So now that y'all got that context, I'm not repeating myself. So we're gonna like just watch it clear through. But I want to watch a little bit of the iDubbbz, but I'm going to go straight to his part, because I'm not trying to watch the whole thing. I'm also probably going to go to the part where he does talk about, where I talk about the things that iDubbbz can do, so I can know how he reacts to that, and see, does he apply it, which from the sounds with my friend that went over it, it sounds like he didn't, but we will. Okay. White bigger creators feel like the need to voice their disagreements to issues like this, knowing full well their fans are going to come after you. Like, something keep it to yourself out of consideration. Yeah, that's another reason why I'm gonna like check it in the next video, is because it's like, I'm such a small creator. Like, that's like me responding to someone that has a 300 subscriber account. A 300 subscriber account on YouTube, and I go and make a response video to that, or take that to stream. That's beneath me, but also that's petty, and that's like, why would, like, that's just, we're significantly bigger. Why would I do that? It's just like, there's no point. Like, I literally had no intentions of even Dylan talking about him until I found I'm getting all this hate comments, and it's like, at a certain point, it's like, I ain't gonna say nothing. But once they just keep getting more bold, and every new comment is like, it's like, almost every new comment has been just hate comments and just disingenuous and me being gaslit, and I'm done with that. Like, that I'm just over it. I'm over it. So like, I'm shutting it down. Like we're talking about it, and you're helping me do the research. We're having fun. We dressed up, you know, girl, tipsy, as y'all can tell. So we having fun. Because you think, like I said, you think I'm about to do this sober? Hell no. I'm having fun. I can't smoke this no more. That got me. I'm faded, but you go have fun. This is a rare where Soul Bunny is. I just said it already, anyways. But getting back to Turbo's gonna get me out. Turbo's probably gonna tease me about the stream, but it is what it is. So, cause it is what it is. But going back to my point, yeah, you guys have the context now of things. You have learning about a little bit of my upbringing, how I fell into it. Like, this is things like I was going to say for a video, but because I'm really rare on streaming, and it's very much whether you catch me or you don't, because I private the stream, so that's why it is kind of cute seeing people say, like, oh, I caught a live, because, like, either you have to catch me or you don't, because I'm just really shy. I don't like to watch people watch me back. I barely like watching my own videos live. I mean, my own videos upload, like my video essays, so that's why my streams are private, just because I just don't want to like be. I had one funny comment someone left where they basically broke down my stream and how long it took me to like get into certain things, and it was like, ah, you called me out, and ever since, and I private that video as soon as I saw that comment, and it's been like a trend since then. But anyways, getting back to the context of, so yeah, so you have a little like understanding of like my background and how I fell into things. And yeah, so, and the picture of like the timeline of the hate comments, and like even this like my mindset of like at first not wanting to say anything, had no interest until like it just kind of got out of hand, and now it's just like, no, like you're not gonna play in my face, and you're not gonna gaslight me, you're not gonna gaslight my audience, you're not gonna gaslight the internet. So yeah, you're gonna love the section in the next video when I go into that, because I'm having fun. Like I said, I'm gonna play the audio right now again to remind folks, for the new people. There's
another one. Thank you. Another one. Thank you. Another one. Thank you. Another one. Thank you.
Look, there's that, and then for those, I hope y'all know Toki Tony.
Well, yes.
I'm gonna play that one more time.
Well, yes.
And there's a point in the video where it's an argument where I use that. So yeah, so yeah, I'm having fun. I'm having with the editing. I'm bringing it up. I mean, also because like I already know I'm gonna get critiques on my last video from him, because like he is a film major and whatnot, and I'm not even opposed to his critiques on my videos. I already know it was rushed. I know it wasn't my best work, but this video, I pushed it off by like 4 days just to make it my first hour-long video, my most high-quality video, and me really like exploring my editor. So like, yeah, so I'm gonna lay that out. I hope you look forward to it. We're gonna get back to this video right after I go pee real quick. So, yeah, I'll be right back. But I'm gonna play some music as the background. Okay, I'm gonna fill up my cup of water and then I'll be right back. Trying to make sure. I feel like it's wrong. Okay. And pause this. We're gonna get straight back to this now.
Genuine, like milk toast, like normal opinions, not profitable. because it wasn't as sensationalist as the stuff that was going on in circles where people were donating lots and lots of their own personal funds to keep these content creators like afloat in a sea of like what they perceive to be intense. What do you call? What the fuck am I? Censorship. Chris, your pop-up window is misaligned and it makes my skull itch. What do you mean? What? My pop-up window? Oh, like what? Like here? You want me to make it bigger, I guess? I don't know. Whatever. Does that make sense? Yeah, like why would the quartering exist today? Like it's so much work. Dude, Sneeko, Aiden Ross, like the idea that me or Shoe or like even like most of the people who did suck at that time are anywhere near like what we have today in a post-AdSense world is like provably insane. The shit that Sneeko and Andrew Tate and all these people say back then would be obviously insane. And like no one would be like, dude, it's whatever. We're getting ahead of ourselves. Sorry, that's just like a wild take. You know what I mean? But we'll keep going.
Less lucrative unless you were the top dogs that went further right, like Candace Owens and Blair White. So it's understandable when BIPOC and queer people are skeptical.
Okay, so when you went further, so she's acknowledging that like it was way profitable to just go to lean into it. So what's the criticism of me? I'm very curious as to where, like...
We see a 6 to 7 year...
I only watched, like, 5 minutes of this, by the way, before I realized, like, oh, I have to react to this on stream.
Apology after the money was already made. Long after houses, cars, high-end clothing, Birkin bags were bought. Expensive tattoos, fancy dinners...
A Chris Reagan Exposed video today is, like, making, if you hate Justin Bieber meme in 2024. It is kind of crazy.
Estimates and more were already made off of racist and bigoted content. So yes, it rings hollow when we get the bare minimum crumbs of an apology. An apology that only benefited them since it put their mostly white audience back in good graces with them. They were deemed brand friendly again, which raised their income, giving them even more opportunities outside of YouTube. While many forget all the people they ran off the platform and even the internet altogether, it pisses me off the more I think about it, which now turned into this video essay exploring whether or not these creators have changed and done the needed work to be worthy of forgiveness. So with all that being said, let's jump into this crumb apology that so many kept saying was the best of YouTube apology videos.
For a while, I felt like if I changed my content over time, that people would see that as a reflection of who I am and what I value.
Yeah, so this is just, it makes me mad. Like, is that it? Like, I don't... Also, who is Soul Buddy to be giving out forgiveness? Like, no offense, but, like, what do you... Like, what am I...
Damn, I didn't know I needed, like, a million subscribers to, like, have the conversation about forgiveness. It's not me individually giving forgiveness. I would hope no one takes me that literally when they know this is the conversation about are they even owed forgiveness, whatnot. So I already see the direction. We're only like 19 minutes in. I'm not going. Oh look, that's gonna be a mess. Look, we're going to do a little bit of iDubbbz, and we're going to go jump to his section, because this is too much. This is already, if he's already doing, if he's so defensive on, like, the tiniest things I say and takes them literally, which is it being taken out of context, we can't hear it. He's going to be, like, doing rebuttals every second. But, okay, let's get to this.
I don't know.
But
we're getting ahead of ourselves. I would imagine that most of this is about iDubbbz, but, like, I could be wrong.
I'm starting to realize that is a very weak and passive way to... run my channel and live my life, and then make a video about how it's okay to say slurs. I think I should have the balls to make an apology video and take accountability for the mistakes I made. So that's what this video is. I've realized that I need to be crystal clear about what I believe, so there's no room for ambiguity. I am responsible for creating a lot of hurtful and damaging content on this channel, and I've also created a culture of apathy and, I don't know, a lot of, like, cruelty as well. Like, some of the videos I've made have been very... not edgy. I don't think they some of these videos were edgy. I think they were just outright cruel. So I don't want people to, get it confused about, where I stand. I have made some cruel, hurtful content, and I was being very bigoted in a lot of my videos, and I justified it because, I didn't think it was too serious. And I thought that people were going to see that I had good intentions, but that's so silly, Casual racism is still racism. Casual bigotry is still bigotry.
Good intentions, that means nothing in the long run when the impact is greater than their supposed good intentions and using the N-word uncensored. I also want to say that there's no such thing as casual racism, especially when you're using the N-word. It's just racism. This idea of casual racism is...
It's not ranked competitive. Like, dude, like, the N-word is ranked competitive racism. Casual racism is like that shit that Sweeney does. You know what I mean? Like, there's a difference between... I do think there is a difference. It's not wrong to say that it is just racism ultimately, but like... There are degrees to a lot of things, I think. There's nuance to be had. I would disagree that Ian said he was being bigoted. Yeah, I mean, I've spoken to Ian behind the scenes, and, like, I don't know, like, Ian and I made very, very different content. You know what I mean? So, like, the way that I feel about the stuff that I made is not the way that he felt about his stuff, and I think that's fine. Like, I don't think it's necessarily, like, a bad thing that he apologized. I think it's like, you gotta do what you gotta do, you know what I mean? And if you feel compelled to apologize, I mean, you have to understand, like, Ian was like, people would come up to him on the street and just shout the N-word at him because they just thought, like, oh, it's cool, you know what I mean? It's like, so I could see why, in that scenario, you'd be like, what the fuck have I done? You know what I mean? And there were times where, like, people came up to me, not shouting slurs, but they would, like, come up to me, this is very rare, by the way. I would say, like, maybe, like, 5% of the time that, like, I met anybody on the street who recognized me, they would be like, the first thing that they would lead into when they were, like, trying to converse with me was, oh, I hate that content creator that you made a video about. She's a real bitch, or she's a jerk. And, like, in those 5% of interactions, I would always be like, oh, well, you know, I mean, I don't really hate these people. Like, they're just, like, they make dumb videos that I think are dumb, and I said my opinion about them. There's no need to feel that intensely. You know what I mean? I would kind of quell it really quick. But if I had people shouting slurs at me across this...
Ooh, see, but that's him admitting that his audience... Ooh, he doesn't realize he just admitted that his audience, like, developed these types of, sometimes these intense views. Like, he used the word hate as to describe a fan. So it's like... You want to say, like, your content... Oh, I didn't even realize. Did my headdress fall off? It has. Anyways. He, like, denies that his content does that. And that's what kind of my friend says. And he also has denied in tweets a year ago. But to see, like, firsthand when he deals with his own fans, he said himself. Which is that... But that's a timestamp. We're gonna get that. Thank y'all. We're doing research. Remember, this is a research stream, but I'm having fun with that. Okay. I'll know.
The street, and
come
then
back to that. And just in case I don't get it, with that didn't work, I'm gonna get a photo of it too, because we're gonna be sure to be thorough.
Like, people around me, like, assuming that, like, I was cool with that. I think I would feel probably compelled to do what Ian did, at least in some way, just to get some distance, because, like, there is, like, yeah, dude, like, that's kind of crazy. And you can't control what people do with your content. Obviously, like, your intentions, they do matter. I think the idea that intentions don't matter is really crazy. But, you know, the outcome also matters. And so if that's the outcome that you saw your videos having, then, like, yeah, I think it's totally valid to apologize. Anyway, I personally just didn't see that coming from me, you know? Anyway.
It's only forwarded to white people since they're punching down on everyone else but themselves. It's such a cop-out mentality.
Wait, huh? What?
Casual racism is only forwarded to white people since they're punching down on everyone else but themselves.
I don't know if that's necessarily true, but it's not that important.
It's such a cop-out mentality, and to still use that phrase, casual racism, shows me he hasn't dug deep enough, especially when he literally called black people the N-word in his videos, which is an insult to write off as casual racism. This is also the only time in his videos or other appearances where he uses the word racism. He hides behind the words bigoted and harmful, which doesn't necessarily mean racism. You can make bigoted content that isn't racist. It's the fact that he knows that racism stings more than the word bigoted does. This is where I started to peep at the manipulative nature.
This is so nitpicky, it's crazy. Holy shit. You really can't... See, I want this to be a demonstration, by the way, that there really is no winning, right? Like, that's kind of the lesson that I'm taking away from this so far.
I'm one of the no-winning person. I'm not the no-winning person. Because I, as a black person, did accept an apology from a racist, so there's no winning. He's basically like, there's no appeasing these people. You got me sounds! Oh my god! I gotta take a photo of that. We were doing research. What's the timestamp? 24:41? Okay. There ain't no winning. That's so funny. Let's speak on that. I'm just a nitpicky black person. Ooh, I'm just a... you might as well just call me angry black woman at this point. But he probably will eventually, in jokes. Girl, you broke him. This is wild. Like, I can't believe that. Oh, okay. Didn't I not fix the camera? Okay, thank y'all. I need to fix the camera now. I almost forgot about that. I didn't realize that. Okay, we're gonna fix this right now. Whoa, okay. Unless y'all don't want to watch him, but like, it does help to see my video, so you can see the sections. Okay, here we go.
which is, apologize profusely, admit you were wrong, take a lot of your stuff offline, and really kind of like show them in good faith that you're willing to like change and be better because they need to see it. Or you can do what I did, which is just not, or just like, if you are going to change, do it for yourself and not for like, the gratification of other people around you. And neither one is okay, really.
That's a statement, all right. Just to get it in case.
Either one is okay, because your apology needs to meet my specific criteria. Even though I'm not in any position to award you any type of like forgiveness that means any more than anybody else's forgiveness, like you have to appeal to my specific sense of what an apology means and what it's supposed to convey. Otherwise, it doesn't count, and that's fine. Like you can choose to accept his apology or not, or you can choose to like look at my feelings on apologies and like disregard them if you want. But the idea that you would get so pissy about it years later is just it's asinine and kind of psychotic, in my opinion.
We're going to pause that real quick. I'm sorry. Let me snatch the camera back on to me. Raise that. That was... I didn't expect to hear that. Okay. That's... We're going to speak on that. Okay. So... Calling black people, people of color, queer people... that term, because we were harmed by that content and it's showcased in our own lives. The N-word was said around me intentionally because of IDubbbz's content, and people would bounce around that era. In high school, people was bold, and because I was in the space around other black people that were being called that, there was like at most like 8 of us in our entire school, and half of us were mixed race. So sometimes more than half. Mostly more than half of us are mixed race. It's the whole premise that like that emboldened a lot of like of the youth, the white youth especially, but no, it wasn't just white kids, but it definitely emboldened the white youth especially. But it's in general, like I said, most people, youth that were watching his content to think that stuff was okay to say, and they would be like, "It's just a word, bro. It's just a word," like. Stuff like that. And yeah, like we experienced that. We experienced that. And I'm one of those people. And to be like, oh, I'm not going to say that word. I don't like how he said that. That S word, that like kind of bugs me. So you're going to write off all black people that are not cool? Why would you think of Olemi? Because I only got a little tiny itty bitty bit in that. And he's going to, oh my God, he's going to see Francesca. We're going to have to see that. Damn, I'm gonna have to watch this, but this isn't, he's talking, I don't like how he's talking about black people. Like, put aside me, I'm just one creator. Also, I'm not looking for, it's not, again, he's so fixing on this, like, individualistic thing of, like, I'm giving forgiveness. No, this is a discussion this is a class discussion. Not even class discussion, this is like oh my God, I'm gonna do it like this, sorry. This is that's much better. This is a discussion for us as a group, as marginalized people, because we weren't being heard out. And I'm not the only marginalized person that has this feeling, or even given this perspective, and where people have a better understanding of how we feel. This is me sharing this point about that video wasn't an individualistic thing. This is like our community talking, how we feel. I mean, I literally show other black people talking, and they're not. And that was like TikTokers. I didn't go to like big creators because I wanted to do what the regular, no big platform black folks had to say. And we all understood, and it's just like, wow, so you're going to call us all the S word? I'm going to use the term S word, but it's just kind of like, wow, how the lengths they go to invalidate marginalized people that was harmed by that. Like, he didn't even investigate the harm that was done to us. He just has to go straight to like, oh, y'all are basically vindictive S word people. Like, that's wild. But I'm going to get back to that right now. But before we do, I'm going to read some comments. He went there. Yeah, he definitely went there. Pissy feels like he wanted to say uppity, but didn't go there. Ooh, I didn't even think of that. I didn't even think of that, but I can't even with him. He would clearly fixate on the tiniest things that I couldn't even say that without him having a whole paragraph discussion about how he didn't mean that. There's a third option. Try to be better and show that you care about preventing harm you've done for causing more harm. A concept that is unfamiliar to Chris. And like, wow. He's making it very clear that none of this is behind him, which we already knew. Exactly. It's invalidating racism as a white person is wild. Definitely as a white person for sure. The S word, as in the P word. No, the S word is like he called us black people psychotic. I don't want to keep saying that, but yeah. He basically called me and everyone else that has the same opinion as me, that are marginalized people, especially black people that don't accept items of forgiveness and who are just kind of like frustrated that like he apologized and didn't give the best one at that, as much as like people want to say, especially non-black people. I mean, like, we do acknowledge it is the best, sort of the best, but it's still on the scale, it's not the best. Like, it's not Jenna Marbles the best. I think Jenna Marbles was the best one, but for obvious reasons. But it's just like, yeah, it's just kind of like interesting to kind of put together, like, that's like, this is his takeaway. Like, he basically, like, you were never gonna win with you people. Basically what he said. And it's like wild. It's wild. And the fact, remember when he started this stream, he said he got enjoyment watching this. So he got enjoyment. He got so much enjoyment going to bring this to stream that he even wanted to make a video. I had him elated. He said elated. He was elated to go, oh, let me go punch out a black woman. But you know what? Maybe let me hold back. Maybe this is not the era where you can easily make that, because then you're going to start the conversation. So that's what I think it is. I think he saw that if he were to make a video, he probably would have started the conversation about people getting that ass. Because if he did that, he would have brought it to a bigger audience and more people would have chimed in. And especially when you go after a small creator, more people are going to likely speak up. So, or maybe he's not that smart and he didn't like realize that's what would happen. But I doubt that. I think at his big age, I think he would be able to get how that would work when you're such a big creator, that how what happens to small creators, and that you having that dialogue, you bringing that to YouTube but past the stream, it's going to hit more appeal folks. And I mean, it would have hit Twitter. If that had hit Twitter, you damn right I would have put on my best boxing gloves to shut that down. I'm not a year ago Soul Bunny, okay? I went through so much, and it has changed me as a person. But, and I'm not saying in the sense of boxing gloves, I'm doing video tap or tap, but I will I will persevere, and I will like find a creative way to shut stuff down. And for example, like in the next video, which is like the only time I'm going to mention him, other than like the basics of him being part of Gamergate. And the final video is that, yeah, you did your mess, and it is what it is, but like, we're not gonna call black people psychotic and marginal people psychotic for who went through the trauma of the consequences of that content, of making people more bigoted and making people feel it's cool, them hiding behind the word edgy. You know how many times people met racists when they said edgy? And we all know that. We've heard that plenty of times, especially you're a marginalized person. He's a gaslighter. And that's the point. You're not going to gaslight us. I'm going to get back to that right now. But, nah. He's not going to gaslight the whole internet because he's mad. Because he's pressed. At the end of the day, you got to be pressed to go after a 10K person. You were so elated. You said elated. You was elated to make a video on a 10K sub black trans woman, because how dare this black uppity bitch have the nerve to go criticize my ass, because my content's old. Mine's basically a decade old. Y'all sound psychotic for being pressed about iDubbbz. You don't accept his apology. We never gonna win. He apologized and you still don't like it. Damn. I didn't know we had to be held at gunpoint to be like, you accept it or F you. That's basically what he said. He said F you to everyone that don't accept the apology. That's what he did. So nah, we gonna take notes. We taking notes. I appreciate like y'all walking me through, because you see how stressed I would have been. I watched this alone, but it's nice. You know, I got dressed up, a little tipsy, a little, you know, I'm chilling. Because if I was sober, I would have been too hot. I could not get to the video. But we're gonna get back to that right now. Let me minimize myself. Let's get back to this, because I want to make sure he can't say that I didn't watch it. So I'm gonna make sure I did my part.
I don't know. That's how I feel at this moment before it even gets to me. You know?
Of his apology. He had the acorns to say the N-word fully uncensored so many times in videos.
By the way, if you ever want to know who's right, think about this. Heels versus babyface. The fucking pronouns, the fucking alt-right people who are shouting woke all the time, they really don't like me. This person, the really far, even further left than even I am, and I'm like mega far left, like they.
Oh, he's mega far left. He's mega. Oh, okay. I'm learning that he mega. Let's write that down. He's a mega. I'm gonna show you how mega he is in the next video. But let me write that down. He mega. Yeah, he mega. He mega far right. Damn. Let's put that in. He mega far right. I'm gonna put that in my script later on, but I like to write that. Look. This is a research video. Oh, sorry, right. Left. Oh my god, I didn't say right. I'm so silly. He said left. Oh, if I said right, I'm sorry. I'm a little chilling. But yeah, he said mega far left. He said mega far left. He said mega far left. And, yeah. That's so funny. Wow. Yeah, let's read that out, because I'm reading it on my phone for now, because I don't keep switching. Yeah, especially when the videos are still up, they still cause harm, plus his audience literally grew up. Nah. There's no way, exactly. There's no way he said that. I mean, let me take a photo on this too, because I want the clip. Like, this is hilarious. This is so funny. Mega far left, like the ones of those MAGA commies. Income me why I left the left response. Would it be wrong? Sir, I voted for Bernie Sanders, therefore I can't be racist. Please praise me. That's what I mean. Like, that's what I said, like, and earlier in the stream, I was like, I voted for Obama twice, so I can't be racist. That's how you sound. That's how he sounds. Because he liked Bernie. Always super right-wingers are bigoted, but anyone in the left. Yeah, this is so weird, Turb. This is so weird. This is so weird. Shoe0nHead left a comment. You can go to Twitter to go see her comment. I made a tweet on it. I already showed it on stream, but if you want to see it, it's on my Twitter. But yeah, let's get back into this.
You don't like me either. So, I don't know. I don't mean to tell you what to think or anything, but I feel like that should say a lot. I feel like that should say really all that needs to be said about, you know, whatever.
Does that have nothing to do with content costs? So we should have the acorn to say racist in his apology.
Thank you. Thank you for the prime, dude. Yeah, totally.
Video more than once, and definitely not hiding behind the term casual racism.
I know that this.
Yeah, Sargon called me and Shoe0nHead a year ago, yeah. So, I'm a communist, alt-right, Nazi, woke leftist. And I don't know, man. Choose your fighter, I guess, you know? Do you want the guy who screams about pronouns? The girl who won't accept a heartfelt apology? Or the guy that all insane people cannot stand? I don't know.
This apology isn't enough.
I'm a girl that can't accept an apology. That's a new ranking. I want to get that. That is so cute. I'm a girl that can't accept an apology. Okay. That's funny. That's actually really funny.
I've clearly done a lot of damage. You know, these videos have been up for a long time and have accumulated millions of views. I shouldn't be able to just make an apology video and walk away from it. This is something that I should live the rest of my life with, and I expect to.
I know, Turb. That's such a hard title. I'm the girl that don't accept an apology.
A successful career out of it, and that's not right. I think that
I should make a joke out of it.
This is only a step in the right direction, and I know that a lot more needs to be done to even approach a life that I would think would be like acceptable. I'm also sorry to all the black viewers and minority groups who had to put up with that video.
Thank you for the prime.
And put up with the phrases. I said either it's all okay or none of it's okay.
Exactly,
and
my thoughts.
that's just so dangerous and stupid. A very big thing that has sort of altered my view on all of this is just the amount of hate and harassment.
Yeah, I do. I kind of think.
I don't know who AZ is.
Like, I think I used to agree with that too. Like the idea of like, oh well, you know, we can't pick and choose. And the reality is like, we all kind of always pick and choose. Like, you can't really avoid picking and choosing. You can't be consistent on absolutely everything. I mean, even like the way that we feel about homeless people, right? It's like, you know, I don't want to see people on the street homeless, but would I let a stranger on the street into my house? Probably not. I would like to. I would like to be the kind of person who does that. But you know, we're all kind of hypocrites in some way. And so like the whole, it's all okay or none of it's okay. I get the conceptually, I think I agree with it, but I think in practice, it doesn't work as well as it should. I think if we were an ideal species capable of like actually honestly engaging with each other, we could have a conversation or like live a life based on that rule. But I think people are just too flawed, and people are just too like, you know, it is a baby mode thought process. It's a baby mode thought process, but it's also like, it sucks because it is the ideal. You know what I mean? Like, it's an ideal that we can't reach, you know, because we are just inherently flawed, inherently inconsistent. Like, I personally, like, my view on words is that words are ultimately, like, like, physically and literally, words are just words. You know what I mean? There is nothing...
Words are just words. They're just air. They're just air. I don't know where he's going with this, but let's continue.
Inherently evil about a slur in a vacuum. You know what I mean? But I do think that that changes when... Like, I think there's a massive difference between, like, either just saying the N-word versus like calling somebody the N-word. Like, I feel like those are like vastly different things, because my view of words are just like completely neutral until people like actually use them. Like, if you were talking about a slur, like if you were talking about the word spick, I'm gonna say that one because that's the one I'm allowed to say because I'm a Boricua. But if we're talking about the word spick, there's a difference between me just saying the word spick and like calling somebody. Calling somebody, that's like a crazy. Like, the distance between those things are crazy.
Words are just words, yeah.
You're giving her so much ammo for her next video.
I should make an edit on that. Words are just words.
It's all good. Soul Money, if you're watching, I'm genuinely trying to engage with this in like an honest way, because it's easy to just shit.
Oh, he's being honest. He's being honest.
They just deserve to be shit on.
We're hearing his honesty.
Turn this into somewhat of a real conversation about something, you know. Anyway,
my wife Anissa has received over the years. So
yeah, he is hitting all the risks.
I do want to create more
N-word debate. Oh my god. Yeah, he just had the N-word debate. He had the N-word debate. Oh my god.
What on earth do you do for skincare? Is it legal in the United Kingdom? This is gonna probably piss a lot of you people off. I don't do anything. I eat like garbage. I do. That's a lie. I don't do as much as people. Okay, let me rephrase that. I don't do as much as you would imagine that I would do. I have like an exfulliating face cream. I have cocoa butter.
Remember, he's a mega leftist.
But like, I don't like. I'm not.
He's like a mega leftist.
Not necessarily. Like, I just.
That should be a joke coming out.
I shower. I don't know. But I look older. Like, what you're seeing right now is like the soft. What do you mean, you people? What you guys are seeing is like the lack of high definition on a webcam on a Twitch screen. If you like saw me in person, you would see that I'm like 30 years old. Like, you would see it. It would be readily apparent. You know, but at a distance, yeah. I'm holding my own. Okay.
You know,
so extra ammo for the Snark Tech on Patreon.
You were criticizing exactly.
Anyway, let's get back to this. I'm getting derailed a lot.
And you know, I don't want to just have the next 5 videos be apologies.
He says he shouldn't be able to just make an apology video and walk away from it. But let's see if he does exactly that by the end of the segment. He acknowledged.
But what are you supposed to do? Is he supposed to kill himself? Like, what do you want?
What? Oh my god. They be like having the... That's such a straw man, but that's like such a like... That's not even like... He's being so hyperbolic. Wow. He's so hyperbolic. He's so hyperbolic. Oh my god. I literally give examples what he should do at the end of the video. Not at the end of the video, at the end of the item section. I give items, things he can do, and things that ChrisRayGun can apply to himself as well. But wow, yeah, like it's wild. What do you gotta say, Turb? Sorry, Meow. You just missed it. You just missed it, Turb, unless you heard it. But
it's not that he's just going to make the apology video and it's not going to like bother him or plague his like conscience for the rest of like the number of years that like, oh, like what do you, I want to know what people want when people get canceled. Like, what do you want from them? Like, do you want them to die? Like, I don't understand. Like, are you just not allowed to continue your existence? Do you have to like go into a completely different field? Do you have to like take up welding or something? Like, I don't get what the end goal of an apology is. If not, like, I don't know. Maybe I'm insane, and maybe if Soul Bunny could elaborate on this, maybe she will. Maybe I'm getting a little bit too preemptive here, but like, you can't just ask people to just die. You know, like
this is his, like, the fact that this is where his head goes. Like, I had to take another photo just because this goes on longer than I anticipate. Wow, we got a mega leftist here. We got to play music for that. We need to have like I don't know, we did like the when you win a battle on a Final Fantasy game. We need that because we got a mega leftist here. Turb, we're gonna call after this sometime. Tonight. You gotta call me, Turb, tonight, okay? Because I ain't playing.
I just don't know what you... I don't know what the request is. You know?
I just thought a sorry won't be enough, and how he profited off of racist and bigoted content. I'm holding him to the fire on the racist part, since he keeps hiding behind the words bigoted. I also noticed he only gives black people 14 seconds as an apology, while giving Tana, a white woman, the majority of it, who also said the N-word. I also dislike how he hides behind the word slurs.
Yeah, I mean, personally... Look, Idubs feels the way he feels. I don't think Tana deserved an apology personally, but you know, I'm not the person to make that call.
Say you normalize the usage of the N-word, just how you said it so loudly with your chest when you were profiting from the usage of that racist shock humor. I'll revisit his wife later in the video, but let's laser in on him saying he just wants to make regular content. Like he said, he doesn't want to make 5 apology videos, which is starting to sound like a contradiction to his earlier statements on how he shouldn't just be able to make an apology video and walk away from it all. But let's see what action he has made since then.
Well, you can't just make apology video. Like, you want him to make more apology videos? Is there like a quota? Like, is it like Hail Mary? This is literally religion. This is like just...
The point wasn't to make multiple apology videos. It's the fact that you say that you shouldn't be able to walk away by just saying sorry, and then you follow that with by saying you're not going to make 5 apology videos. It kind of contradicts itself, because then you're just kind of have like a self-prophecy of you being able to say sorry and just walk away. And that's what did happen, but let's let this keep going.
Say like 8 Hail Marys, and then it's okay that you molested a dog. Like, it's like, what do you want?
Before I do, let's peek at a few black people's thoughts on his apology that most of the viewers still weren't checking for, just how we were ignored in 2016.
I appreciate him finally coming out and making this video, but I don't forgive you, mainly because it's too damn late. Like, you waited years to do this. People have been telling you what you was doing was wrong for years. You waited so long, and the fans you pushed into being outright demonic people have already hardened, and they don't need your validation to continue being terrible people. They're gonna watch this and say, he's just a soy boy who left us now. Like, they don't need you anymore. So, and you can't apologize and just say, oh, it was bad that I said the N-word. You said it a bunch of times, bro. Several times per video. Like, yeah, it's good to apologize, but no way.
That's facts on the apology being too late, now that his ex-fans truly don't need him to validate their hatred. They have hardened, and they did mock Idubs for even making an apology video. It's actually 90% of the videos you see them looking at Idubs till this day. Another reason why...
Yeah, so is that not... I don't know what you... Like, so he's getting flogged by his ex-community. You're not accepting his... Like, is that not, in and of itself, so much already? Like, to torch your entire kind of...
Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Like, I don't know, man. I really do get the sense that just like, okay, their goal is to like, we'll only forgive you if you die. And even then, like, that's not a guarantee. So and that's not a viable... I wonder if she'll actually like come up with a solution to this, by the way. Like, I wonder if there's like a prescription that she'll give. Like,
spoiler alert, I do, but we'll get to that.
What can you do, in fact, to actually atone for this stuff? Is it donating a lot of money to charities? Is that not enough? The video is sped up, by the way. It's very slow, and I don't want to spend like hours on this. Anyway, yeah.
I made this video since I didn't see him held to the fire other than from D'Angelo Wallace and Olaini, who interviewed him. The rest were non-black people who either shouted on him or were quick to praise him on his latest hell apology, quickly uplifted him, which drowned out the black, brown, and queer people that should have been listened to at this moment. But just how people didn't care in 2016, they once again ignored what we had to say. But we're long used to that by now. Before I dig deeper on what he has done post-apology, let's peek at a few clips of his first interview after his apology video. Somehow, the amazing Olaini was able to have an interview and directly challenge him on his past mindset and offered him ways he can improve. Let's hear some of the key moments that stuck out to me that's worth discussing.
In his apology, he singled out only one creator. At first, the only name he singles out to apologize to in this video
is a white woman.
Francesca, okay, we're right here. We are right.
I mean, you know, I got clocked.
Oh, Francesca's definitely gonna come into play here, and I'm so excited.
Oh no! The fact that he's excited about that. No. I'm gonna get that photo now. That's not cool. Ooh, I feel for my sister. That's already yeah, it's ew. It's big ew. But let's keep going.
But it's even the center of what I believe drove the desire to go this path, because I think his audience. What happened is the audience
They were attacking his wife,
and that is the tea. And
that's when it got real.
And that's why I'm like, so it got real for you when a white woman was hurt.
I'll be honest, I first didn't think of the Tana angle, so seeing two highly respected black women quickly point that out made me feel a little embarrassed with myself, but then quickly turned into anger. Like they said, he centered whiteness even within an apology for anti-blackness and racism toward black people. Francesca Ramsey, one of his victims, who was also one of the largest targets by anti-SJW creators in 2015 through 2017, clocked how it got real for iDubbbz once his wife was impacted. Of course, his wife doesn't deserve any hate she's gotten from iDubbbz fans, but
oh, cool. That's wild. Women don't deserve hate, but dude, you can't tell me that quote wouldn't have been taken out of context from a video like mine in like 2016. It's like, oh, like he's okay with abuse against women sometimes because he has like you know what I mean? That's so crazy, dude. Anissa's gotten so much shit.
I'm not saying she deserved it. I never once said she deserved that.
Largest targets by anti-SJW.
Maybe Sago subscribe tier 1.
Creators in 2015 through 2017 clocked how it got real for iDubbbz once his wife was impacted. Of course, his wife doesn't deserve any hate she's gotten from iDubbbz fans.
But
let's look deeper into the mindset of ignoring how he hurt a whole generation of black people with no care.
What I find interesting is that even in apologizing for doing racist things, a white woman has apologized to.
See, look, he was even on the right point, huh? You were so quick. You thought you would catch a bitch slipping. Nah, you ain't catch a bitch slipping. I'm not stupid. That's not even my analysis, huh? But you thought you caught a bitch. He thought he caught a bitch. He didn't catch nothing. Girl, oh, queen. You thought you found something, queen? You thought you had a rebuttal, honey. See, he get clipped out of context, not me. Yeah, Queen thought she found something, but as soon as that pause and rewind that, Queen learned real quick. I said, but let's get back to this. I just like, look, exactly. That you caught it. It's so funny. I'm having fun. Look, we having fun. But let's get back to it.
There weren't black people who were called the N-word, and I wonder, because that took me down a rabbit hole of watching, videos, and I saw a content cop you did on Jinx.
On camera. You don't get a break in the beginning. No resting. 100%, 24/7 grind. Damn, this is on the grind.
You call black people themselves the N-word, but they aren't singled out in the apology, and I wonder why it is that that's the case.
This was a royal moment in this interview because I highly doubt it even crossed his mind that he focused so much of his apology to Tana, yet not a single apology to any black career, as if he didn't call them the N-word multiple times. This shows us he didn't even think as deeply as people who accepted his apology on the behalf of black people stated. It's truly giving PR vibes, but let's keep going.
I totally get Francesca's feelings of like, you can't like undo 5-10 years of harassment that I've received. Like, so I get it. I wish, I mean, all I can think of, at this point is to communicate my headspace.
1 second. He's part of that problem. So he's watching. He had nothing to say. He's like, keep going, keep talking. But anyways.
And like where I was at the time and how I came to terms with like understanding like my role and responsibility in our community, and just like communicate that to people, because that's as close as I can get to like undoing things or like fixing things. I've had to interact with, boxing is a community that has a lot of marginalized people in it. There are a lot of black people in boxing, Mexicans. I mean, it is super popular around the world.
It is a very uncharitable. Listen, you don't do something like what iDubbbz did if you don't genuinely feel remorseful about it. And if that's not enough for you, like, that's fine. But, like, to act as if there's, like, more that he can do. Like, the implication of making a video is that there's a problem to be solved, right? It's like, okay, so here's, like, this problem with iDubbbz. Like, here's what can be done to fix it. What is the solution? I don't know.
It's also quite interesting to hear him admit all he can think of was offering crumbs. Crumbs for the hurt, damage done, and radicalized fans who harassed and likely voted for Trump, who stripped away rights from marginalized people. I can help but point out how he said Mexicans instead of Hispanic or Latino people. I'm half Mexican, but I'm well aware of how cringe it is to group all Latino people together under Mexican when that doesn't accurately represent the many different Latino people also. It's weird to group
Look, I'm Puerto Rican, the forgotten Latino. The amount of times that Mexican has been used to describe me, or just like the amount of times I've been offhand called Mexican. Is it annoying? Yeah. But in the context of this dude clearly, like, grappling with a lot of, like, internal, like, guilt, it's so uncharitable.
Nationalities when you're talking about ethnic and racial group identities, since white people can identify with being Mexican. Say I'm nitpicking, but this stuck out to me.
Huh? Wait, hold up. Wait.
Talking about ethnic and racial group identities, since white people can identify with being Mexican. Today, she does to group all Latino people together under Mexican.
Oh, fuck, she says Latina.
Ooh, I say the spooky word. I said the spooky word. Spooky. I'm gonna write spooky in chat. Spooky. Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. Okay, let's get back.
It's okay, Chris. It's okay.
We gotta gather
That
himself.
doesn't accurately represent the many different Latino people. Also, it's weird to group nationalities when you're talking about ethnic and racial group identities, since white people can identify with being Mexican.
So the apology to the Mexican community did literally, it said, look, this might be an uncharitable view of what she's saying, maybe, but what I'm hearing, and she can correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like, listen, it sounds like the apology to Mexicans doesn't count because white Mexicans can also be white.
It's not about Mexicans. It's literally, I don't like how you said it. It's about when he said black people. Why do you then next group a nationality? Why don't you just say Hispanics or Latinos? Because not all Hispanics. You don't represent all of South Americans, and especially in America, it's like filled with different types of Hispanic and Latina people who fit into, you know, what people would assume. So, like, I know that growing up around a lot of white people would use Mexican interchangeably, and similar how he just admitted that. So I felt like IDubs in his 30s should be able to say Hispanic or Latina people, even just like say Latinos. We're not gonna get Latina from him. We're not gonna get Latina, Latinx, etc. But this is such like he missed the point. He missed the point massively. Like you literally, and also maybe because he's hearing me in like 2x speed, he's missing some of the points I'm saying. It's like flying past him. But like I literally break that down. I literally break it down in the video, like right here, how like not everyone that's Latina fit into Mexican. So yeah. Especially when you're talking about ethnic groups and you just put a nationality, like it's like they gotta know the difference from race, nationality, and ethnicity. I think I mentioned that in the video too. But anyways, continue.
That's kind of what it sounds like. That might be an uncharitable interpretation. I'm willing to accept that that's possible because unlike pretty much everybody on the fucking internet these days, I'm pretty charitable actually, and open to being incorrect. But that reads as very weird. That's like a weird complaint.
I'm nitpicking, but this stuck out to me.
The way
You are
the
nitpicking.
black people's platforms is brought down, bring some black people's platforms up.
I think that's a good idea, and
Yeah.
I'm going to take your advice on that.
Olani gave a perfect suggestion to IDubs on bringing black content creators' platforms up. Yet, a year later, he has not done that. Despite him saying it's a great idea, since he ran black content creators off the platform. He literally just used this interview as PR and went right back to doing him, confirming his prophecy on how he shouldn't just be able to make an apology and walk away from everything. I even triple checked when going through his channel, yet I couldn't even find a playlist or community tab post. So my next step was to check his Twitter to give him the benefit of the doubt. But the most he did was quote tweet Olani's interview with him. This is why I'm frustrated with a handful of white creators who ran to welcome him with open arms, grinning wide as hell, while he hasn't even attempted to do more than the bare minimum, which was an apology.
What else does he want? What do you suggest something? What do you want him to do?
He got away with
Y'all see. I mean, y'all that watched it.
making millions on racist, hateful content, and now is deemed brand friendly after his mini apology tour to come off as if he cares, but his lack of action shows otherwise. This makes me think deeper on how his wife was able to benefit from racist N-word saying content. Behind every racist white man is a white woman that loves him, holds him down, and supports the BS, since she directly benefited from racist content that positively impacted her life. Houses bought, luxury items, etc. She was able to have a successful fans account and grow as a streamer. Creator Clash was able to be made. So no, she's not brave or amazing for impacting IDubs to shifting, especially now we established that that was a self-serving PR tour. I'm done with that narrative, and people need to think more critically before rushing to forgive someone that didn't directly impact them negatively. This is a miscarriage of justice, and once again, black people are still ignored. I and other black people are forced to live with the trauma of his racist content. I won't ever get the unbearable years of high school back when the N-word was thrown my way by so-called edgy white kids in my suburban area. Trauma that impacted the way I navigate through the world till this day. But that's nothing new for black Americans. Suggestions I can give IDubs that I know he won't even bother attempting to remedy are so simple.
Look at that. Oh, he thought I was gonna give no suggestions. He thought I was gonna give no suggestions. Yeah, he's still going. Yeah, he's still going. I just got to the suggestions part, but let's just pause for a second. He has so much to say about no suggestions, no suggestions. Watch me play this right now. I had time to make a sandwich. Yeah, good. You need a sandwich for this.
He easily can put together a playlist for Black and brown people. Do fundraiser streams with large...
What? Wait, oh, huh? A playlist? What do you mean? What?
Bother attempting to remedy are so simple it's
I'm yawning because I'm just genuinely tired. It's not about the video.
He easily can put together a playlist for Black and brown people, do fundraiser streams with large content creators to help put together a Black creator fund to share the wealth he made off of our suffering. But we all know he's too busy running to the bank with the income he's gained from this apology tour. Believe it or not, IDubbbz isn't even the biggest person I personally have a bone to pick with. ChrisRayGun, a select...
Hey, your boy! All right, here we go. This is what I was waiting for. Damn, I'm like the...
Okay, let's see. This is the timestamp for when this gets to him. Damn, that's why. Look at this. Oh shit, that's a lot of pauses. We barely got to the first 40 minutes. He got 2 more hours. I got the nigga press. He pressed. Turn, we gotta press. Damn, oh, he gonna be gagged. See, but when I did offer things, you see how he just like skirted past that? Because he was like already building up to like, what should I do? What are your suggestions? As if like, I wanted to like lay out when it's a perfect time to give suggestions because I wasn't done talking about the issue at hand. So it's just like, I already knew for the type of people he is. So it's just like, no, it wasn't about him. Yeah, it wasn't even just about him, but like the people that would see that were like, oh, you're gonna give suggestions. And I gave that. So it's just like, it's so funny. Okay, let's go.
I'm the majority. Oh shit, I'm the majority of the video. Okay. All right, let's see.
Okay, we both are enjoying the video, but yeah, use longer than me.
2018 too, I think. Or no, this is pandemic time, I think.
Slightly lesser known, but also had a rebrand after making thousands of dollars off of bigoted, racist, anti-intellectual content.
Oh, look at that. He said millions. I made sure to say thousands for him. I made sure to say thousands, but...
Francesca Ramsey's biggest harassers, as for some reason, he had such a hate boner for her simply making anti-racist content for MTV. The amount of now deleted...
No, I made videos... anti-racist content. The issue wasn't anti-racist. I think I actually have a video, too. I think I actually have a video too where it's like you should understand being anti something if you're anti-racist. Like that's why people are anti. I think at the time it was a video about SJW stuff. It's like I think because
I want to see that. I'm going to have to find that out because I don't know what the hell he's talking about. Let's see if he rewriting history or not.
I think Francesca or somebody in that crowd was like, I don't understand how you can make being anti something a big part of your like persona, and it's like you're anti-racist. No, like is that not reasonable? Like you know what that means. What's with that half goatee? That was pandemic time, all right? Like we weren't taking care of ourselves around that time. But the idea that like my issue with Francesca Ramsey was because that she was black is that if that is really the angle.
It wasn't even the angle of her being black, but that's funny. But I literally said what it was, but he ain't listening.
Well, here that's wild, and I'm excited to hear it.
Racist anti-intellectual content. He also was one of Francesca Ramsey's biggest harassers, as for some reason, he had such a hate boner for her simply making anti-racist content for MTV. The amount of now deleted Gamergate videos he made, joining in on the dog pile on Anita Sarkeesian, the wild stuff that would come out of his mouth, and narratives he would push, amazes me somehow how he was able to gracefully rebrand when it wasn't profitable to make the same...
I don't know if this is like, and I don't really care if this is like a brand safe thing to say. Anita Sarkeesian sucks. Like, there's no...
I'm just gonna take a photo of this just in case, you know, because there's a Gamergate part I'm gonna get into.
I don't think she should be like burned at the stake or like executed, but like she sucks. Like her or at least her content sucked, and she was absolutely like she was like the prototype kind of video game grifter in a lot of ways. Like there's almost no debating that. Like any honest person, like any real honest person, would tell you that she was just not an honest actor. Did she deserve a lot of the harassment that she got? No, I don't think so. I think it's totally fine to make videos critiquing people. I think it's totally fine to oh, what's this? You think she'll mention and complain about how your dick concertedly? All right, well that didn't happen, but I hope not. My God, I'm so tired of that shit. What the fuck was I saying? Oh, yeah, no, like, I felt like Anita Sarkeesian is just like, look, man, this is an old topic. It's why I don't talk about it anymore. I think still talking about Anita Sarkeesian and still talking about Gamergate is so fucking lame. It's been 10 years.
Oh.
Let it fucking go. She made her bag.
That's such a bad take. It's just, oh my god, that changed the internet for us, y'all. For that, I didn't know, but like, it's just let it go. Like when he was on that dog pile, wow. And you just like she made a bag. That's so reductive. She made a bag,
and she's gone. So what? Like, who cares? But yeah, like, Anita's cringe. Her arguments were bad. Her videos were disingenuous. She never delivered on a lot of her promises. All of this is just objectively true. Like, there's no real room for debate here.
That's exactly. It is a pivotal
moment.
moment.
That she should have like been, you know,
that's what I
threatened
mean, like...
or like had death threats. Does that mean that she should have been stalked or treated like absolute shit? Obviously not. But I think it's fine to make videos like, you know, diving into what's wrong with the stuff that she says, and that, by the way, extends to everybody, including me. I think this is fine. I think it would have been a lot more interesting for Anita to actually argue against some of the stuff that was being said, instead of just like ignoring it and dismissing it. But I also understand on some level where it's just like, well, why the fuck would you even bother? But anyway.
Gamergate videos he made. Joining in on the dog pile on.
By the way, those Gamergate videos that I deleted, they're not deleted, they're privated because the quality on them is terrible. It's literally just a logo with like a terrible mic. And it's me, like, ranting, like, too didactically. I cared, like, too much about it at that time. And it's just like, this isn't really, like, in line with...
See, that's the thing, like, that's what I mean, like, you was part of the motherfucking problem. You cared so much. That's the point. You did care too fucking much, and that's... But he wanted to downplay his harm. But let's continue.
Like, the stuff that I want people to find when they find this channel, because I don't want people stumbling on that video and then coming to the most recent thing and expecting more of that, you know? So, yeah, when is the Gamergate DLC coming out? This is what you're doing instead of sparking. I know. I think we should cancel Chris because he's probably inadvertently killed dozens from seemingly unimportant daily decisions. The logo era is a rough watch. Yeah, like I don't like it very much, but it's an important part of the journey, I think. It's why some of them are still up there. I like to keep like some old videos up just as like a marker of like, hey, this is where I've been. This is like what videos used to be. You know, so some of them are still up. But generally speaking, I want as few of them as possible so that the stuff that I think more accurately speaks to what the channel is today, or like it has been in recent years, is more of the percentage. You know what I mean? How to Lower Your Gun and Halo 3 is a favorite. Oh my god. Oh my god. I really wish these people would leave 2016 in the past. Holy fuck. It's impossible. These are people you have to understand.
Oh, he about to say something bigoted. We already know. He about to say something real bigoted.
And people are really incapable of just being normal. Like, this is unquestionably, by the way, like, I don't mean this, I mean, this is going to sound disrespectful because I guess in some ways, it ostensibly is. But this is a video by somebody who is terminally online. And I say that as somebody who is trying to not be as terminally online. Like, I recognize it. Like, this is, like, there's not really anything else going on in this person's world. And if there is, it is so tragic that this was, like, a necessary escape. So,
wow. Wow. He is bugging out. He sound like he crashing out. Honestly, he sound like he crashing out on stream. Like, he don't realize how much he crashing out. He crashing out. Damn. He crashing out. Why are you talking to my character like that? Like, you don't know that I'm a student. You don't know nothing about, like, none of my rap sheet. That's because I talked with him one time. I gotta be the most extreme of the extreme of assumptions that he can come up with. But if I were to do that to him, he'd be hollering. But I stuck to the facts. But anyways, he can't help it. He's a bigot. He can't help it. Continue.
I don't know. Your newest video is another decade-old marker. Because you never... Oh, yeah, I know. I gotta make new stuff.
Gamergate videos he made. Joining in on the dog pile on Anita Sarkeesian. The wild stuff that will come out of his mouth and narratives he would push amazes me somehow.
This is such an annoying image. We just dated! I just wanted to date! What is this?
How he was able to gracefully rebrand once it wasn't profitable to make the same edgy comedy videos that help lead people to the alt-right pipeline.
Again, very profitable to make edgy alt-right videos. Very profitable to make right-wing content. Far more today than it ever has been in the past. In fact, I literally turned down the promise of millions to specifically avoid doing that. And this is ultimately why this stuff frustrates me. It's like, people don't understand. Like, I don't go around and, like, ask...
Okay, just because you turned away a check don't mean, like, you didn't cause harm with your content. So he thinks because he probably... I didn't put that in. That makes sense. That makes sense why he thinks because he turned money down that he Jesus in the born of Christ, Jesus Christ. None of the hate he's done, there's no damage, there's no long lasting damage, like from the action being gone because of how it led to MAGA and whatnot. And just because he's basically saying I could have been worse. That's what he's saying. I could have been worse. So be happy I wasn't worse. That is pretty much what he's saying. That's wild. But we can continue.
Advertise all of like the good shit I do, because I don't think doing good shit and like talking about how you did good shit, like I just feel like that it's like when people record themselves donating to homeless people. I think it just comes across as disingenuous, but people have no fucking idea how married to my principles I actually am, and that's a little infuriating. I'm not gonna lie. I wish I could like show everybody like this is all the shit that I did specifically that you guys should be fucking worshiping at my feet.
Someone just made a joke. Someone made a joke about that. Someone said like, I chose not to work with for the devil. Thank me. Oh, he's gonna crash out when I say I compare him to a narcissist. He's gonna crash out when I compare him to a narcissist video because I compared him like, oh, like my narcissist ex. The point was like I meant when I said that was like I'm gonna clarify that in my next video. But it's like you're like, this is very emotionally abusive no matter what type of like interaction we're having. This is like when you pretend you didn't cause harm, and it's just like that's stressful and that's frustrating, and that's what he's doing, and that was the point. So I could have just like worded it differently. I didn't have to use. I mean, I wouldn't use that in the future, and I'm gonna like clarify that, and I'm gonna like stand on it. But like I said, it could be better said this way. But anyways, continue. He gonna trip. He gonna crash out when I say that.
I could have demolished you. Are you kidding? If I took that money, I would have, dude. I'd have a fucking mansion right now. Like you have no clue the life I could be living if I chose to sell my soul out. And that's aggravating as hell. To know that they just like, they pretend like, oh, Chris just fucking sold, he just did this for money. It's like, bitch, I would have had my own skate park. I would have bought a skate park and dropped it on Tim Pool's skate park. Anyway.
Him being the starting
I love that they're using this too, like one of the most ridiculous fucking things of that era.
Yeah, you'll later see his views on what he calls a narrative. Let's dive right into some of his old content, so you can understand why I, as an ex-viewer, might have a bone to pick with him, and his current positions that you'll see soon enough. Before I do, let's let him speak on himself on how he views his content during that era.
He felt I was waiting for the Africa tweet.
Bone to pick with him, and his
Xi Jinping's baby premise is dumb, but I do find it odd that multiculturalism is really only being championed in the white majority nations. Like, everyone's fine with Asia, Africa, India being majority. By the way, Africa's not. These are not accurate. Asia's not a fucking country. Majority native, but it's weird, probably in America and Europe for some reason. Now, look, I totally get this. This bothers me to this day that I didn't think about how this could be possibly interpreted. It's fine. It is what it is. We all make mistakes. I love that this is, by the way, the only example of anything even remotely right-leaning from me in the entire history of, like, everything that I've ever done. But the point of this wasn't to say that it was a bad thing. The point of it is to say that why do people
Oh, it's the only right thing. Ooh, we're gonna see.
Demographics get
I'm sorry,
changed.
It's funny.
I mean? That's kind of like the point.
I guess we both get excited.
And I was trying to like tailor it in a
For
specific way
reasons.
to like make people kind of think about that, but it was not smart because like I just don't feel that way. Ultimately, I don't care who makes up the majority demographics of any given country. Like I could give a fuck. I've never cared. So it's just like a thought experiment that did not land. But also, I mean, realistically speaking, if I'm gonna be a little bit blunt, that JonTron Destiny debate was a disaster. And as somebody who really looked up to John and had just recently met him, I think I was on a little bit more of like, I think I was just a little bit more defensive of him than I would have been, because he's obviously like a massive inspiration and a massive like.
I just want to get this just in case. This is kind of nice to hear about that because. We'll see.
You know, impact on the channel and the style, you know, and so when you see your boy getting fucking chewed out on social media for a debate that was objectively bad, you know, you kind of want to come to their defense a little bit. And this is, yeah, I mean, I acknowledge it. I've talked about this tweet a million times. 2017, though, it is 2024, so this is 7 years ago now. So that's, you know, really great.
Current positions, but you'll see.
I love this tweet from 2017 juxtaposed with the phrase current positions.
Nah.
Love it.
Nah, he's such a, like, he's so fixated on the time. He's so defensive because clearly that's not. I'm showing past tweets. He'll see Corden tweets later on in the video, but he's like, ooh, he's so like you said, rewind that. Oh my god, he was like, oh my god, someone tell me. I know, I forgot. He just like said Asia. He just said Asia. That is so true. But like, I was just like breaking it down. I was just showing the last little clips of his past before I go into like things. So like, oh, he's such he keep calling me nitpicky. He's nitpicky. He's nitpicky.
Before I do, let's let him speak for himself on how he viewed his content during that era.
It felt at the time like the point of view of the reasonable liberal, the liberal who understood the context of humor, who didn't get bent out of shape over every little thing, just wasn't being voiced. To the point where I thought I was crazy. Like, nobody else thinks this is ridiculous? Am I really the only person who thinks this is all real? It was super alienating, but eventually I did come across, like-minded people.
Don't censor me. Don't censor me, okay? The hell are you doing?
And that content became popular, and that was that. Fast forward.
ChrisRayGun cussed too damn much to not be censored. If I wanted this video to be age appropriate for everyone to be able to watch, I had to censor him just for my safety, to bring up the quality so they don't seem like this is a. I gotta censor it. I mean, like, that's what I do for all my videos. So he could be mad, but too bad. That's how this operate here. We don't allow cuss words. Just minimize, when a video uploads. I don't have to deal with too much with that. So just to make sure there's no issues, I just take care of that.
Forward a year or two in late 2015, early 2016, and it became pretty clear that anti-social justice warrior positions, or whatever you want to call it, anti-PC notions, weren't...
Man, my forehead's always been massive. God damn it.
As niche as they used to be. Many high-profile artists, high-profile content creators, all sorts of people were kind of joining in on the fun. Ethan and Hila started poking fun at the whole humongous situation. PewDiePie was starting to delve into similar topics. It's weird to think about now, but back in the day, back in like 2014, it really did feel like every single popular YouTube content creator, that's PewDiePie, that's Ethan and Hila, that's iDubbbz, that's all these people. And because of that, I no longer felt very compelled to just...
Whoa! That's not how I edited that. Red Letters Gaming, thank you for the Prime. Hold up a second. Hold up, wait.
Is he silly? Does he not think that, like, I go straight to the important bits of a video? I'm not gonna go play it all, like, on edited footage. That's not how video essays work. I let him have his... I'm just laying out the most important parts, and then I talk about that. And this is not even, like, him being misrepresented. This is just, like, what's most important. Like I did in the Olimey's video with iDubbbz. There was so much that was said in that. But I stuck to just some of the stuff that stuck out and the most important steps. So it's just like him not getting that, and that's how videos are edited. Like, I don't know. We'll continue. But see, he's nitpicky. He would have called people nitpicky, but he's nitpicky. He nitpicky as hell. Oh, God.
Something's not at it. Wait, what?
I'm going to skip this.
Anti-social justice warrior positions, or whatever you want to call it, anti-PC notions, weren't as...
Dude, you could even see, like, how annoyed I am with the terminology. Like, even back then, just, like, woke and just, like... Even anti-SJW back then bothered me.
Niche as they used to be. Many high-profile artists, high-profile content creators, all sorts of people were kind of joining in on the fun. Ethan and Hila started poking fun at the whole humongous situation. PewDiePie was starting to delve into similar topics. It's weird to think about now, but back in the day, back in like 2014, it really did feel like every single popular YouTube content creator, that's PewDiePie, that's Ethan and Hila, that's iDubbbz, that's all these people. Back then, it felt like all...
I want to say, I never called ChrisRayGun right-wing ever. I just said the content he pushed. And the sentiments and the rhetoric is right wing.
Those people would think like...
Wait, hold up. Oh, thank you, Ben.
Back then, I felt like if those people saw me, they would think I was literally a Nazi. Like, that's how pervasive that attitude was, where you just thought everybody thought these things. But
that's a weird thing to cut out. I mean, it's a weird thing to include also, I guess. But, like, it's weird to, like... cut that there.
Because of that single popular YouTube content creator, that's PewDiePie, that's Ethan and Hila, that's iDubbbz, that's all these people. And because of that, I no longer...
You know what I mean? That's a weird... all these... Really, it's like
relatively commonplace. But what I did find was that there was a distinct lack of comedy-focused content based around these kinds of topics.
Notice how he mentioned iDubbbz. This is why we are saying iDubbbz influenced creators to go further, which created a culture of apathy, hatred, racism, and harassment.
I want to see how he responds to that, because I, like, cut that ass. Like, your own old videos mention iDubbbz as an example of making stuff. So, you know, let's see.
Himself. He didn't care to intellectually engage with the left-leaning content he disliked. He was more excited to punch down and make jokes out of stuff that he had no business mocking. But let's see the comedy content he's...
Well, no, I mean, I didn't... Wait, what? Wait, hold on a second. What is the implication?
We are saying iDubbbz influenced creators to go further, which created a culture of apathy, hatred, racism, and harassment. ChrisRayGun said it himself. He didn't care to intellectually engage with the left-leaning content he disliked. He was more...
Yeah, because the left-leaning content that I disliked was stuff about manspreading and, like, really dumb shit. I feel like people forget at that time that, like, what we had at the time politically...
Yeah, because Black Lives Matter isn't an important topic that he didn't intellectually deal with.
Was this kind of pop leftist, pop feminism stuff. It wasn't like actual feminist theory. It wasn't like actual academia. It was like concepts from academia that were like translated by like BuzzFeed and these like other like, you know, algorithm like clickbait driven, you know, amalgamations to talk about stuff that it's not that I didn't want to engage with stuff that I had no business talking about. It's that the people talking about stuff in the first place had no business talking about it. Dude, the amount of time that I see racism equals prejudice plus power, therefore black people can't be racist, is genuinely befuddling because that's not what that means. Like the concept of that.
I won't even break this down for him, but we'll continue.
In academia is so not that at all, and it's specifically BuzzFeed's.
Oh, he probably thinks we can be racist to white people then, but let's continue.
Fault, and like these different, you know, companies, it's literally their fault that that's been such a misunderstood concept for fucking ever. You know, systemic. It's just so. It's like black people can be racist. Minorities can be racist.
No one said that though. No one said we can't be racist. We just said we can't be racist to white people. But continue.
Difference though between systemic.
Because prejudice plus power means we don't have power over white people. We can have power over other people of color, but white people, we've never had an issue that in America, and that's why it's only towards white people. But hey, he wants to be disingenuous. Continue.
And interpersonal racism. That is the theory. That is the kind of like academia being thrown around in actual, you know, places where this stuff is studied. And that's a pretty intelligent understanding of the situation. It's like, yeah, obviously people can be interpersonally racist towards one another. People can hold biases and hold bigotries like about different groups of people despite not being in power. But systemically, there are certain people who don't have a huge amount of systemic power to activate that bigotry in a way that meaningfully, like, you know, subdues an entire population. Or subdues like you know, quadrants or percentages of that population. That is the real concept. But you like the idea that BuzzFeed was the place to go, or that MTV was the place to go to hear these things talked about, and by the way, translated incorrectly, is embarrassing.
Incorrectly. Let's continue.
You know, like that's just not. It's intellectually lazy. So of course I wasn't interested in having an intellectual conversation with you. You didn't even understand the intellectual concept that you were talking about. This is so frustrating because it's like I really feel like BuzzFeed and MTV Decoded and like this kind of like popularization of, you know, complicated academic terms with like absolutely no interest to actually research and look them up is what led to a lot of the bullshit that we saw.
Oh my god. But he's like the king of not researching. He's the king of just doing vibes. Like, the amount of videos he probably had a private that was just him being vibes and not researching, like every SJW wasn't researching, just reacting in comedy like him.
Saw. These were not scholars or communicators or educators doing this. It was fucking it was a fucking corporation that just wanted as many eyes on their shit as possible. So, of course, we're gonna do a fucking man-spreading challenge on a fucking bus and pretend like this is like some deep social critique. Shut the fuck up. You'll never convince me, ever.
Yeah, exactly. MTV Decoded is the grandmother of BreadTube.
That any of this
and
stuff
we don't
was
give her flowers,
deserving
Francesca.
of intellectual critique or worth engaging with on any level other than making fun of it. Like, I'm sorry.
Ooh, that's lovely. That's the definitely mega leftist. We got a mega leftist in the room.
The idea of that alone is fucking asinine, and it's not. I feel like it's just you have to be willfully stupid, or just uncharitable to just not understand that. Anyway.
Excited to punch down and make jokes out of stuff that he had no business mocking. But let's see the comedy content he's so proud of that he still has currently up on his YouTube channel.
Can we all just agree that Black Lives Matter isn't the opposite of All Lives Matter? Black lives just matter. There's no need to overcomplicate it.
Okay, you don't know what the word opposite means. It's okay. It's a really big word. It's a complicated word to understand. You see, I agree with you that all lives
Such an asshole.
matter isn't the opposite of Black Lives Matter because that doesn't make any sense. The word all literally would include Black lives. The opposite of Black lives
That's
matter.
another thing. When you're an asshole on videos, you make asshole fans. Or you encourage people to be assholes because they're emboldened by you. Or want to live vicariously with you and get the balls to do it.
Would be Black lives don't matter. It's pretty simple. But it's the Black Lives Matter people who feel like all lives matter.
And we would have to deal with these assholes in school. AKA me. Another mini Gen Z.
Is the opposite. Like, they're the ones treating it as if it is. As if it invalidates what they're saying, even though all, again, includes Black lives. So yeah, no, it's BLM who thinks it's the opposite. No one else is under that impression.
Started off heavy, calling.
Okay, so first of all, I actually don't agree with that anymore. I think at the time in 2014, yeah, that was 2014. That's a 2014 video because that's my 2014 room. I recognize my 2014 desk. Right? I disagree with you there. Well, I would disagree with myself too. I think in 2014, the phrase "all lives matter" made perfect sense, right? And there's nothing really inherent. And again, this is inherently not a problem, right? But the way that phrase is used by people, no, it's very clear that like they're just like they really don't want to say that Black lives are important. You know what I mean? But the idea that this is like a 2020 take is crazy. But anyway, yeah, I believe I thought that way back then too. Yeah, I think it's a reasonable thing to think, quite frankly. Like if you think if you respond to Black Lives Matter with all lives matter, if you're just not necessarily like caught up on like the online culture war stuff, like you would think like what's the problem? You know what I mean? And especially because at that time, Black Lives Matter as a movement was very, very unfocused, and then you had a lot of people doing things in the name of the movement that really like sullied the name of it. Like I don't know if you guys remember that BLM kidnapping thing where there were these I don't remember if it was teenagers or young 20s. They kidnapped this like disabled guy and beat him to death in like or not to death, but like they beat him the fuck up in like a stairwell, and they were like I think they were shouting like Black Lives Matter at the time. Like whenever I would talk about BLM, I would always talk about like people individually representing the movement that would then like sully the name of it. You know what I mean? Because I don't think Black Lives Matter is incorrect. You know what I mean? I just think the way that people use that term and the way that certain people weaponized it was just very, very irresponsible. Which is a weird way to say, which is weird to say all lives matters in contrast to Black Lives Matter. No, exactly. That's a perfectly valid argument. You know, that makes a lot of sense.
Hey, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. I'm back. Let's see.
But I think at the time I was thinking like, well, what's wrong with the phrase "all lives matter"? You know what I mean? Like that seems like reasonable. It's really not until you like meet the people who use that term that you actually start to see what's wrong with it. Because I do think as a phrase it's fine, but then when you hear it leave the mouth of somebody who like really cares about it, it's like, oh, this is tinged in something that I did not quite pick up on.
See, that's the point. That's the point. That's the whole point. Whether you were aware of it or not, that's what you was pushing. And you're not sorry for that. But
yeah, I think that's a perfectly valid critique. I don't think there's anything wrong with going after this video personally. Because I think it is pretty outdated. It is pretty uninformed, but it's also mega old.
Black Lives Matter.
That's the point. You was mega uninformed, and you showed still that because you're still shooting on MTV altogether. So they didn't have the foundations of bread to you coming from that.
Opposite of all lives matter. Loudly, wrongly, and boldly pushing the straw man of all lives matter, whose roots is simply a racist counter-protest to Black Lives Matter by triggered white and anti-black people. He confidently pushed such ignorant, harmful rhetoric, supporting the All Lives Matter's lies, and demonized the whole black social justice movement. Because how dare black people bring awareness to our nuanced plight? But since Chris...
No, I mean, I specifically, there's other videos too where I talk about BLM, and it's specific. I actually, you know what's funny? I actually remember this being like a point of contention with a lot of people because I refused to demonize the movement as a whole. Like, people were angry that, like, I keep singling out, like, individuals associated with Black Lives Matter. Like, why don't you just say Black Lives Matter as an organization? Like, why don't you just blame the organization? It's like, because anybody can say they're a part of anything.
This is him doing the rhetoric where, like, oh, I could have said something worse, so why are you bitching?
It would be like, I remember specifically linking it to, do you remember that guy who, like, shot up, I can't remember what happened, but, like, he shot something up. He shot a place up. There's so many shootings now, like, they all get mixed up in my head. But I think it was a church, and some guy shouted, like, subscribe to PewDiePie. Like, is it fair to then, like, blame PewDiePie for that? You know what I mean? Like, I remember feeling like, no. And, like, I remember specifically, even just with the Gamergate days, like, is it fair to say that everybody who has something to say about Gamergate is somebody who's, like, also in the DMs of Andy Sarkeesian, like, harassing them? It's like, no. Anybody can choose to be, anybody can say whatever they want. Anybody can purport to be a part of whatever they want. And so a lot of people gave me a lot of shit for, you know, whenever I would talk about BLM, I would talk about, like, individual incidents and the individuals involved. Like, I would talk about, like, the BLM kidnapping, and I was like, these guys sucked. And I would literally say things like, you know, but anybody can be a part of any movement, but, you know, that's wild. And people would, like, take umbrage with that. Like, even, like, back then, there were, like, right-leaning people who were, like, angry with me, who didn't, like, because I refused to just demonize an entire fucking organization for the actions of people who just, you know, there's crazy people everywhere. Like, why would I, like, why is that so unbelievable? Because the alternate perspective is, oh, well, BLM wanted them to kidnap that white guy and beat him up. You know what I mean? Like, that's insane. Like, of course they didn't want that. But anyway, that's kind of how I feel about that. I think it's totally fine to make fun of these videos, by the way.
ChrisRayGun is too ignorant to understand Black Lives Matter.
And by the way, I leave them up specifically because I don't really mind that being there. I don't really mind there being, like, a history of, like, perspective changes or, like, people growing or changing. Like, I don't really mind that. Like, sure, I'll be wrong in some videos from, like, 2017 that get, like, no views today because they're deeply out of the algorithm. But I also don't necessarily want to hide from them if it's not emblematic of at least the style of the channel. You know what I mean? Like, the reason those logo videos are hidden is because stylistically they're not the channel anymore. But, like, this video, like, this is kind of how I would organize a video today. You know what I mean? Like, that's how I would shoot it. That's how I would organize it. So I was like, yeah, I'm wrong in this video, but, like, I'll leave it up. I don't really mind that, personally.
The word all literally would include Black lives. The opposite of
all lives matter. Loudly, wrongly, and boldly pushing the straw man of all lives matter, whose roots is simply a racist counter-protest to Black Lives Matter by triggered white and anti-black people. He confidently pushed such
The only one that I know is unlisted is Punch a Nazi. Yeah, there's so many conspiracy theories about that one too. So I'm just gonna say this now because I think it's safe to say now. I've given a couple of different reasons as to why Punch a Nazi is not available on the channel anymore, and the real reason is this. Okay, you guys are getting a scoop. All right, Punch a Nazi was unlisted.
Yeah,
because Psychic Pebbles, Zach, did the.
He also exaggerates. He's so hyperbolic on everything.
And he was, like, in the credits, like, in the video at the end. And around the time Smiling Friends was starting to pick up, I remember being like, oh, I don't want my friend to be linked to this thing that might be interpreted incorrectly. Like, I didn't want to be the reason why Zach didn't get a show. You know what I mean? Like, that's the real reason. I was hesitant to talk about this because now I think Smiling Friends is so cemented in, like they're not canceling Smiling. Like, Smiling Friends is so good, and, like, Adult Swim really values it. So I think it's safer to say now than it used to be when it was just kind of like a concept. But, you know, I could not be responsible for that. Like, no shot was I letting that happen. So that's the reason why it's unlisted. There's a couple of other, like, shorter reasons where it's like, you know, I am annoyed that video got, like, misinterpreted because the point isn't that punching Nazis is bad. The point is that calling everybody Nazis opens people up to punching people who are not deserving of being punched. And then people who do deserve to be punched get to, like, skirt off scot-free or, like, hide in, like, a crowd. Like, that's the whole point of that video. But it actually, like, got, like, misinterpreted to be like, oh, well, you shouldn't actually punch Nazis. Like, no, nobody in their right mind is against, like, beating a Nazi to death. It's just a matter of, like, how we use that term, which is just, like, genuinely irresponsible. But so that's, like, a softer reason. Like, that's one of the things that bothered.
Interesting. So he feels that's irresponsible, but he don't think the N-word's irresponsible to say.
me about it, but like I would have left it up. Were it not for the fact that like I was genuinely worried about the misinterpretation of that video getting so big and it like reaching Adult Swim and then like people being like using it as an excuse to like Zach has said wilder things than no, I understand, but like let that be that then. You know what I mean? Like I just didn't want to be the one responsible. Like ultimately is what it is. Also personally I just think it's like not mixed very well. Like I think I don't know. I didn't see theories that were like you know that would be so devastating. Especially because I just love the show.
Yeah,
they're not canceling so many friends, but like if it does, could I live with myself being?
How dare black people bring awareness to our nuanced plight? But since ChrisRayGun is too ignorant to understand Black Lives Matter, let me break it down.
Why didn't you just change the thumbnail then? Wasn't that the main issue? Well, he's also in the vid. Like, there's credits changing the out of like the subscriber feed. The shit criticism adjacent.
That represents
whatever. That's fine.
In elementary simple terms, let's say Black Lives Matter represents a person with a burning house. The people with the burning house are advocating for aid and support. But here comes All Lives Matter, whose house is not on fire. They're completely fine. But just the idea of people with burning houses are advocating for themselves irks them to their racist core. That's simple, but common sense wasn't too common in the 2015 to 2017.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. That was unfortunately not the argument that I was met with. But I agree with that, actually. I do think the idea of, like, you being in, like, a burning house and you'd be like, if somebody help me, it's like, well, all houses matter. It's like, no, that's insane. Like, all houses do matter. Like, what you're saying isn't wrong, but it's not important at this very moment. Like, I think that is a totally valid argument. And one that I agree with, and one that I think I've agreed with for quite a while at this point. Definitely for way longer than I thought the opposite, you know? But yeah.
Era of YouTube.
Also, Blue Lives Matter isn't a thing. Cops weren't born with blue skin, right? I mean, yeah, they weren't born blue.
Good. Brilliant. You gotta be kidding me with this. You can't say something you're addressing isn't a thing just because you have a negative opinion of it. Also, they weren't born blue? What the hell does that mean? Like, what does that literally mean? So because they weren't born cops, it's silly to say that their lives matter? You can't be serious. Hey, handicapped lives matter. Crippled lives matter. But only if you were born crippled. If you jumped on the crippled wagon in your mid-20s, like, look at me,
I can't.
You know what? Doesn't matter.
I'm gonna get to
Christopher Reeve, that guy joined way late. I was crippled before it was even cool. Stephen Hawking, more like even walking is hard for you now, but it wasn't always because you weren't born this way. The point of saying Blue Lives Matter.
I kind of like that joke still.
He's
to be honest
laughing,
with you.
yeah.
I like that joke still.
Yeah, he just said he liked it.
I don't even remember what I was saying. What was the point that I was making? I don't even think I made a point. I think I just wanted an excuse to.
Yeah, they weren't born blue.
Good. Brilliant. You gotta be kidding me with this. You can't say.
Yeah, it's L take with a W joke. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it now too. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't know. I think holistically, I still kind of feel like just being a cop isn't a bad thing. Like, holistically speaking, like, I think there must be good cops somewhere. So in some way, assuming that a cop is, like, doesn't matter, like, must be incorrect. But
not him trying to defend it still. Not him struggling.
I feel differently about what I know about, like, not necessarily the political system, but, like, specifically the law.
There's no point. It don't
and,
exist.
Like the police system that we have, right? Where it's like there is kind of an incentive. There's not really much incentive for good cops to remain police officers, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. And so from that standpoint,
we're barely at the midpoint. Mega leftist, mega left wing,
like,
yeah,
he's mega left fair. I think I was a little bit more opposed to it back then because I was just like, well, I think a good cop, there could be, like you're saying, all cops are bad, really? Like there must be a good cop somewhere. But I think now it's more of like, I see it from more as like a criticism of, I guess, the incentive structure of what the police system is.
That's what it was always.
System and just like, we gotta find people to lock up and shit. And the fact that it like leads to like for-profit prisons and I don't know. There's a lot of reasons why I think it's fair to be pretty unfair towards police officers, especially now as I've grown older and I've had a lot more run-ins with police officers that were just very clearly.
See, so he only cares when it's like personally when he understands. But, like, he wants to pretend like that's what people meant back then. But, like, that's what it always meant. And it's just, like, he still stands basically what he said back then to a degree. Because it's like, no, they didn't have a new meaning for it. It's always meant the same thing.
Trying to antagonize me for no fucking reason. But I think still, like, holistically, in the back of my brain, I don't necessarily think you're, like, evil inherently just for being a cop. But I am way more suspicious of you. If that makes sense. I didn't have that nuance of a take back then. I think I just wanted a good reason to highlight the idea of somebody not caring about a crippled person because they joined the party late. I thought that was just a funny concept.
Something you're addressing isn't a thing just because you have a negative opinion of it. Also,
I won't subject you to the joke again. But I like it.
It's stupid. And that logic also extends to black people and white people and every people under the sun, whether or not they're born a certain way, whether or not they're in a certain profession. You can't just convict someone of something because someone else who is similar to them did it. Ooh, is it right or is it wrong to suggest that white people are inherently evil due to the sins of their ancestors? I do say, if you're actually seriously having that conversation, you need to just cease. I also want to take this opportunity to say that I'm not inherently against the idea of Black Lives Matter. It's a totally fine phrase to say. It's a totally reasonable phrase to say. It's not false in any way.
I'm actually surprised that this is in the video because isn't this like from like... This is from my, like, really racist, like, not charitable era, right?
Okay, I'm gonna say if he's being hyperbolic or not when he's saying that. I don't think he would ever seriously say that.
So, like, why am I, like... Huh.
My problem lies with the movement and what they've done because I feel like what they've done is counterintuitive. Blah, blah. You get the picture.
Yeah, it's even, like, literally just a... Even in that video, it's, like, it's still, like, a critique of, like, how the movement operates and some of the people, associated with it and how they act, you know what I mean?
Yeah, because I think it's so funny when you see like a non-black person critiquing, like telling like they know what's best for our movements. Like that's him still like doubling down on that. It's like, no, like you showing that, it's like you showing how like out of touch you are and how you don't realize how you sound, how you're coming off like, ooh, like this ain't going the right from my white behind, whatnot. Like this is not like, it's wild. It's wild. And he was also loud and wrong because he wasn't really able to give like straight up like full examples, like things that are like natural, like easy stuff we all understand now. And that's what I mean. Like they were just like wildly just like disingenuous and didn't do any research.
That's actually like it's so funny because like this video is so tame compared to like a modern day like Melanie Mac video or like a quartering video or like any of the shit that you see now. But this was like considered like high tier racist. I don't even see what's necessarily wrong with what I was saying. Like I disagree with the concept that that police don't deserve a little bit more criticism than other professions. Like I think that's fair. I think it's also fair to point out the stupidity of the All Lives Matter slogan and how it's used. But I actually don't feel like the rest of this take is really all that crazy.
He didn't think he can go any lower. He does just that by attempting to validate the Blue Lives Matter straw man. It's already pissing me off, but let me also break this silly argument into simple terms since I highly doubt he changed his views on this due to the video still being up.
The video is still up because I don't mind having old takes up. So.
Cops can take off their uniform. It's a choice to be a power-hungry cop that overlooks racism and injustice. No one in Black Lives Matter advocated for cops to... Black Lives Matter, just like All Lives Matter, only sprouted up to counter-protest Black Lives Matter. The deep-rooted racism within both the All Lives Matter and Blue Lives Matter hashtag, because they weren't movements, is maddening. Anything but critically engaging with what Black people have to say about our own plight. The fact that it's taken George Floyd for people with ChrisRayGun's ignorant perspective to shift their views is another frustrating reality. It's also so cringy to hear...
Wait, what? Is the insinuation that like my opinion changed because of George Floyd? That's wild. That is crazy.
I said people with his opinion. I had to say him. I said people with his opinion, but he don't listen clearly. He's looking for things to have something to argue.
Definitely not true. What?
The way he talks about disabled people, but what can you expect from such a big brain YouTube comedian?
He's skirted past that disabled part. I noticed that.
I thought the joke was pretty. I don't know. I thought the joke was funny.
He was one of Francesca's biggest...
I think the worst thing about that joke really is just the audio quality, honestly.
...harassers. Well, this video just gives you a glimpse into the racist talking points he had when talking about her and those adjacent. This video pissed me off, and you'll see why.
Okay, wait, racist talking points about who?
Now this is the...
Oh, Francesca. Okay, so we're getting into some interesting places.
About her and those adjacent. This video pissed me off, and you'll see why.
Now this is the part of the podcast that I feel is the most telling. Fran, you have a microphone not because of your skills, talent, or unique perspective. Because let's be real, I'm going to be blunt here for a minute. Because Fran, your unique perspective is shared by literally every single person on your panel.
We're getting to the worst part.
Your special skill, Fran, is that you can be relied upon and depended on to toe the line that Google wants. Because honestly, out of genuine curiosity, Fran, what is...
I meant to say YouTube, by the way. I didn't mean to say Google.
Your talent. Can you sing? Can you edit? Can you act? Because all I see on your personal channel is vlogs and BuzzFeed clickbait. And granted, it's BuzzFeed clickbait before BuzzFeed clickbait, but pioneering BuzzFeed clickbait isn't exactly a talent. I don't understand where this self-aggrandizing view of yourself is coming from. As if that somehow makes you a better person than anybody in the audience just because you were invited to a panel solely because your opinion is the most palatable. Like, what? Get a grip.
I am someone that has been invited to be here.
Yeah, Fran, sure. I'm very positive that the bar to get on this panel is so very high. It must require a very large audience and a very immense amount of relevance just to make the list. I'm sure of it. I'm sure it has nothing to do with any other factor involving where you lean politically. I'm sure that has nothing to do with it.
Yes, this clown was undermining the Cat Black. It's almost like he wanted...
The Cat Black?
What he gonna say? What he gonna say? What is he gonna say? What are he gonna say? He clearly ain't researched. You look, he gonna say something so stupid right now. We gotta pause everyone. He gonna say something so stupid. Watch. We gonna count to 3 before we get the stupidity take. 3, 2, 1. Brace your ears.
What the fuck are you talking about? Look, I'll be real. I'll be real. A lot of these grudges that I've held in the past, completely forgot about them. You know?
Oh yeah, you do. That's so fucked up. Like, you're like, all the people I hurt and harmed and harassed, I forgot about it. It's whatever. I moved on. I long moved on.
I don't really care about these things anymore. I've moved on so long ago, it's crazy. But Cat Black specifically pissed me the fuck off because when Lacey and I started dating, by the way, really frustrating that was even a conversation for a lot of people. But she had a live stream, right? I think she did like 3 7-hour live streams in 3 days in a row, talking about how, like, just literally raging about the fact that, like, she was dating me. There's actually a video, and I suggest look, I don't normally direct people to videos where I'm angry, but there's a video on the Snark Tank channel called, I think it's Blocked. Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
Not him doing work for me. Do the work for me. Yeah, Chris.
Snark.
Do the work for me.
Damn, it's so far back.
Yeah.
Oh, is that it? Damn. Yeah, it's called Blocked.move, but it's so old. Hold on, let me go back. You can watch it if you want, but this kind of highlights my, like, one of the reasons why I'm angriest, or why Cat Black specifically bothered the shit out of me. Like, she did so many live streams about me misinterpreting shit that I was saying, just ranting about the fact that, like, she literally...
all he did was, his whole career was just misrepresenting what people say. So it's like, dude, like, you're guilty of what you're accusing Cat of.
That, like, I would have been happier if she dated Sargon. Can you fucking imagine being, like, a left-leaning content creator and saying that? Also, just the idea of, like, even having an opinion about this in the first place is just crazy. Like, keep my relationship out of your fucking mouth, is how I felt about it. Because I wanted to protect my girlfriend at the time. Because obviously. And this just, like, disrespect. And it's just like, yeah, no, I don't care. I don't know what Cat Black's talent is. And quite frankly, I could give a fuck. She still sucks. Because she's literally the only person.
See, he still sucks. He don't realize, like, everything he's saying applies to him. It's like he projects the things that, like, he did.
Who acted that crazy about it.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
She leaked private conversations where she had with Vosh when they were dating because she wanted as a way to mock him.
That's like he gonna have a bad take. We don't even need to do that. I already have a video all on that.
I'm sorry, Cat Black sucks. I don't care what she does for, like, whatever community she's a part of. She's a vile. She sucks, like, a great deal.
Oh wow, she's vile, but you're not vile. That's vile. I understand he ain't vile, but she's vile. Okay.
Hey everybody, Chris Ray.
Yeah, here it is. I don't normally direct people to stuff like this. It's like an 11-minute video of me being, like, angry. But the shit she was saying is just so fucking out of pocket. And she, like, really jumped through so many fucking hoops.
I mean, that's what you did for your content.
To just
but continue.
make things that I was saying sound worse than they were. Like, I made a joke about wanting to hang myself, and she, like, assumed that it was a joke about lynching black people. It's crazy. Like, it is next level wild. And it's especially embarrassing. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna say yeah. Hear from her again, it'll be too soon.
Okay. Let's see.
Is the most palatable. Like, get a grip.
I am someone that has been invited to be here.
Yeah, Fran, sure. I'm very positive that the bar to get on this panel is so very high. It must require a very large audience and a very immense amount of relevance just to make the list. I'm sure of it. I'm sure it has nothing to do with any other factor involving where you lean politically. I'm sure that has nothing to do with it.
Yes, this clown was undermining the Cat Black. It's almost like he wanted to say they only got the opportunity due to DEI initiatives. But the phrase DEI didn't exist at the time, or
If it was that's so crazy. If it was a real DEI initiative, there would have been other people on that panel who didn't agree. I'm arguing for DEI. I want it. I want the DEI.
That's a good clip. That's a good clip. I'm gonna, that's what the video's about. So that's such a good clip. Oh my god, he's funny. He's fun. I'm just gonna say he's funny. Let's be nice.
Oh my god, that is crazy. Everybody on that stage has the same opinion. How? This is such an uncharitable interpretation. This is fucking amazing. My complaint is literally that she's up there because she agrees with everybody, and there's no difference between them. God damn. Look, I don't know anything about this creator. I don't know. I'm not even sure. Maybe I've interacted. I don't even remember. The name sounds familiar, but I don't know if I've interacted with them or not. I want the yeah. Get somebody else in there. Get somebody else in there who, like, I don't know, has something else to say. Oh wait, this is the wrong one. This one. I want the DEI. I'm so. I don't know. It's so exhausting.
I can't wait for it to hit an hour.
Getting interpreted in the worst possible way for no reason.
He'd be screaming at the top of his lungs. I'm just amazed at how anti-black he can be, writing Francesca off as untalented as if skill, writing, editing, etc. doesn't go into her videos, let alone her MTV show. They have to be so disingenuous to just.
Yeah, that was a little mean. I'm sure Kat. I'm sure not Kat. I'm sure Francesca Ramsey is talented. I was being really mean, undoubtedly. Like, that's a mean video for sure. But I don't think I disagreed with, like, the core criticisms that I made of her. I think they stand the test of time. And yeah, I don't know. I could have been a little bit nicer about it, but I think I was just more of a dick back then, to be honest with you.
Justify their attacks on her skills and work, all because she made them think deeper on topics they were introduced to. Francesca did.
She never made anybody think deeper about anything. Like, I'm sorry.
That's not true. That ain't true. But continue. Y'all didn't make people think deeper. Y'all made people get stupider.
This is even still a thing that we're talking about. MTV Decoded is not like a fucking David Attenborough. It's not like this grand. It's not grand content, dude. Like, it's not like thoughtful. It was pop feminism. It was just kind of like stuff that you could. It was literally bite-sized video.
Wow, it's just feminism because she's. It's just pop feminism. Wow, let's continue. Wow, he just calls it pop feminism. I didn't get that. Yeah, it's all issues are just called pop feminism back then. Wow.
You could share to your Facebook feed so that you could tell people what you politically thought without overtly saying it. It's stuff that you would share on Facebook that would be like, this is interesting. So that way you could signal to other people that, like, oh, you also believe, you know what I mean? It was slop. It's literally BuzzFeed. And that's fine. Just, dude, admit it. Like, I'm perfectly fine admitting that I made, like, just, like, dumb, like, not intellectually stimulating, like, comedy videos where I just, like, ranted in front of a camera and, like, played with a stuffed llama. Like, I'm perfectly fine with that. Why do you need to be more respected than you earned? Like, what does this need to be seen as, like, this fucking champion of the space? This, like, icon of wisdom? Like, I don't get it. And it's that self-aggrandizing view that I was talking about.
That's not even what it is. It never was that. That's so funny. See, that's like their takeaway. That's their takeaway about black women just educating. They're like, we don't think we're high and mighty and above people, but that's how they move just because we said you might perpetuate some things. Here's the words, here's the definitions, here's how they show up in everyday life.
It's fine. Come down into the muck with the rest of us, dude. It's okay.
Did more than pioneer what he calls BuzzFeed content. Francesca Ramsey laid out the foundation of BreadTube, or more known as leftist content. The needed discourse she pushed got her harassed when it's now common leftist knowledge. Put some respect on her name. That's more than enough of his older content to witness to understand how harmful and racist his content was. It was enough psychic damage done to myself editing this all. The next question one would ask is his view
Lacey Green did it first.
On his older content, and is he apologetic? Is he taking accountability for indoctrinating and making his younger viewers more bigoted and racist? We can find that out right now in this video. He made post-watch stream that made him reflect on his past content. It's rich with growth, as you'll see.
And I had a lot of left-wingers kind of flipping out at me saying, like, oh, they didn't believe me. They didn't really believe I changed my mind. They think I'm just sort of jumping into the left-wing bandwagon because that's the grip now and that's what's popular and relevant. Now, normally I would just sort of let this stuff go, but we're all in quarantine and I'm bored out of my mind. So I figured I'd read some of the really brilliant criticisms that have been levied my way. To be honest, if you're a creator who apologizes for foolishly spending years pumping out videos filled with disingenuous far-right talking points, ultimately serving as a tool for the alt-right pipeline, and you just leave those videos up, I'm just going to assume you don't mean it. Well, that's a pretty good assumption to make, because I never said I'm sorry. I never once apologized in that entire stream. You see, acknowledging that you've made mistakes in the past and working to change those actions so that you make fewer mistakes, that's not an apology. I know you want an apology, like really desperately. I know you get off the thought of people groveling at your feet, but no, I didn't apologize. Instead, I just decided to better myself and not rely on fucking useless apologies and just flowery words. I can remember literally every single apology that I've genuinely given since 2010. Because
I don't even want to hear what he has to say. He's gonna. Fuck it. I don't care. He's gonna be hot.
For me, you know,
he's gonna be hot.
And I know this is like an old topic, but I never actually.
Because I'm gonna call him a narcissist, so then he shows up careless.
But I really hate, like, genuinely.
But let me be real. Am I tripping for like this? Doesn't sound like he has narcissism, and as someone that's dated someone, this is like, I don't know, like it's hard for me not to draw those parallels as someone that's dated a full-blown genuine narcissist, because like there's no contrition. He like expects people to praise him for the things that he didn't do. He's constantly avoiding any kind of accountability by saying like I could have been worse. He's like emotionally abusive to people that he's harmed. Yeah, the caucasity of it's all. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like he gives off like that's what I mean. Like I don't know if this dude just like is suffering from that and he made content and blew up and it just to this day like it's just not in him to like ever apologize. But I'm gonna make that point and he's gonna fume. He's gonna fume. But like that's what I'm seeing. So I said what I said. I stand on it. But he's gonna fume. We're gonna see this. I'm just bracing y'all.
This pipeline conversation because it's full of so many arbitrary stops and random conveniences. It just infuriates me. Your mild political satire was misappropriated by the alt-right and used to draw more people into the alt-right. I know because I know several people who have told me that this happened to them. Well, that's wonderful. That's great. I've also received hundreds of messages from people saying that people like me, Shoe0nHead, and Armored Skeptic were the people that kept them from
he thinks it's funny. He's smiling.
So what do you want me to do? Okay. You want me to apologize for content that potentially helped plenty of people as well? And even beyond that, the whole pipeline thing is just a game of like who's responsible hot potato. It's annoying.
I hate the way the censors are edited, man. God damn it. Do an L cut, please. Or just like, I don't know, something.
This blew my socks off hearing him be so unapologetic and literally taking the opposite approach than I am.
Well, then what do you want? Like, I don't so...
you
to not take the opposite approach? You to not take, like, you know, we asked for the bare minimum, damn it, but okay.
You can't win.
Thinking just bettering himself is sufficient while leaving up his bigoted content, including the videos of Francesco Ramsey.
And of course he said you can't win. It's always the people that never apologize that will say you can't win.
Apologies is so toxic. The machismo to the max. I don't throw around the word narcissistic lightly ever, especially as someone who dated a genuine narcissist, but this gives parallels to what I identified with my past abusive relationship. I'm shocked he had the nerve to confidently record this, but it doesn't stop here. The audacity to boldly dismiss the alt-right pipeline because it's annoying to him, since he was literally the gateway content creator. The fact that it's
there's no addressing the fact that like I was also the gateway out. So wouldn't my impact be like a net neutral if any? Like what?
Nah, you ain't no damn net neutral because people fell into the shit that didn't come out and the harm and the trauma still exists. So like, oh my god, that's so stupid. Oh my god, I have to get this. That is so stupid. Oh my god. Look, oh my god, that's a trip. We need to take a moment. Let's take a moment. Let me like, because I'm gonna catch up with your comments. There's a lot. We're like an hour left of this finally. I'm getting to this better than I would have alone. Like y'all are holding me to it to making me sit here and get to this because I wouldn't watch it on my own. I'd probably watch it. It'd be too draining alone. But like, wow. Still got an hour left and we're not even at the worst parts yet. But like, yeah. Why would he give this much energy to me? That's what I'm still, that's still my confusion. Why this much energy? Why enough energy where you even considered making a video of me? Just the consideration of it. Like, that's what I don't get. That's what don't add up to me. You know, and I don't know. It's like, it would literally be like parallel to his era of punching down an anti-SJWs, because I would be considered an SJW. Easily find me with purple hair, etc. Literally purple hair. I'm trans, college student, all those things. Like, I don't know. It's a trip, and I'm still amazed. And wow, I'm so glad I went into this, like, you know, with basically mimosas and a little bit of my pen, because this would have been a lot. And it feels easier when looking cute. But anyways, let's get back into this right now. But let me just glimpse over. Wow, y'all are really engaging. Okay. Yeah, I'm using the rational wiki for the next video because, you know, like the little sound was like another one. Thank you, another one. Like, I'm gonna use that. Chris is a no uncertain term of left wing. I watched his podcast and he and his pals do earnestly criticize the right and speak positively on the left and stuff. But I don't know how much he's criticized the right. I can't really speak to that. And see, like, I still, because I have to have actual information that disproves that prevents me from saying that. And that's how I navigate it. Unlike him, like, he just, like, says a lot of wild stuff. It's dangerous game to us, clinical medical language in these contexts. It's fine to draw parallels based on your own experiences, but you shouldn't armchair diagnose him with a serious disorder. I mean, with the level of the way he's moving the world, I don't see why someone who's experienced that wouldn't like see those parallels. And I said the parallels because it matters and the way he's moves, and it's just like, you're not gonna get me to not say that I don't think he's that. Or like at least has parallels or qualities of that. In other cases I can see where it goes a little far, but he is showing it. And I think as someone that's experienced it intimately knows what those signs look like. And I'll speak to that. And I'm not saying like everyone can, but like to the degree, and like me, I'm not reaching, like I actually laid out my argument. So yeah, no, as an ex-narcissist victim, abuse victim, when I say it's a parallels and he's moving like a narcissist, don't be shocked when you can call it a narcissist when you navigate like one. You're indistinguishable of one. And I can stand on that. But generally, I don't usually do that. Like, I was kind of like, I couldn't have said this better. I'll be on that. I mean, that's what I'm going to say. I was going to say in the video, but since he didn't, like, made a big tizzy about it, as big as he could have, I'm not anymore. But, like, I could have just said emotionally abusive. Like, I can remove the word narcissist and even my ex and say emotionally abusive, where you're, like, gaslighting someone of, like, what you're doing. They saying you didn't do this harm. And, like, then you flip the coin and you start calling people. Like, it's, like, the whole Darvo thing. But anyways, I think he also absolutely did contribute to the alt-right pipeline, and he's being really dismissing that in the way that's disappointing. Yeah, that's what I mean. He's so dismissive. I think he also, let's see. So, wow, I didn't know, but, like, he made a video mocking environmental racism, saying global warming is racist. Yeah, I'm going to talk about it in the next video. That's actually one of the resources I'm using, which is kind of wild. I was like, ooh, yeah, he doesn't believe it exists. I mean, that's what I mean. Like, he has a lot of this up. Also, I believe that he learned saying racial slurs is wrong. This guy is like meme of the dude that it's in the bicycle with a stick. How could leftists do this? Because outrage is lucrative. Off top, but your office is so cute. Thank you. That's fair. His confidence in his ability to grasp the issues he discussed misplaced information. Misplaced IMO. I don't know what IMO stands for, but yeah. To clarify, I don't think I really do want to watch him anymore because of this. Yeah, I feel you. Pointing out narcissism tendencies isn't a diagnosis. It's literally just pointing out behavior and patterns, and this isn't clinical term, you say. And yeah, I mean, like, I was just pointing out things. That's the whole point. But anyways, but saying you've constantly been playing defense for him in chat while being his viewer, so forgive us if we're skeptical. Oh, okay, yeah. I was noticed he said that person said a weird comment, and I was like, whatever. I wasn't gonna do anything. It's wild to me how he can like outgrow his content and still not learn to be humble. He spent little years behind being loud and clear on the internet. Dust himself up and moved on. I didn't mean it. Oh, thank you. Thanks for this. It made the work I'm doing better. Thank you. Do you want me to die? Remember me of that. I must be the worst mom in the world in the topic. It's very specific that he was too skewed. Okay, wow. So yeah, thank you so much. I think it's Generation. Yeah, thank you. But okay, let's get back to this because we got an hour left still. We got a little bit of ways to go still. Let's see.
It's convenient that you would ignore that. Like, what would you say to the people who were pulled out of it? I get messages still to this day. Granted, the last one I got was like maybe like a week ago, but that's like pretty fucking common considering like I don't post anymore. You know? I mean, I do podcasts, I guess, but like, dude, the Snark Tank alone, like, dude, every time we get political on the Snark Tank, people like hate it because we are so biased. We're so left wing. It's crazy on that show, and people get upset because we're so left wing. So like, I don't know, man. It just seems like, yeah, you were personally my gateway out of it. I found you through Sargon, and now I can't stand the bastard. Thank you. I appreciate it. You're not the first, and you're not going to be the last. These are things that I get a lot. So, like, I don't know what... So, if I were to apologize for the stuff that I did, do I feel good about the fact that, like, maybe some people use my videos to, like, spread harmful messages? No, of course not. Right? But I do feel proud that those same videos also managed to pull people out. So, like, I'm just kind of left with...
That's such a cop-out. It's like you can't even acknowledge that, like... You can acknowledge both. You can walk and chew gum. You can acknowledge that, like, maybe because you said your later content, not your early content that was paralleling people, your content afterwards. Yeah, like, that's such a disingenuous... Like, he literally, like, he can't even keep the narrative straight. And it's like, how do you pull people out of the pipeline in racist videos where you punch down on Black Lives Matter, you punch down on feminism, etc.? Like, that doesn't even add up. Like, it doesn't add up. But let's continue.
At a net neutral point where it's just like, well, I'm not going to apologize for this because I don't really regret it if that's the case. You know? I don't really regret if people are getting pulled out of, you know, the Quarterings audience or, you know, Tim Pool's audience or any of these things because of the stuff that I said. Or just the fact that I was able to, like, convey an opinion that was, like, still left-wing but also, like, not lost in the sauce. Like, I don't know. Like, it's hard for me to really regret that even if there was, like, harm brought about by it, you know? I don't know.
See, he cares more about the few than the masses, than being a part of the bigger problem in general. Like, it's just a way to, like, deflect from, like, what he did and what he was a part of. And it's not that I'm blaming him, it's that he was a part of the bigger problem at hand. So it's like, it's so interesting to hear him rationalize that. By like, well, I did help a few people afterwards. After all was said and done, the money was made.
Chris, you just seem to reside in the sane space that recognizes the insanity from all angles. Yeah, yeah, it's a very unrewarding space, because it really does feel like you can't. Centrists aren't like centrist people or like apolitical people aren't like, how should I say this? They aren't lucrative audiences, you know, because they don't feel strongly about anything. Like a centrist doesn't feel strongly enough about their political perspective being represented that they're willing to like donate their money to like a content creator. Like you really have to shell big like. You really have to pander to make a lot of money now. And I just refuse to do that. And as a result, I get people angry at me. I get people calling me like a woke libtard cock turncoat. And I get people saying that I'm the biggest alt-right contributor to the world that got Trump elected. And it's like, I'm just trying to live my life, dude. Dude, even some of the stuff that was in this video, the wrong takes that were highlighted in this video, they were wrong, but they weren't crazy. I'm not sitting here talking about how like the leftists are making hurricanes with a weather machine to target Cybertruck.
He does a lot of, well, it could have been worse. He does a lot of
and it's all the Jews' fault. You know, and why the conversation that I was having about that is wrong. I get it because there's like more complexity to like how people use that phrase. But like the vitriol that I get, I don't see it towards like actual crazy people, and I can't help but feel like
I don't know. It's maybe because I'm black and I'm impacted by that, and black people are impacted by people that made content that like muddied the waters of our discourse and made the work we were doing much harder. It's probably not that. We're just all these really big, these really mean words that he's saying. I'm gonna try to word it in a way because I don't want to get into trouble. And I want to make sure I don't say things that I don't want to make sure I repeat anything ableist that he says. But yeah, it can't be black people are frustrated that our lives were just made much more difficult online, that we couldn't even speak about things without a sea of your fans who are like terrible people to be around. Like as you said, they would say they hate the people you would make content on, and that's what you were fostering, hate. It can't be black people are frustrated with the harm and the work that we had to do. We won't be taken seriously until George Floyd. A lot of us, if you came sooner than that, it don't matter. That's not what's ever my point. As a people with your perspective, the people that watched your audience, that were your audience, that put pieces of your perspective into theirs, or just thought similarly, took to George Floyd. Most of them took to George Floyd. So, nah, he loves semantics.
Common knowledge, yet ChrisRayGun and Shoe0nHead are the only ones to die in it, not a lick of accountability, and clearly no growth. The idea that his bold, racist content was used against black and queer people is annoying to him, while us marginalized people had to live with the consequences of his content. He was literally rooting for Trump to win, but wants to pretend like he didn't aid in the alt-right pipeline. We're definitely dealing with a genius here. When the bar was already low for iDubbbz, here comes ChrisRayGun bringing it to hell. Yet it doesn't even end here.
Ooh, that's hard. that goes hard, kind of. ChrisRayGun bringing it to hell.
But wants to pretend like he didn't aid in the alt-right pipeline. We're definitely dealing with a genius here. When the bar was already low for iDubbbz, here comes ChrisRayGun bringing it to hell. Yet it doesn't even end here. iDubbbz apologizing pushed a needed discourse, one that Shoe0nHead and ChrisRayGun ignorantly participated in. But before that, we must watch this TikTok.
The social justice warrior era is what made the alt-right pipeline mainstream, and I will not elaborate.
I'm Francesca. I created a show for MTV called Decoded in 2015. It was all about race, pop culture, and identity. 8 seasons, over 90 episodes, and that entire time I was harassed by anti-social justice warriors on YouTube. So they would make these videos debunking my content, calling me names, sometimes using racial slurs, saying that I should unalive myself, that I should be SA'd, that I hate white people, that I hate men. They would talk about my now ex-husband, but it was...
By the way, none of that applies to me. I don't know if you know that, but like...
Look at him right now. None of it applies. I mean, cute. You were literally part of the movement. But okay, let's do it. Let's get a time stamp just in case. I like to... Because I'm going to come back and I'm going to see what's worthy of like...
everything that she's saying right now? No, I never said. So this is like, I presume like this is probably like maybe like some of the smaller channels, you know? But like I never said any of this stuff.
And I will not elaborate.
I'm Francesca. I created a show for MTV called Decoded in 2015. It was all about race, pop culture, and identity. 8 seasons, over 90 episodes, and that entire time I was harassed by anti-social justice warriors on YouTube. So they would make these videos debunking my content, calling me names, sometimes using racial slurs.
All right, I did call her names, but I never used a racial slur against her.
Saying that I should unalive myself.
I never told her she should kill herself.
This wasn't about one person. This is about multiple creators. So the fact that he just keeps like, I mean, like, he always finds everything's a personal attack because he did a lot of bullshit.
I never said that.
That I hate white people.
I never said that. I don't even believe that.
But I hate men. They would talk about...
Don't believe that either.
Also, did I not hear her saying they? Like, she's not saying they in a non-binary way. She's saying they as in multiple people. But yeah.
But it was all under the guise of comedy. And the thinking was that they were purporting that marginalized people are lying about our experiences, we're lying about our history, we are making a big deal out of things that don't matter, and we're creating words out of thin air, which, hello, that's where words come from. Someone has to make them up.
But redefining academic concepts and diluting them into a public space is irresponsible.
The content you made was irresponsible, but continue.
You know, you might have been making stuff up. That's fine. Like, I get it. That is how language happens. But you can't take something like a concept like systemic racism and then have that go through a pipeline where people are then misinformed. Where it's like, oh, black people can't be racist. It's like, that's not what that means.
Because these videos would target people that were extremely online and in need of community, they were able to dupe people into consuming hours worth of content that had no research or fact-based evidence at all. They were pure opinion. And as we've seen with the pandemic, a lot of people don't understand the difference between opinions and facts. And when someone makes a 40-minute video debunking a 5-minute episode of MTV Decoded filled with lies and misinformation and strawman arguments, it's impossible to debunk it yourself.
I never made 40-minute videos, I don't think. I think I would like cap out at around like 20. Maybe MTV maybe like the MTV video is longer. Like 15 was like MTV situation.
Without getting sucked into a hole of like wasting your time and energy. I will never forget a guy made a whole music video that was animated starring a character that looked suspiciously like me. I used to have locks, and so this was a black girl with locks, and it was all about how triggered she was and how upset she was, and essentially like creating this narrative that people who advocate for social justice are actually the ones oppressing white people, oppressing men, oppressing straight people. I mean, this guy spent money to have a video produced. He went into the studio. I mean, it was well done. Like,
thank you.
These people were making a living off of talking about me and spreading lies and essentially creating fascism-like content.
By the way, that's not true, but like, I appreciate it.
So these people were essentially primed to...
That's the point. It's like, you put her in the thumbnail, and you have someone that, like, you probably didn't... Even if you didn't tell them directly to draw her, it's easy for her and your audience to assume that's her. And that's how it was taken, and that's why she was attacked. And that's why she's included with the IMDb. But, continue.
consume alt-right content because they were being essentially fed it through comedy videos from their favorite creators.
Well said from the source herself. She's right about it being a waste of time going back and forth with their content that had no research or genuine attempt of bargaining. It reminds me of a Toni Morrison quote. The function, the very serious function of racism is distraction. It keeps you from doing your work. It keeps you explaining over and over again your reason for being. Somebody says you have no language, and you spend 20 years proving you do. Somebody says your head isn't shaped properly, so you have scientists working on the fact that it is. Somebody says you have no art, so you dredge that up. Someone says you have no kingdoms, so you dredge that up. None of this is necessary. There will always be one more thing. I wanted a laser in on the summer of last year. Thankfully, I've saved many screenshots to put everything together chronologically.
Ooh, exciting. Some research, some screenshots. I'm excited to see.
Oh, some research. You didn't know how to do your whole damn career. Damn it. Ooh, like, that annoys me. The fact that he would even, like, use that word, like, your whole content was just all sticking out your ass. Like, he is so condescending. Oh my god, he pisses me off. I hate that I'm subjecting myself and y'all to this. I'm sorry. But he sent them my way, and I have to do my research to make sure my arguments are sound. So I can't just keep sending people, my friends, to go. I have to, like, do this myself. But it also helps that you're here. But we're like 50 minutes off. Let's go.
You know, a cold-hearted racist.
It took a lot of psychic damage to relive this moment since I was targeted when I spoke up. Like I said earlier, I just apologizing opened up a discourse and old wounds. It made many of us.
People should be fired from their jobs for 10-year-old tweets. Leftists, by the way. Oh my god, I can't believe I was dumb enough to look up to you as a literal child. Hi, you helped indoctrinate me, and probably thousands of others. I gotta take this gum out. I made a mistake chewing gum. I felt like I needed gum. You sent me whatever. This has nothing to do with me. I'm waiting for me to come.
Came to mind that participated in the BF.
Y'all, I'm actually so hyped. This is hilarious. This woman indoctrinated me as a minor into being an anti-SJW. I watched her content as a child and became further bigoted than I already was for my own environment. She probably had this effect, I guess, on. I assume the rest of that is on thousands or millions of people. How's it that me and my friends watched the edgiest shit possible growing up and entered adulthood without a seething disdain for black people or hatred of gays? Couldn't it be that personal responsibility plays a huge part in the things that we think and believe? Now, to be clear, it's not saying that there is no effect, but it is saying that, like, dude, like, on some level, you gotta take.
That's what your takeaway. That's what your focus is on, and not like acknowledging it, because you did not acknowledge it.
Shoe0nHead fans spoke up, which went viral.
Like, I mean, dude, even just like the idea. Do you think that I could really be like, sorry guys, I just grew up racist, but I'm not racist anymore, and they would take that seriously? Like, do you think they would forgive that? No shot. No fucking shot. So the idea is just like, oh, I was already racist from my environment. But they made me more racist. It's like, come on, dude.
Since Shoe and ChrisRayGun quote tweeted, dismissing them and invalidating the fact that our
look, I'm not saying that like content doesn't affect people. Obviously, like I've seen like people indoctrinated into all sorts of kind of content, and it is like really annoying, the shit that people have done and the you know, the content that people consume that straight up make them zombies. Like I think that's real, but also. Like, I don't know how to help you if you're susceptible to that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what to say, because I just wasn't. Like, I was always kind of, like, willing to be, like, wrong. I joke online a lot about how I'm never wrong. That's a joke, I hope everybody knows. But, like, I'm always fine to be proven incorrect. And I'm really, and maybe it's because I grew up in a household that was, like, very, very diverse. Both from thought processes and just, you know, from a skin color perspective. Like,
shit.
I've just seen every argument for every single possible perspective.
I'm gonna pause this real quick. Oh, I didn't anticipate this. One second. Let's see. Yeah, I was wondering why chat grew so much. I don't understand this. Why is this ChrisRayGun responding when you brought me up? I don't get why I'm expected to not respond just because you're a small channel. You're still an equal person. Well, it's a difference from the impact when there's a lot of things you did get wrong, and like this how you call people nitpicky. I can say you literally have been so nitpicky throughout this whole thing. It's like a lot of things that just weren't sound, and I get it, it's fine. But when you call that out for someone, it's just like, and you portray the same things you said, and there's a lot of times in this coverage that I'm noticing, but okay. And also it does matter. The size matters. This is like, for me, like I said earlier, like if there's a channel, because it's like if I saw someone that had 300 views, I'm not going to make a video nor a damn, a stream on a tiny ass channel that in the long run has no impact. the amount of hate fables I have on me from just like Pacific Debate Bros spaces, and I don't go there. And now we got Shoe0nHead here too. We got Shoe0nHead paying for my reparations. Oh my god, y'all really kind of like the Avengers. I didn't even mean like, I didn't know. I'm gonna put it this way. I'm not sure if like when I put things in the title of like creator things, I don't know if that tags y'all, because I wouldn't try to do that, because for the simple fact that like I'm a little spooked right now. But I will say, like, I thought that app would be the only way that brings people in. If I just don't know this. I'm learning. I'm still a new creator. But yeah, if that's the case, I will be more mindful to not use anyone's names in the future. Just because, you know, this is I'm a little on the spot right now. Funny joke, Shoe. Funny joke. Paying my reparations. I'm sitting... well, as long as you have fun, Shoe. That's all I can say. As long as you have fun. I'm not even like, I don't really like, I mean, I guess since y'all here, like, I'm making, this is an uninformal response. This is just more for me doing research before I go into like rebuttal. Chris's like segment, some of the things that just like got to me and whatnot, and just like, you know. So I'm doing the research, but it would have been too much. It would have been too difficult for me to like watch this alone, because it's like it's too draining. It's too draining, especially for how long it was. So like, this is all this is. So, but yeah, I hope you have fun. Leave me, cool, go. I'm just, you know, but you think it's a joke, go ahead. Best of luck to you though. I'm going to be nice. They said, I'll leave you so you can continue. I'm not watching, keeping going. Don't be nervous. Okay. I just need to take a breather real quick. I'm gonna gather myself a little bit, but let me read some other comments. Please, none of their fans. Hopefully, none of their fans came through. Let's see. Oh my god, people are arguing about like terms. I'm not here to be a dick, by the way. It was an honest question. Okay. I mean, I'd even put it this way. I don't know. I would even like, let me not even suggest anything. Let me just like, I know what I'm doing. Okay, there's something else. Oh my god, there's just like, what is this? There's just so much being said, and I'm trying to like catch up. I'm just kind of like a little nervous now. Like, I'm like, ugh. I've never been in this situation. Let's see. I probably just push the video on, because like I'm too nervous to like read comments out right now. But okay, let's go right back to finishing this. We got like 50 minutes left. Okay. Okay, let's do this.
So like, I see where people are coming from. And so I'm never really married to a perspective unless I have like a severe, like, unless I have like a serious amount of like provable evidence that that's the case. It's kind of like how I feel about Trump, right? Where it's like, I think in 2016, didn't necessarily care. In 2020, I cared a little bit more. But like now it's like, there's so much evidence, like irrefutable evidence about like the stuff that Trump's done, where it's like, yeah, it's hard for me to treat people who are like really like excited about Trump in 2024 as if they're like sentient people. Like it's difficult for me to do that. But I also feel like, I don't know, I see that content. I see the same content that they're indoctrinated by, and I'm not indoctrinated by it. So on some level, whether or not it's a nature or a nurture type thing, if you're racist, it doesn't have nothing to do with you. That's how I feel. Anyway.
Content indoctrinated young viewers and created self-hate in some viewers. The mental gymnastics were extreme that I couldn't help myself but to chime in, since
it's a you problem. Well, the thing is, it's like, it's not even, I'm not even saying that like the content isn't part of it. I'm sure it is. I'm sure people like watched my video calling manspreading crazy, because it is. And then it got like linked through YouTube's algorithm to like a Stefan Molyneux video, and maybe like they're like susceptible, and then they got fed into it. I don't deny that that's like possible and probably happened. But like my response to that is just like, I don't know how to help you, dude. Like, I feel like the only people who get sucked into those things are people who are...
We could talk in voice chat and have a actual direct combo, but if you're nervous, that's fair. I mean, that would probably, like, because my point is, like, I'm forced to watch your stream so I can accurately break down what I want to say in the video, because obviously there was no world where I ever thought I can directly speak to you and to get your, like, speak for yourself, and me having to go through, which you are speaking for yourself here, but it is, I am nervous. I am a little nervous, but I think, because the whole point of me watching this is to make sure I'm sound with my arguments, or even just, like, what I'm trying to, like, because my goal, but honestly, like, and I can probably say, like, more of, like, what that is in person if, like, but I don't, oh no, Sylvani, you already explained why. Okay, sure, I mean, okay, we can do voice chat, but, like, my only thing is, like, let's just staying, my only request is disdain from any, like, name calling. I don't think you would, but just, like, just saying it just in advance, just in case. But, like, because even in my video, I held back on a lot of things I could have said. So, and I mean, like, there's a lot of things that you showcased in your own videos, like I mean, some of your rebuttals are, I could have been worse, but let's say we're parallel to that. But okay, I'll say my Discord is same as my channel, Soul Bunny. If you add me, I can pick up the call, because I'm here right now. Like, I literally, like, it is kind of hard to, like, pin through, like, a pause video that's, like, extended. So, like, I'm all for, like, talking to the source. I'm just a little nervous. But yeah, I think I can, like, it's probably, like, for the best. Sorry, y'all. Okay. Sorry, I'm just a little nervous. But, I think this would be more fruitful. I didn't expect it to go this way, though. But okay. Okay, none of y'all can see my screen. Let's make sure that's clear. Sorry, okay. Before I hop into that, I mean, just kind of peek at some of your guys' comments. Wow, this is anxiety. It's more anxiety, but, like, the conversation, I think, is more fruitful, and I'm not, like, there's a call. Okay. Hello?
Hello?
Hello.
Hey. Sorry to ambush
you. Yeah, it's okay. Just, I'm pretty caught off guard.
Yeah. Hey, I saw it, just kind of chilling in my recommended. And I thought it was just a video at first. I was going to kind of watch it. Didn't know it was like a live thing.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah. How's, well, I don't know. First of all, what, I haven't been here the whole time.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the, what the general kind of, arguments have been so far. But I thought, like, and you can still watch the stream, obviously.
Yeah.
But I do think, like, if we're trying to actually, like, communicate, I feel like this is at least, like, an easy, or like, a more direct way that leaves less to the imagination.
Yeah.
So yeah, what should be the first thing? And I'm not trying to be like a debate bro, by the way. This isn't like content for me.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's like I'd rather just have a conversation. It also feel like
Sure.
easier for me to like have that, well, like have a little anxiety, but like still be able to convey like my points. Sure. Yeah, I mean, I wish I took more notes because I didn't like write down, because I was taking like photos of like timestamps of things that stuck out to me that I didn't agree with, and I was gonna go back later because I was just going to like, I have a whole various. I can say this right now. My first video, I'll say this for the jump. Like I was talking this in my stream. It's a little rushed. I had a deadline and I wasn't in the best headspace, so like it isn't my best quality work. So like maybe some things, I stand on like what I said, but like some things could have been better conveyed on some parts, or just like added upon and build upon. But there's some things, but there are some things that I've realized that like something like, especially
I also feel, by the way, just to interrupt you, I feel that somewhat similarly about the stream. I am like, look, the reality is like a lot of people, I'm not saying it's a character necessarily, but it is hammed up. You know what I mean? Like people like to see the arrogant kind of persona because that's entertaining to people. And if it's just kind of like me just sitting there and having like a, you know, a note by note, like here is X, Y, and Z, it's like, I don't know, I don't think it's really entertaining to people. And maybe that was probably like not a fair way to go about it, because it is like, you know, ultimately it is like addressing a conversation that is happening from, you know, a genuine perspective, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean that's like mostly like my like contention is like, and this in regards of being smaller is like based off like how you're conveying things, whether you're performing or not, and people are aware of or not. That like impacts like the smaller person a bit more, especially because like I said, like when I told you earlier on, well, when you were typing in stream, I said the difference is like for me, like I said, like, I already have hate videos from Debate Bros. I made a very critical video a year ago, and that kind of like blew up the same day.
I think that's fair.
But one second, let me finish my point. Just 1 second. It's like a sentence. It's a sentence away. I have so many hate videos, and I have like, it doesn't matter if I've gone through them or not. That's not even the point what I'm trying to say. But it's like I see ones that like, it's to me it's equivalent to me seeing a 300, 400, even 1K view video on me on the tiny size that I am compared to them. Like they're like irrelevant, and it's just like, it's beneath me to like go take this, to even have the urge to make a video, let alone go on stream. And that's how like I see it, from like the way like I'm significant in that way of like that tiny like 300 view channel, like making like to me. And that's why like the only contention is like when you are like extra performative or like maybe a little bit exaggerating or come off hyperbolic, like that comes back to me in my comment sections. And I was wondering like, what is up? Because I thought you just made a tweet, because I only found out because Shoe left a comment and deleted it. Rightfully so.
Oh, yeah.
But like when I look,
you know, I see, sometimes I'll see like, and this isn't all the time, but I'll see videos criticizing me and I'll think like, oh, well, I don't know, I got nothing to do today. I might as well do something on stream and figure it out. You know, I don't pre-watch it necessarily.
Yeah, I don't know your intent. I'm not here to like fixate on intent.
Well, let me just say this.
Okay.
I understand the perspective of that. It was like, well, why should I care if like a nobody is commenting on me? But like, I think from my perspective, I come at it from the angle of like, I don't think of like numbers in that way. Like I think about, this is a person who is talking about me, and so like I feel like if it's worth responding to, it's worth responding to, and if it isn't, it isn't. But I just feel like it's weird to publicly, like, okay, so I'll make a video about somebody that I don't like, and I'm gonna broadcast it publicly, and my expectation is that either they won't see it or that I'm so insignificant it doesn't matter. It's like, you are significant. Like everybody's significant. Like my perspective is that like a person's a person. Like I don't really care if you have like 10 followers or, you know, 100 followers or 1 million followers. Like if I make a video on somebody with like 20 times my audience and they clap back, like I think the idea that I would be upset by that is a little confusing, because I mean, they might not see it, but if they do see it, I mean, like I've made it so easy. I mean, and so like I kind of expect that, I guess is what I'm saying. Like if I make a video on somebody who's like, let's say 20 million subs, and it's like a critical video, and they decide to like cover it on stream. And I think the idea of me being like, oh well, I'm just like 500K, I think it's a little silly, because it's still ultimately like a public display using the name of the person that you're talking about. You know what I mean?
I can see your perspective, and you can have your perspective on it. I don't agree with you on that, but I'm not going to argue your perspective either. Okay. My point is just that, like, I would have never said anything if it was just a tweet. And that's what I mean. For me, it's like, if you just made your tweet and that would have been it, I would have nothing to say. But because it did go to stream, because it did go to, and not only to stream, but it was uploaded to your second channel, your streaming channel, right. That's kind of why, like, now, like, okay, this is a little different than, like, because I don't care if you watch it. I just don't think, most people don't think we're ever going to be seen by the people we have discourse on. And even it's just, like, it's not even, like, solely, like, it's, I mean, and obviously, like, we don't have the same perspective on leftism either, but I want to say this. I never called you a right-winger. I'm not policing who's a leftist. I have no interest of doing that. That's never been my mission. But yeah, just to like make that clear now, so there's no kind of like, no talking points about that. But like, yeah, I don't care to police people who's more leftist and whatnot. Even if I don't agree if someone is more left, it's not a competition, but like, if I don't agree with someone portrays themselves as a super leftist, I don't really care to like debunk that, or like, I'm gonna let people identify what they want to identify. But yeah, as far as like my video, like I said, like it comes down like going back to like me not expecting as a small creator someone to take it to stream and to be hyperbolic, and that's where it's harmful. It's like the hyperbolic, even like if you're just like performing, that's kind of like puts me more at risk because it's just the size difference. That's my only contention. Everything else, like if you want to have your perspective, like I should be able to respond, fine, I'm fine with that. But it's the way you choose to respond. If it was just a tweet, I wouldn't be here right now. I wouldn't like. But because you did take it to stream and then took it to your second channel, and then that's pouring over to my comments, that's why I'm here. So, to make that very clear.
Okay. Well, you know, I'm sorry if anybody's a freak about it and has come to your channel and been a fucking psycho about it. There's always those people. I don't think. Look. I don't even think I would have posted it necessarily to the second channel were it not for the way that it ends. Because I think, like...
The video was rushed. I can give... Like, I kind of, like, try to say that, like, it is rushed. So there's things that, like, I didn't build upon and that wasn't good enough. Right, but it's still... But I haven't got to your ending part of the stream. But also, like, it's still there. I mean, like, your content is still up there to you. But continue.
Well, I mean, I think, like... there's a lot of stuff that you say, like specifically, I think the All Lives Matter criticism is entirely valid. I think
I got to that so far. Yeah.
There's another thing too that you say that I think I agree with as well, like the BL or the Blue Lives Matter thing, and how like that doesn't really track, you know, like or it's a unwise thing to say. Is like, you know what, I do agree with that, and I feel like I've agreed with that for a very, very long time, but. I really do think a lot of my contention comes with this, because it's a solid, like, fair disagreement up until like the conspiracy stuff starts coming in with about like, oh, this Francesca video is about her and he paid IMDb, and it's just like I
didn't make that talking point, but continue.
Right, but it's in Francesca. It's highlighted and reinforced by what you were talking about in Francesca's section, you know what I mean?
It's what's going on chronologically on Twitter, so I was just showcasing what was the facts of what. So it's not, that was never my argument. I didn't even go into that argument deeper to how much I wanted to. Even on that, to even shut that down real quick, is my take on that is that it don't matter whether you pay them or not. The takeaway is that your audience and Francesca had there's a plausible reason why they would assume that's them, and your audience also, and that she got harassed, not for that video solely, but for obviously other things. But like, people, their takeaway is that was Francesca, and that's the bigger point. And also because the artists, because I left the tweets of the artists, like, I mean, I talk because I'm an art major, I'm in school right now for fine arts, so I'm like, this is an era where people couldn't even like make people of color or black women into like games and like shows, etc. Art, like that's the era I remember. So it's just like this don't add up. So as I laid in the tweets itself, he's used 1 second. I'm almost done. So before you go to like your okay. So anyways, so I understand as an artist inspiration. So when you pull from inspiration. And I found out, based off the way like that conversation we had on Twitter, and they said the quiet part out loud that they made based, they're inspired off it. It may not, so it's more like a semantics thing. It's a technicality thing. It's inspired based off of her, but it isn't her. Is it? So he says it literally in the tweets. And if you want to take it as not, then if you want to take it like it's not, then you stand on that. But like. It was very clearly semantics and very just like you base your inspiration off of someone, even though you say technically it's not, which it is. Oh, you could say it's not. But if the inspiration is based off that, that's just the fact. And as an art major, you're not going to tell me what inspiration is or not. Like, it's just not. And how it works. And her being in the thumbnail, too. That's another thing. If you don't want her to anticipate that, why is she in the thumbnail? Like, it's just like... If you didn't want that argument to be there... do you have any weight or any ammo for that? Then she wouldn't be in the... Put aside everyone else in there, she wouldn't be in that thumbnail specifically. We're talking about her. We're not talking about everyone else. We're talking about the fact that your audience takeaway is that they assumed it was her, so much so that some random person put her in the IMDb. And that is the point of it all, that's the takeaway. That's how they walk away. Whether you intended or not, or whatnot, that's not even the argument. I don't care about the intent. Right. It's the walk away of like, what was the impact? Was that she was attached to something that she doesn't personally care to be attached to part in her IMDb. So again, that's what my argument is. I couldn't fluently describe that because I rushed the video at that point. I had a deadline and I was super late for my deadline. So the quality went down. But that's why it's kind of nice to talk about now, so you can kind of hear like straight up, because like that's my stance. That's just like that's what it is. So you don't have to agree with it, but that's what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I personally think intent matters. I don't think it's the end all be all. Obviously, the effect matters as well. I disagree that the main takeaway is that that's her in the video. I think that's her takeaway. And quite frankly, it's not just her takeaway, but continue.
I'm not saying it's just her takeaway, but I feel like it's the minority takeaway. Like most people,
if you want to say that, sure.
Most people who watch that video don't know who she is. I assure you, it's a really massively viewed video.
But when she's attached to IMDb, like that's what I mean. Like you want to say it's a minority, but like. Do
you think IMDb is like do you think most people go to IMDb?
The point is that the takeaway showcases that's what people took away from. They assumed it was her, and that's the point. So you want to say that it's so small, or you don't know the person, you think it's a minority, but at the end of the day, like neither of us have that data to be able to like effectively say yes or no. But what we can take away is the way that was navigated, and based off like how things were moving, it's more likely than not people assume that was Francesca Ramsey, including when you put her in the thumbnail. And again, it was right. It is what it is.
Right. Along with the Young Turks and other people who are.
I mean, you could bring them all day. At the end of the day, like the takeaway is your audience thought it was Francesca, whether you intended it or not. True. Whether you intended it or not. And it's not just Francesca. There's literally, if you didn't want to be in a situation where people would take that as a takeaway, you wouldn't have her in the thumbnail. And that's me logically. That's just me being logically. But you can't be mad if you leave room for people to, quote unquote, misunderstand or whatnot when like you weren't the most clear. Especially when I talked to the artist directly on Twitter, where they said she's inspired by inspiration. And as an art major,
where did he say that?
You can rewind that on yourself. It's literally you went over it. It's in the video. It's literally in the video. Like that's the whole point.
Didn't say that. I know what he said.
You can read it. You can read it yourself. You can read it out loud right now. Literally, like it's there. I already like okay. That's the point why I put things chronological order. But go for it.
Right. Yeah. Well, first of all, as somebody who also draws, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's confusing to me that you think that somebody could only conceptualize a character based on inspiration. Like that's like a really weird...
I didn't say that was the only thing, but if that's one you want to like tackle me on, go for it.
No, it's just I'm because I'm asking a genuine question. Like, do you think it's like only possible that somebody could have developed a character if it was like inspired by someone? Do you not think that like people can just like kind of draw and like figure it out as they go? Is that not possible?
I'm not engaging in anything with the words only, because that never was my argument of only. I don't do that. Like at the end of the day, like because you led with like a straw man, so like this already sounds like you're poisoning the well, because like I never said the word only. So like the fact that you're bringing that into this,
but it's the only other option.
It's not the only other option, but
because if you think that like this must have been inspired by this person,
he said himself. He literally said himself. You can go to the video yourself. It's there. It's there. It literally, you can read it out loud. Like that's what I'm literally saying. Like it's there. So either you want to read it out loud or you're gonna fixate on this without reading it out loud. Like it's your choice. Go for it. Go for it.
Yeah. Because I remember being like absolutely flummoxed by this on the stream.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why, like, I did the stream, because I was like, what? That is a wild argument. Let's see, where is it? Oh, god damn it. Where the fuck it is? Timestamp.
It's like towards the end. It's like the end of your section.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, but it's like kind of... God, I hate YouTube's fucking... All right. Where did you pull the reference from, David? It's not a hard question to answer. Reference, and he says reference for a meaningless rando in a cartoon. I made her up. Like he literally said
Continue.
Do it.
Continue. No, that's not the only one. Keep going. There's one more.
Right. Hold on. Yeah, this is the thing that flummoxed me. So you said, let me make this completely clear from artist to artist. You did not pull this black woman design in 2016 completely from your imagination. You based it on Francesca to further reinforce bigoted stereotypes against black anti-racist women. The
Yeah.
animation is racist as fuck, period. And he says, what a hilarious impersonation of a racist idiot.
And there we go. There we go.
What?
Yeah.
Do you call drawings impersonations?
An impersonation of Francesca. That's the whole point.
Dude,
that's the whole point. So like you pull from that. So that's literally it. Like that's literally it. That's literally it.
That's not what that says.
That's literally what that implies. Like he thinks it's a joint. He thinks it's funny.
He's calling you a racist idiot.
He's not calling me a racist idiot because I didn't do anything to betray that. So you're taking it fully out of context. I don't know how you get to that conclusion. I don't know how you get to that conclusion. I'm being entirely honest. Like that is such a disingenuous breakdown of him literally like saying the quiet part out loud. It's like he literally was like pulling inspiration based off of her, but like at the same time, like to the angle, like my tweet, like I said, like, so you can punch down, basically, I'm paraphrasing, I didn't say the word punch down, but to basically punch down on anti-racist people talking about issues. So that's also the other problem of it too. But at the end of the day, the takeaway still with the artist using her as inspiration has impacted to where your audience takeaway is that it's her, especially when it's in, literally she's in the thumbnail, so it's kind of not hard. So you left yourself for room for that. You left yourself vulnerable to that to be you left yourself vulnerable for there to be a talking point for having her in the thumbnail. And like I said, the IDMB is just like an example of how people took it away. That's like one example written, like she's like literally like she has every right to complain about her not wanting that being part of IMDb, and that's literally like you said, you didn't put that there. Someone of your fans did, and that's the evidence there. Like, and you don't want to acknowledge it, then you don't acknowledge it. But we don't have to agree on it. I'm fine with that. I'm not trying to like make you think the way I do or match what like I have to say. It is what it is. If you're not sorry, you don't care, it's fine. Like that's totally fine. But I'm not telling you how to think.
All right. I mean, I don't know. I just think that's a wild interpretation of that.
I mean, it's wild that your takeaway too, but go for it.
Because you wouldn't call, like, no artist would call their drawing.
We can
that's so insane.
we can move on. We're literally we're going in circles at this point. What's your next point? Let's go.
All right, yeah. I just wanted to because that was the main thing that like really fucking confused me, because I just know personally that it's just not her. I know from the artist perspective that it's not her. I know that it's not.
I mean, you keep saying that all day, but that's the takeaway. It's impact over intent at the end of the day. But continue.
All right. Well, I mean, I'm just objectively correct on this. Like,
I mean, you can say that all you want. You could say objective all day. We could continue to the next topic.
All right. Well, I guess there's really nothing else.
Nothing
I
else.
just thought it was. I guess not. Yeah.
I mean, like you called people like not wanting to accept an apology psychotic. So that's one thing. Like that kind of you said that in your stream. You said that like this like ran because like I didn't. Also, like you're even the way you were portraying my videos, like I wasn't like a I thing. It was a conversation about forgiveness as a whole, not a me thing. This was about like people in like BIPOC leftist spaces, especially like BIPOC femmes, like people that were victims of this content. Like, you know, when people make apologies for things that only applies, you know, that doesn't apply to them. It's not other people's. Not really for other people to go like dictate if that's to get mad at people or like dictate what victims or people that are harmed how to feel about someone's apology. Like we don't have to accept it.
No, of course.
And I noticed a lot of like the kind of like the talking points of like, yo, well, we can never win. Like that's a very like. I mean, I won't really give much about my opinion on that too much because like I'm not really trying to put my views on everyone else. But like it definitely. It definitely is kind of like, how do I put it? When I hear that and the times that most people hear that, it's usually just like a way for them to disengage and not really like effectively like kind of deep like it's like lacking nuance. And it's like when people like choose like the most extreme version of a trans person or a person from the 2016 era, they find the most extremist. So they're like, so this is, you know, it's like a waste of time because look at the, like, but that doesn't represent everyone. And even like I said, like a lot of things we're not gonna see eye to eye. I mean, we're also from different millennials. I'm Gen Z, you're a millennial. I mean, I'm from different generations. I'm a Gen Z student, and you're a millennial. So like, there's certain things that we're just gonna like not see eye to eye on. Pacific wise, even like our view on leftism is different. But like at the end of the day, like I'm not trying to police you on that. My whole point, what I was going to say in my next video, which now, because we're talking directly, I don't know if it's necessary to include that anymore. But my point is that the damage was done. It's not me trying to say you're right wing. It's not me trying to police if you're a leftist or not. It's the point is that because jokes were made at the expense of the people, like, and it was like, it starts off with Gamergate. It's like a slide. It's not even like me blaming you. It's like saying that you had a hammer and you helped build the beginning of that slide. And I'm not saying you were like, so just being part of the problem is what the discussion was. And also even like on the example of like what you should have done. But based off your tweets from last year, you gave me no reason to assume that you would be even receptive of anything or any ideas of what you should have done. And also like my view of it is like if you really wanted to like do something like, or even like you could have took a context clue based off what IDub sections of what he could have done in there, because I already knew people weren't going to like, people are going to expect me to give that. And I'm like, yeah, like I have no problem. Like I'm going to just shut that down. But I'm not going to in a video when I like, basically it's parallel. I mean, guess what, you're both on the video. I'm not going to have to break down the same things you could have done that I said IDub's going to, like, it's just like a context clue thing. But anyways, but at the end of the day, like my big contention is not just mine, but it's a lot of folks, especially people that are impacted right now, is that you and other folks help build this slide that slid down to MAGA, and we're dealing with the impacts of just one term. We don't have Ruby Raid no more. We don't have affirmative action, etc. A lot of these things are just kind of like, wow. So it's not that like you guys could never be forgiven or like die, which was kind of also like you're being very hyperbolic. Like I was never gonna say like
obviously I don't think
that's what I mean. Like me being a smaller creator and that's how you talk, like that impacts me. That comes back to my comments, and it's like it makes me sound like I'm more insane if I'm like if you're putting a performance that's like I want these people to die. I don't want none of that. It's like I literally give solutions, and it's fine. You like when you watch something,
but like. Right. But can I say it's like it is one of those things where I think like you see two people kind of approach it from the kind of opposite angles, right? You see somebody who, you know, kind of goes out and on his main channel kind of like, you know, addresses everything and like apologizes profusely and kind of like throws himself kind of to the wolves of his audience in some way. And then proceeds to get like harassed for years at this point, like, you know, not like, not that his content wasn't like massively like viewed and like led to all sorts of stuff on its own. You know what I mean? But I look at that and I think about like, damn, like that's kind of like, that's wild to do that. And I don't think that's nothing. And I think like what it comes across.
I didn't say it was nothing, but continue.
No, I'm not saying you said it was nothing, but I do think it comes across that way. Like when you're talking about it in like the tone that you're talking about it. And granted, like
I'm talking about the tone as a black person that was impacted by the N-word usage. Like because I was a minor during all this, like that content like emboldened, because I'm from Orange County, as you watched in the video, which is a predominantly white space. So like I'm the only Afro-Latino, only black representing person in my entire classroom all my life. So I'm surrounded by that. And when that content cops became a thing, the people that like were forced to be around that shit was people in grade school, people in high school around that. And it was just so fucking unbearable. So like, there's going to be, and that's not just my experience, but there's a lot of marginalized people experience that had to deal with IDubbbz fans. So that's
also is like a 20 million. You know what I mean? Like this is a guy.
I mean,
with like
you can have your take. I'm gonna tell you this. I don't agree with you, but you can have your take and continue. But like the point is that like the damage was done. The damage, like he helped normalize the N-word usage, and till this day, people till this day say it's just a word. So, but when he created that section, when he had that whole section about like the weight of slurs and putting like the N-word and saying like either everyone could do it or not everyone can't say it, like. That was fucking harmful, and that harmed black people, and that muddied the water on discourse on things when those words are attached to bloodshed, where people died when that word was uttered. And that's the reason why black people police the word, is because there's so much history and trauma and bloodshed attached to that. And a lot of people did not care back then, and to this day don't care now. So at the end of the day, like, that goes much deeper. It goes so much deeper, and it's not that, like, we just expect it much more. At the end of the day, like, to black people and other marginal people that were impacted by his content, that had to deal with his fans, that had to go to school with them, literally, like, that, like, an sorry isn't enough for a lot of us. And we expected more. And later on, when he was interviewed by Olaimi Olurin, she gave him examples of things he could have done. And I looked into if he actually followed through, and he did not. And I only have tiny edited bits in that because I stuck to the important stuff at hand. That's all, like, I can make a video. So, like, you would have saw, like, everything on that, but I've literally just had to, like, stick to the point at hand and just, like, keep the video going fluidly because that's how I navigated this conversation. So, it's deep, but you can have your view on IDubbbz. It is what it is. At the end of the day, you're not a black person. The N-word is not going to be used against you. You're not an Afro-Puerto Rican person. So, like, your experience with that word is going to be vastly different, and people's feelings are going to be different than yours. And that's the nuance of it. But, anyways, continue.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think I disagree with that. I don't know. I think, I guess I look at it, and I look at it from, like, okay, so he did that. And then I looked at it, and I kind of thought about my own stuff, and I thought, like, have I ever, like, I just feel like the scale is crazy. Like, I don't think I got Trump elected, or that I was, like, particularly instrumental.
I don't think anyone's saying that you individually got him elected. I said you helped build the slide that helped get Trump elected.
But I'm also one of the only, like, points in that slide that also get people out. Like, no one's coming out from Sargon, you know what I mean? No one's coming out from fucking
that's
Black
like
Pigeon Speaks or whatever.
Okay, I'll let you finish.
So I kind of Well, no, go ahead.
No, I'm not sorry. I want you to finish your point. It's actually rude with me. I'll let you finish. Keep going. Sorry. I want you to, like, keep, like, I want you to have a good flow still. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. No, I just think that kind of counts for something, especially because, you know, you can say intent doesn't matter. I actually think it matters a great deal. There's a vast difference between somebody who, you know, kills somebody accidentally and somebody who plans to do it. Like, they're treated very differently, even, like, both socially and legally. Like, there's a reason why intent matters. And I do feel like, you know, I think it's fine to get criticism. I think it's totally fine for people to pick apart my videos, especially stuff that I made back in the day, because, like, there's a lot of the stuff that even I don't agree with still to this day. And I leave them up in large part because they just, quite frankly, don't circulate in the algorithm, and I don't know. For me, I kind of feel like, well, what do I hide them? People give you shit for hiding them because it's like you're trying to hide from your past or whatever, and people give you shit for leaving it up, even though they don't circulate. So even if they are up, they're not really, like, doing anything. So it's like, I choose to leave most of them up. The stuff that I choose to take down is stuff that, like, just stylistically sucks, or that I just don't really like from, like, a presentation standpoint. Like, oh, it's just like fucking audio in front of a logo. That's lame. But yeah, I don't know. I look at the impact of it, and I just see a lot of people kind of coming out of this pipeline. And maybe it's late, and maybe it's like the way I feel about it is like better late than never. But I get a lot of people still to this day like thanking me for pulling them out, and I don't know. I don't feel bad about that.
I'm not denying that that's possible. I'm not saying I'm not. Okay, continue. Yeah. I'll let you continue. Go.
Well, I just wanted to say I just wanted to say. That's not to say there are things I don't feel bad about. Like, obviously, like there are things that, like, you know, I wish I had treated certain things better. I wish I had treated certain subjects a little bit more carefully. I wish the things that I was wrong on I wasn't, but like I can't really go back and change that. All I can really do is like not do that again. You know what I mean? So like, I don't know. Just kind of feels like a rock and a hard place situation where it's like, I mean, all right. I mean, what do you do? You just don't make the same mistake again, I guess. That's really the best you can do. You can't really like ask for forgiveness because you're not owed it. And should it matter to, like, does it even matter? Like, should it matter to you if you even get it? You know what I mean? I don't think it should. And so if it doesn't matter that you get that forgiveness for yourself, then like you might as well just like not ask. Is kind of how I feel about it. But that's more of like a philosophical thing.
Sure. I mean, what I will say is like, I've never once denied that you've potentially pulled people off. I obviously, because I was watching you back then, I saw a shift in like your content, whether it was due to Adpocalypse or not, whether it's not, I can't sufficiently say, because I also don't know your intent on that. And I'm not saying intent doesn't matter. I think what the problem is that a lot of people weigh impact more over intent, because intent can only go so far and it can't cancel out the impact. I mean, yeah. So
I think
that's why this thing called manslaughter, you know, and you know,
right.
intentional, like, yeah. So, but anyways, yeah, I'm never denied, like, I'm not gonna like take that away from you that like you didn't. But the point is that like two things could be true at the same time. You could have pulled people out, but in the same breath, there's a lot of people, and I wouldn't say you're not even the biggest person at all. Like, that's like one thing I can always acknowledge. You never was the biggest person at all, but you were just like, you were like the gateway, because yours just was comedy. And it's just like, it was like in the, even if you don't agree with the little, like the graph where it shows the points, you know, like just like when I make leftist content, other leftist people are pushed in the algorithm or like as recommended videos. Same back then, the algorithm still works the same way.
Oh, sure.
So yeah. Like, because of that, let me finish this point real quick, because I let you get your point out.
No, you're right.
Yeah, you were just like, you know, because you weren't like outwardly right wing like that at all. I'm not saying, but there was a lot of rhetoric that was parallel. That like you let people like right wing people have the narrative on certain things like Black Lives Matter. And so that's one video, one good example. And there's a lot of other videos I wanted to go, not a lot, but other videos I wanted to go into. But because of time strength, I just stuck to what I found was the most obvious, but there's other examples. And I was going to go into those on my next video, but I don't think that's necessary because of now that we're talking directly. But yeah.
Yeah. Well, can I ask you this? Like, what? Because I think I hear what you're saying, and I think I acknowledge it. I just feel like this has been something that's bothered me for a long time, and it bothered me pretty early on in like 2016, even like early like 2017. It's not necessarily the content, but the way that algorithms were pushed. And what I mean by that is there would be the reason that I remember starting to shift away from politics or like explicitly like political stuff was specifically because it bothered the hell out of me seeing certain people in my recommended that I knew for a fact I didn't agree with ideologically or really like principally, and they would just be sitting there and I couldn't do anything about it. Like there wasn't like a channel option where like keep XYZ like whatever off of recommended videos on my videos, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which frustrated me endlessly, and that's like a big reason why like I started to pivot. It was just like, oh my god, I fucking hate the stuff that's being associated with my stuff. Not that I didn't say stuff that I you know would disagree with today, although like a lot of it is so, I don't know. I do think in comparison to a lot of stuff today, it's crazy. But how much responsibility do you place on YouTube specifically and the way that their algorithms operate in building that pipeline?
Well, it takes people to build a pipeline. It's a mutually, it's like half and half, and I'm not really like going to like ignore like that's just how content works, especially when like there's similar talking points between each other. That's why each other were also like pushed. Some folks, I don't know how extreme it got on your end, because on the graph, how it shows is like some black guy would come up, or people you clap like Shoe or I'm Skeptic, like just things like that. So like, but it's not even the fixating on like what your like I said, you're the gateway. You're not the biggest person. You're not the worst person. You didn't even push the most of the bullshit at all. Like that's true. That's a fact. But like the point is that like kind of like, and I don't believe in the term gateway drugs really, and like in the way that like schools taught you, but like in a similar way as like something simple as like a comedy light on like certain topics that you got wrong on the videos that were wrong. I'm not going to say they're all wrong. I don't have interest in doing that. I'm just like the ones that were wrong, that was harmful, and that helped funnel in with other people that had similar views about Black Lives Matter, especially as someone that was like, I found you through Blair White, because Blair White did a collaboration with and I think it's like she did a collaboration with Shoe. I probably found you before that, but it's like Shoe and then Chris, and then I found you and whatnot, etc. And there's other folks, and it just kind of, it started off gentle, and then it slowly got.
So Blair White. So Blair White was your gateway.
Gateway, yes. I remember when I first saw her. I think she had like her earliest video was probably like 5 months old. Her first video was 5 months old at best. So yeah. So, but I've been around since then as a minor, and I just kind of like saw like it didn't start off with Stefan Molyneux at all. It never did. And also because I'm like half black and I'm half Mexican, like I can never get that far. That was never gonna like get me there. It just kind of like, it just got really weird real fast. You know, a lot of the arguments that even like Maya Yiannopoulos was pushing, like a lot of things that like people don't fuck with that, especially your average leftist is going to clown Milo, and that's the point. There was a lot of, my other point is like, you identify as a leftist, you want, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying you're not a leftist. That's not my mission. But there was a lot of like anti-leftist rhetoric you were pushing and discussing, and that things that are common sense leftism now that are one-on-ones like we learn in school, whether you agree with that or not.
Well,
and
right, but like I also feel like I got the opposite of that as well, where like there were videos and streams that I would do where I would be like, listen, Hillary Clinton's a bad candidate. Why can't, like, because I was a Bernie guy like the entire time.
Yeah.
Like, and I was so infuriated with how the DNC did him dirty, and it like really pissed me off. And the fact that like I remember the second he lost that primary, I'd be like, oh my god, we're fucked. Like, it's over. Like, she's not going to win. She's like uniquely like unliked, and that is a pretty common leftist acknowledgement now. But I remember at the time, and by the way, like I never once said like it's because she's a woman, women are incapable of leading, like nothing like that, because I've just never believed that. But like the common leftist refrain at the time was like, oh my god, it's sexist to go after, or it's sexist to criticize Hillary Clinton for not being a candidate. And so like from my perspective, like I see what you're saying is where like there are certain things that I got wrong that are now current, like commonplace leftist talking points. I also experienced that from the other side as well, where I'm just like, yo, like now it's like totally fine to like, yeah, Hillary Clinton sucks. So like on the left, it's like a common talking point. It's like, what the fuck? Where was this? Like, why was I like, from my perspective, that was like just like very frustrating to see, because I knew even at the time, it's like, it's not anti-leftist to acknowledge that she's like a bad fucking candidate. Like there's nothing right-wing about that. Like right-wing people may dislike her for like fucking stupid reasons, but she's also just like not a good candidate. And I remember being like frustrated that like people couldn't like engage with that honestly. And so there was a lot of that as well, where like I was left before a lot of people on the left even agreed with a lot of that stuff. And by the way, I'm sorry if I'm like getting a little bit loud.
No, you're fine. You're totally fine. I mean, this isn't like an example of two things could be true at once. That's just kind of like, but no, I mean, honestly, a lot of Gen Z people make fun of Hillary. So like, it's also another like that's not even like
right.
I mean, real, like that's just like a lot of us is like she's a war hawk, like that is true and all that stuff. Like,
Right.
people don't like Hillary. That's like a lot of people that would never voted for Hillary would much rather vote for Kamala. Whether people agree on that, and that's because she just doesn't have as much blood that Hillary does have on her hands. So that's just like the difference. So like no, I get that.
She's also just like way better as a candidate.
Yeah, totally. But this is not me endorsing Kamala Harris, y'all. I am not endorsing any candidate. Especially not Trump, but no candidates being endorsed here. I'm just like talking about how like there are people that were refused to vote for Hillary that are going to vote for Kamala. But anyways, also like I think another problem from that era is that like it's kind of like clickbaity. That era was very clickbaity because they like kind of cherry pick some of the worst folks, and that's what content made, and that's what blew up, and that's what kind of painted the narrative as if like that's what leftists all were. They're all like out of touch, and that kind of that's something. And I'm not putting that solely on because like again like you're on the smaller end of it. You're just the gateway. You're like
it was
watered
the broader zeitgeist.
So
it was the broader zeitgeist, I think, for sure. I think,
I'm like giving you credit on that. Like I'm never gonna say like you were the worst, and also even your tweet you said the devil. I didn't call you the devil. I was like speak of the devil, basically similar to that. But that's why I said like at first that tweet I would have never said shit. I would have just kept it. But like again, a stream that's kind of forced me to because I couldn't make a video without actually watching what you said. Because I don't want to misrepresent you. But anyways, continue.
Well, let me just say, like, I'm not like angry that you're streaming. Right? Like, I don't have a problem with streaming. You know I mean, it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was the broader zeitgeist at the time for sure. Yeah. I think for me it was frustrating because I did see a lot of this stuff that was like, if you criticize Hillary Clinton, you're like by definition you're right wing. And a lot of popular political content at the time just didn't reflect the perspective that I had, which is like, well, I'm pretty left-leaning, and I don't think it made me feel kind of crazy because I thought like maybe I was missing something, and it really is that misrepresentation of what the left could be that really kind of got me into things. And I'm not saying I always handled it with like the best care or like the most care that I should have. I didn't even expect to really blow up in the way that I did, but I think when I look at that time, I did want to focus on like the craziest stuff because I wanted to like say like, hey, listen, this is crazy, but you don't have to go somewhere else. You can still be on this team and acknowledge that it's okay to like acknowledge that like certain people on your own side are like a little bit crazy. Like it's fine, that's okay. You don't have to like jump ship to like the opposite, because I think it's fucking so stupid. Like the amount of people who like, the left doesn't like me, so I'm gonna like jump to the fucking right, and they'll coddle me and they'll like fucking give me everything I want because they don't care, like what you do. They're just like really, really welcoming. I think that's a real danger for like the modern left, and it has been for a really long time. Is that like the right wing is so welcoming. I can imagine that for like insecure people, that's like a very, very intoxicating thing. Like if they get some pushback, like why not go where they'll love me no matter what I do? I could do the most heinous shit. I could be literally I could be a sexual criminal, and I'm softening that language for consideration for your stream, but like, oh, they'll accept me because who cares? Like that's what Elon did, And I look at that and I'm like, fuck, that's a real problem that they're viewed as more welcoming. So I think and granted, again, like I acknowledge your argument about intent versus, impact, all that. But the way that I always came about it, or the way that I felt about it, was that like I really wanted to like be in some way just like a voice of like, hey, listen, like you can still be on this team and acknowledge that things kind of get wild. Like you don't have to jump to the other side. It's kind of, that was the mentality. Whether or not that succeeded, and I think it did succeed in some ways, obviously, because people still message me about like how I got them out of it. But like, I'm sure it missed a broader, like far more than it hit.
Yeah. I mean, and that's kind of the point.
But that was the intent.
I mean, I appreciate it. I mean, to a degree. I mean, I'd like to break it down. Like I say, like 20, 30%. 80, 70. Like that's kind of like just depends on like what the impact is that like
Sure.
you know, like, and I get it that like you say like, you know, like, and again, like you're not the most extreme ones of them all at all. Like we have Sargon
Well,
and whatnot.
I'm obviously I'm talking to you, so. Like,
but yeah, but the point is that no, yeah, like I said, like both things can be true. Like I have saw like, you know, your content like become, you just stop touching certain topics altogether and just kind of focus on like games or whatnot, which I enjoy. I love your Halo content. Like that was the content I enjoyed also to you from you back then. But what I can say is that like when there's a lot of people that are making that kind of content, and not everyone knows everyone's intent, not everyone knows how like where they're coming from, they're like even their goals, like it gets like the lines blur, and we don't know how to distinguish who's who unless like people outwardly say what they are, and that's a lot with that era, and that's why like you're at the like just the gateway, because like you only like you didn't take it farther where like people can outwardly call you right wing. Some people might, but like I'm not calling. I'm not, again, like I said, I'm not here to police your leftism.
Yeah.
But yeah, so and that's what I mean. Like you were part, whether you intended or not, you did help build the slide. You probably weren't at the very end of the slide where it was MAGA, but you helped build the top part where people started to slide down. And that's kind of was the point, whether you intended to or not. And that's kind of like what the reality of the conversation was. And also like based off like the way like you talk, like people will take it like, especially like the apology thing, we took it as like condescending. Sometimes you come, whether you intend to or not, sometimes you do come off condescending. So that's why people don't think you're apologetic. And I think that's why some people, like even like me as an example, felt like it was easier to have these conversations because like we just felt like you just didn't give a fuck. So like based off like your condescending tone, there was no reason for me to try to give you examples of what you should have done, because you didn't seem receptive to even do anything, because you wouldn't, in our eyes, like you wouldn't even said sorry. And even like it's say sorry, and when I say sorry, that's like another thing, because that's something you did like talk about, and just like it's not that like sorry is the end all be or that's enough, or even just that like that's it. I don't have to put it that it's like not needed or whatnot. I just think that's like the more it's just like do you at least like have contrition for the potential of people that were harmed? That's all. Like that's the bare minimum though. That's the bare minimum. But like we felt like we didn't even get that. Like we just kind of got like, oh, like you treat it like, I can't say what the substance it is, but it's just like people, you want me to just grovel. Like people don't want you. Maybe some people do, but like people just want acknowledgement.
I think people. I acknowledge what you're saying. I do think that is a lot of people though.
Sure.
Like based on
sure. I won't even take that away. I'm not even trying to argue that, but like to the people that it does matter though, well, what does matter is that like acknowledgement to those people that just want acknowledgement of like, hey, like I didn't intend this, and that can't change things, but like at the end of the day, but I can apologize that it did blur the lines, whether, and even I didn't intend to be portrayed or be associated with people like that, but nonetheless that's how it was taken, and that's how history has remembered you in that way, whether you agree with it or not. That's kind of why like the conversation has been shifted in the way. Also, like again, like going back to like sometimes your condescending tones, or sometimes like the way you word things on Twitter, like it's kind of like, like you're reductive, or you're just dismissive. So like then it makes it easier for people just to be like, okay, well, like you're not in good faith, but right now talking to you a little different.
I think Twitter is just, I don't know, Twitter is just I really don't view Twitter as like any, I almost feel like I would rather it just go away forever. Like I hate that it's even, like I really think it's done irreparable damage to everything, but I think I just don't view it as like an authentic place to have real conversations. So if I ever see like a real conversation like try to be started on Twitter, it's really impossible for me to take it seriously, because there's no room to actually communicate. First of all, you're missing the tone of a lot of what's being said. There's too much room for interpretation. There's not enough space to even convey a complete thought. It just feels like antithetical to genuine discourse. And so if anybody comes to me on Twitter like asking for like a genuine perspective, like it's kind of difficult to even abide by that rule, because it's kind of inherently compromised. So like I don't take Twitter particularly seriously. I am particularly condescending on Twitter. I think it's just kind of like what people like. Unfortunately, it is like just a shitpost website that nobody's real on. which would be nice if it was the opposite, but like I just don't see that reality where that's ever going to happen. Like especially now that like Elon owns the fucking thing and it's just like constant Nazi shit every 5 seconds, no matter who you are and what your algorithm is. It's that place is gone, you know. So I don't know.
Okay. I think we came to the conclusion of our conversation. I do think we have a little bit better understanding of each other. Hopefully you don't think I'm some, you know, how you called me a sociopath, and that, I didn't say I want people dead, but like you were hyperbolic in your stream that, what do you want us to be dead? Like that's never been like, and talking to me, I'd imagine we're both more rational. Just this conversation when, even when we don't agree, we still can like agree to disagree.
I think most people are. Yeah, I think most people are more rational, like if they're just talking. Like, look, you're gonna watch the rest of the stream, and it is not going to be nice. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know that. Yeah,
you know,
I already got a taste of it.
Yeah, and you know what? Sincerely, I do apologize for it because I do. You know, it's not necessarily the intent, but like at the same time, yeah, you know, that is what it is. It was annoying for me to see this like fucking video about like stuff that I feel like I've addressed a lot, and to be fair, like I've addressed it in like podcasts and stuff over like the last like 7 years, so like it's not necessarily the most, like if you're just familiar with the channel, you're kind of out of date, and that's fair.
Yeah, not everyone knows Shark Tank or knows to even go there sometimes. But
I know. Yeah. But so like, you know what? I apologize, and if you get any fucking freaks in the audience, which by the way, like, you know, I said after streams, like, listen, just don't fucking, you know, you try to police people as best you can, but like ultimately, some freaks are gonna sift through the sift through the strainer. So I apologize for that, but yeah, I don't know. I've got to head out, but thanks for, I guess, I don't know, being open to the conversation. I don't know how productive it was. I don't know if it matters really, but I do like to, at the very least, if I have like detractors who I think, again, have valid points, even if I disagree with like certain parts of it, especially like, you know, especially the end, which I just still disagree with.
Sure.
If they have something to say that I think is valid, and I'm like, oh yeah, I see that, I do at the very least want to engage, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
And directly, without the fucking like back and forth, like video about this, video about that. Like I don't know. I'm 30. I've been doing this a long time. I'm tired. It's kind of how I feel about it. So yeah, that's really it.
Okay.
Thanks for having me on, I guess.
Yeah. Have a great day,
Carry
Chris.
on. Yeah, you too. Bye.
Okay. Oh my god, I can't believe I did that. But that was a lot, especially because like I'm crossfaded. I can't believe I did that crossfaded. Like I have like 2 seltzers and my dab pen, and like somehow I was still able to like be mostly coherent and just like not like, you know, I stood my ground. So for me to be crossfaded, because I didn't anticipate that, I was trying to like get through the damn stream. I didn't expect it to escalate like that, but like I am glad to at least had a direct conversation to like at least some things because there's things I wouldn't be able to know because some things aren't tweeted about or aren't in video evidence. So to kind of hear from him myself, and it is gonna make me like shift the way I'm gonna talk about things. And I don't think it's necessary now. I'm still gonna like talk about Gamergate and whatnot, but like the whole section that I was gonna have it on him, I'm not gonna include that, but I will include you because that's a different. She's a whole different conversation. But yeah, I'm still amazed. I don't know how I did that. There were some points where like I can see him trying to weasel out, but y'all saw me like I remember someone was reading a comment on the side. It's like, keep your foot on him, you're under his neck, and I'm like, on some things I had to because like I was not gonna like, especially the Francesca thing. It's like he was trying his best, but like I said, like I think they were not gonna agree. Like, you know, let's move on. Like that's me. Like once I realized like there's no productivity on some things, I gotta go. Next point. So that's usually me. So like when you start noticing you go in circles on things, you got to keep the conversation going at some point. So, but wow, I'm still amazed. Like I did that. Like, honey, I don't even know where my sissy at. Where's she at? Oh, she over here. I can't believe it was like I'm like 2 of these and this, and I'm a lightweight, and like somehow like yeah, somehow I like got through. Like, I honestly am surprised. I think just like at first I had anxiety, but like once I realized, I was like, oh my god, like I'm on. Like, I don't know who's gonna watch this, but I had to like really like laser in. Like, I had to like use my brain like a calculator to make sure like I was coherent and like, nah, like let me articulate this, and like let me like, since we can talk directly, like let's make this straight. Let me set this straight, and like if ands or motherfucking buts, period. It was very much a period moment, and which feels good because like that, like I got him to at least understand a bit more on like why would people associate you, or like you've left room for people to think that was the video done, or like you did blur the lines and like you are the gateway, and that's what people talk about and they remember you that way. I told him directly, this is how in the internet history remembers you. Okay, you can feel this way, you can feel differently, but history remembers you differently than the way you describe yourself. And you know, like, and that's a whole different conversation, and I'm not trying to go into that, but be careful with Shoe. She will respond to her 2.2 million subs. Was she? Is she that petty? Is she that? I mean, she was in my chat. I'm not gonna lie. She gave me reparations when she said she was just here. She was just here. I should actually watch the fuck out, because I don't fucking know. I don't know. I mean, like, I am gonna make the video still. I have no choice because like it's in my editor. I'm just like removing the ChrisRayGun part that I was going to like do, because like we already like directly talked. So like, but the whole like Gamergate stuff and whatnot, like that's still a discussion to be had. Yeah, so like there's this like, yeah, but I'm still amazed. I don't know how I did that, because there was like, again, there was a couple points like, you think you about to run loose, honey? Nah. I had to be on it. My brain was working overtime because it was high at the same time. So I had to really work hard to make sure, like, nah, let me not fumble this. Let me make sure this is heard, because I'm right now speaking for a lot of folks. Like, that's how in my head it was like, if I don't articulate some of these points accurately, like, this is people's chance. Like, a lot of black people, a lot of people's color chance, especially when he was like, he got on the iDubbbz thing. I'm like, oh, well, you know, I had to like set that straight and kind of lay that out for him. And I'm glad I got to, because at least like, even if he doesn't fully agree, like he understands that, like, okay, like that's where we're coming from. We're not psychotic people. We were literally harmed by this content. And even for him to understand, like, I came from Blair White first, and then how it slowly progressed. It didn't start off from Stefan Molyneux. It eventually got there. And because I'm half black and half Mexican, I can never get to that point. That was when it got so weird. Milo, etc. Like, yeah, like, I told him, like, you know, when you have similar rhetoric, whether you agree with it or not, or whether you intentionally, you get grouped in together, and that's when the lines blurred. Like, there's just a lot of things I think directly he wasn't told that I got to say, and that makes me good, and I'm glad, it makes me feel good, and I feel good that I got to speak talk things that people probably wish they got to say. And so, like, at first when I was so nervous, I was like, damn, he's in my chat. But I like, damn, this is probably an opportunity just to kind of like directly communicate that, and just like, you know, he tried to rant, I make sure like, nah, like, you saw when I was over it, I was like, you could think that way. That's your perspective. I mean, sure, you know, like, you know, two things can be true. I had to do that a lot. And I also glad I got to call him out. Like, you literally said I wanted people to be killed. Never, ever. Like, I was like, I told him directly, you were being hyperbolic. So like, yeah. And how, because he tried to like, it doesn't matter, you're like equal people. I'm like, no, but when you're a bigger channel and you're being hyperbolic and saying I'm these things, like, it comes my way. So that's why it matters. It's like, you know, like, as we know, like, responsibility with like platforms, like, that's what I basically had to explain to him. But like, I'm glad I got to. So like, yeah. Girl, you were amazing, but definitely private this stream once it's done. I'm gonna try to get some footage out of this, not for the video, but just for myself, just in case, like, to be able to talk about it later on in the last form video. So I kind of like, he can speak for himself, and I won't edit him out of context at all. But yeah, but I know, girl, this is wild. I don't think I'm gonna finish the stream. I don't think it's necessary now. Like I said, because I don't intend to. Also, I got no music. Let me include that now. Sorry. Anyways, yeah. Wow, I still can't believe that just happened. Like, I won't even lie, like I do feel better. Like a lot of like trauma that I've had like kind of lifted off of my chest, being able to talk directly to the people that like helped funnel me into the pipeline, and I had to get out of it on my own. But yeah, damn. Wow, y'all was really there. Y'all was hanging in, like, cause like y'all were saying so much, and I could not basically read the chat at all. I like peeked at it like once or twice during the stream. But wow. This was definitely a combo. This definitely, yeah. Look, I stood my ground. A girl stood her ground. I mean, buy a bitch a drink. I stood my ground. I stood my motherfucking ground. I was not about to, like, there was some, like, look, some things I went easy because I'm like, I'm not gonna even try to argue this. But there were the most important things was like, nah, we ain't having that. Yeah, I stood my motherfucking ground. Like, you're not about to, some things that you just were wrong about. I'm gonna tell you directly to your face as close as possible, technology, aka Discord. But, look, I did my best to also not like stir any drama from this either, by like just sticking to the issue at hand. I didn't name call, I didn't do none of that. Just like, let's stick to like, even like, you know, things he didn't want to agree with. Like, I'm like, let's be real here. Like, you know, you saw how he tried to bring up the Young Turks. I shut that down fast. And I'm not even on that. I'm on Francesca. You saw, I'm Francesca, but I don't care about no Young Turks. I'm on Francesca. We're not about to have that. Like, your IDMB, like, literally, it's like what, like, supports the talking point that's what's the takeaway. We're not about to run for that. So, like, other than that, like, and there were a couple other points, I do feel like he's obviously, like, I never said he didn't grow from his content or changed or develop as you get older and whatnot. I never said that. But, like, again, like, he comes off, like, I told him, like, you come off condescending. Like, you given no reason for us to ever think that you even be receptive to anything that you can do to, like, further, like, positivity or whatnot. Like, there's no examples I could have gave you that even felt fruitful to even put in the video when, like, you talk a certain way where, like, no one thinks you're remorseful at all. Yeah, I didn't even know Young Turk stuff. As a BIPOC queer, I felt well represented. Thank you. Oh, thank you. I'm glad I was able to do that. All I can say is that I heard about Soul through him, and I think I'm gonna stick around because I like her style. So, thank you. I need a smoke out there. How do you think I feel? Shit, bitch, I'm hungry too. Like, I hope this audience understands what was trying to be accomplished and respect this if you leave it up. I might leave it up for a few days. I might even be able to edit it down. I might just edit it just to his, like, just the conversation because I don't want the other stuff. But yeah, I'm probably gonna do something like that. Sad because I bet you people, these people sleeping well at night, not gonna lie, never stop stopping. Never be silent. Glad this was cathartic. Thank you. Keep it as unlisted. Yeah, keep it at least unlisted. Yeah, I'll keep it unlisted. I won't delete it. I usually delete them, but I won't delete it. I guess that's more about their character based on how they react. I still see him as Weasley and not having many beliefs, but he did see somewhat aware. Bunny deserves credit for applying pressure. Thank you. I mean, like, and I try to be charitable. Like, I know how I feel about him, but, like, I can still be charitable and, like, talk directly. I mean, that's why I was like, I'm glad I got to, because at least, like, there's certain things that wouldn't be able to be conveyed unless it was, like, in a voice format. Girl, you're amazing, but definitely this stream. Okay, I said that already. Mark my words, iDubbbz will become a huge leftist content creator somehow. He just might. He at least seems receptive. Yeah, I think now he does. I mean, like, there was no way a year ago, like, with the way he talked to Francesca, that I was ever going to get that from him. But I think a black person that made a video critical, talking to him directly, at least helped him get a better perspective of, like, where we came from. And yeah, so as content creators, we have to take risk. If you know what you're talking about, do what needs to be done. I just got back and I hit some weed right before he came in, and I just got stressed just listening. I'm glad you're happy with it. Thank you. Are you still gonna delete the VOD if you're taking Chris's video out of your video? Of this VOD, I'm probably gonna keep this just for a few days before I private it, unlisted it. I can imagine she will go here if I keep it up too long. I still, let's see. It was good. He apologized. That's one thing I can say. Like, I do appreciate that. Like, I appreciate that. Like, so he is able to say sorry, and I've learned that firsthand at least. I don't think he was telling on himself about how he sees himself as performing, or Twitter being a cesspool, or claiming he got people out of the pipeline. I mean, and that's a whole different conversation, but yeah, I did bring up the performing thing. I'm like, whether you're performing or not, like, the impact is, like, you're saying I want people dead. That never was my contention at all. Let's see. By the way, I'm scrolling up to reading older comments. I'm gonna get down to the new ones real soon. More like Soul Bunny, more like stood on business. Ah, thank you. Shorty was reaching about that thumbnail. Yeah, he was reaching. I had to lay that out. Please don't risk it by trying to voice chat with June. I'm not voice chatting with June. That's a waste of damn time. I wouldn't talk to her. She's here to troll. She's here to make games. I mean, like, if I had a call that could not be live, that would have to be a private call. That's the only one I would ever talk to Shoe. Chris is a different story, but Shoe would have to be a private conversation. I'm going to get my shit together so I can be on Soul Bunny's superhero team when I grow up. Oh, you're funny. Okay, let me go back to the bottom before I go back to the up, because I want to see what's the new comments. Let's see. Exactly. I'm still personally doubtful that he actually will listen to what you said, but who knows? Maybe he's taking this as a learning opportunity. Yeah, I mean, hopefully. All I could hope. You did the damn thing. Thank you. I just smashed Chipotle, and listened to you, bro, and Cap yapping to bro yapping Cap. He was rambling so much. I mean, maybe. I mean, like, I still have to rewind and go watch it because I was just in it. It was like a lot to deal with while being high, trying my best. You did the right thing, but please be careful out there. Yeah, take it easy, get some rest. I did not get the chance to see the whole live, but as Aragon said, I know what hints. I know what hints you. Hope so. This was a masterclass of dealing with caucasity. You're funny. Truly. Content creators are the future of media. You young people need to remember this. Not a great apology, but it was a start. Yeah, it was a start. I'll take it. Listen, let's see. I think overall you got him to apologize, which is something he explicitly said he would never do. So huge W, exceptionally productive combo, especially. Oh yeah, thank you. Shoe got the icicles, yo. Be careful, you're funny. Okay, so how long have I been streaming, y'all? This has been a long ass time. Let me see. Cause I had at least been streaming since 1. Damn, it's about to hit like 5 hours. This was definitely a stream. Wow, this took a lot. It took a lot out of me, yeah. Well, I guess it's the time to wrap it up. I want to say thank y'all. Thank y'all for helping me get through the stream. I mean, like, I would have never got through the stream without y'all, and if I wasn't going to the stream, I wouldn't be able to have that conversation with him because he wouldn't have to solve this. But like, wow, like, I'm amazed. I'm still amazed. To be honest, I was real worried when you said yes to the voice chat. But to be honest, if someone who I was a big fan of wanted to talk to me, I don't know if I would be able to turn it down. Take a rest. Thank you for being a hero. Good night, rest. I was mad worried, but that turned out great. Oh yeah, well, I want to say, look, I may be edited in my content, but like, I came from the activist era. Like, I used, not era, but like, I had an activist era. I used to do on the ground, protests, whatnot. Like, a lot of things I say, I was saying in my protests before I did content. So like, I'm not opposed to having these conversations. These conversations don't scare me. I can hold my own. Y'all saw I could hold my own, no matter the size. No matter, it could be motherfucking destiny, which I wouldn't even accept that damn call. But I can hold my own. Small creator, and I can hold my own. So, and also, like, not just my own, but I was being mindful, like, this is a chance for a lot of people to feel seen and to be acknowledged. Like, I told him, like, it's acknowledgement. Like, he tried to be like, I just, then it helps with the acknowledgement. Like, the acknowledgement is what matters. Like, at least, which is the bare minimum. I said to him, that is the bare minimum, but, like, that means, like, a lot. Like, be able to at least acknowledge that things work. But yeah, thank you for, let's see. Celebrate with it, time girl. What a stream. Love the chat. Yeah, chat, y'all was amazing. Y'all helped me get through it. I mean, there was a lot. I can't believe that happened, and I can't believe did it high as fuck. I was like, damn. When I saw his comment, like, shit, and I'm high as fuck on stream, and and tipsy, and then I have like. Then the call is like, shit, oh my, can I do this? But I was thinking, like, is it worth it? Like, am I gonna, like, fucking bomb this because I'm faded? But I held through. So for being faded, I did my shit. So I'm gonna celebrate. So I'm gonna say this. Can someone, after this, can someone Venmo me some more damn drinks? Because shit, this was a lot. This is a lot. Can someone Venmo, or like, I got a Venmo, Cash App, something, y'all. PayPal, girl. That I need some drinks tonight. Because after that, I need a drink. I need to get these emotions out. I gotta go, like, this feels like, I appreciate y'all. Y'all held a bitch hand. And I appreciate because y'all were hyping me up when I had to read into it. I was like, keep my foot on that neck on some topics. And I made sure I said what I said. I said what I said. And when it kept getting umbrella, okay, you know. So y'all gotta see, I'm a little sassy. I'm a sassy girly. I may be nice in my videos, I'm gonna be soft, I'm gonna be soft-spoken, I may do ASMR type of content, but in a way, a little bit, but girl, I'm a sassy queen, you don't have to learn, like, I'm very, like, I'll hold my ground. I've dealt with a lot of bullies in my entire life, and I've had to, like, stick up for myself, so it's nothing new. I mean, so I know y'all were worried, I appreciate y'all being worried, but now y'all saw, girl, I can handle my own. Don't expect me not to come up, because I stick to receipts, I stick to the bigger picture, I stick to the issue at hand. But anyways, that was fun. Thank you. So anyways, I'm gonna end the stream. Y'all have a great one. Please take it easy. Take away the psychic damage. I'm gonna do the same. I'm gonna chill. Awesome. Bye-bye.